And now, the moment you've all been patiently waiting for. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, yo, what's up out there?
Ice Cube. Ice Hit.
That is not good.
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime.
If you somehow find this offensive, just don't listen. But my guess is you'll be sticking around.
Let's do this.
It's going down, Jack.
Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, this is good radio right here.
Y'all are cooler than shit.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
One of the most popular radio shows in the world.
Radio journalism at its best.
Hello, kids. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. They swear and they're vulgar and they talk about awful, awful things. That's what you like, isn't it?
Very flavorful.
Yay.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Please welcome Opie. The show is twisted, I'm telling you. Who's enjoying this shit?
That's what you like, isn't it?
Anthony.
I want dick prizes. I love when girls go through that. I'm here for you, ladies. Remember that.
That's what you like, isn't it?
And Jim Norton.
If a pussy could talk, it would say, die.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Everything you are about to hear is real.
My nipples are kind of hard. Kind of hard.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah.
All right.
Morning, everybody.
Up and running.
That's
as
right.
They say up and running. What a...
Most of us up and running. Most of us up and running.
Oh, no.
Wow, 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 wow. Sam, you're just getting here too, huh?
Oh, no.
It's late day for everybody, I guess.
I saw Sam when I came in, working diligently in the office.
That's what I do. It's my job.
Oh.
And you live the furthest away, I think.
Yeah, I live in Westchester.
What is that, like?
Westchester.
How far is that?
Snob.
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
No, it's about a 30-minute drive without traffic.
Oh, really?
25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, we got members on the staff that just don't want to get here on time.
Oh, no.
It's crazy.
Not you. What happened today? What happened? Let's get it
A
out.
30-minute drive without traffic.
Oh, really?
25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, we got members on the staff that just don't want to get here on time.
Oh, no.
It's crazy.
Not you. What happened today? What happened? Let's get it out there on the table.
I left at 6:01.
No,
No,
Jimmy,
you're not
you.
the problem.
Everybody's going to
guess-
about you coming in late.
I guess Erock and Sal decided to get here around 5:55 or so.
Oh,
according
Jesus.
to Travis, who was very pissed off.
Oh, no.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. How'd that happen? Were they hanging out together?
I don't know. Maybe they had a late night or something together.
Oh.
Because
Don't we have a new boss?
Oh.
What are you doing? You get away with that shit with the idiots that were running this joint, but not the new guy.
He's going to pay attention.
He's not going to fucking put up with that shit.
you know what time we used to come in?
What?
4:30. 4:30.
And that's you know I don't want to be the guy to say it, but I will say this much: yeah, that's when you should come in.
4:30.
We don't need anyone starting at 6 o'clock.
And then when we got the bosses here, the old regime, in a meeting once when we were having issues with certain staff members being late all the time, they said, we really don't see any reason why you can't be here by 5:30. And like Travis and me looked at each other like,
5:30?
Are you fucking kidding? This is fantastic. I can't believe
Oh, my
like,
God.
We don't need anyone at that point.
Of course. You need people here early to...
I mean, some of you guys are on the air and you absolutely contribute to the on-air product. But in general, by showtime, we don't need anybody. We don't need to see Sal walking around at that point.
No.
He's useless today. And Eric's useless today. Sorry, but you are.
Oh, boy.
Because anyone can push the fucking buttons going in a fucking break.
Apparently not. Sometimes.
Not on time.
Jesus.
It is a thing, though, that once the show's up and running,
There's no...
it's running. Like,
right, we don't need anyone. We're well prepared.
We're here to push you guys, and you're the wheels that move down that hill. It's
There
moving
it
now.
is. Now we're moving.
It's already been pushed. You don't need to show up at the top of the hill. It's already rolling down.
Oh, no.
Travis,
what do you get here now for? It's already down the hill.
What happened, Travis? Travis walked in really mad, and we asked, what's wrong?
I walk over to the printer to print out all the work that I've been doing for the last hour.
Oh, shit.
For the last hour. Like,
Well, yeah, I
think
mean,
it's more than
I get
reasonable
here at
that
5.
that the behind-the-scenes staff gets here at 5.
Sam and I
That's
are
not
here at
asking
5.
much.
Right.
Diligently working.
Sam told me, so you and Jess, he told me he gets up at fucking, what time do you wake up?
3:55.
I couldn't get over it.
I get up at 3.
Like, why would anyone wake up that early?
He gets up at 3.
Oh, it's terrible.
3, yeah.
To make sure he's here by 5 to fucking help us
Oh, my
out.
God.
Hour and a half.
Well, now I'm starting to think, who are the stupid ones here?
Well, I don't think Erock's stupid because if you know, he got away with it for many, many years. But my point is that the new guy is not going to put up with that. I'm sorry.
That's the craziest part. I can't imagine the thinking behind getting here at 6 o'clock in the morning when we just got a new boss.
Right.
You know? Just got a new boss.
Oh, Erock, comment?
Like,
Look who's coming in, though. Brave, young, late Sal.
plus, Sal knows he gets hammered for everything. Like, there is nothing this show likes to do more than hammer on Sal.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but we've been over this. Like, you know, you're working for your own fucking career, not ours.
Oh, boy.
Who the fuck's going to hire a guy that shows up at 5:55 for a morning show?
It starts at 6.
Well, I can be here 5 minutes before the show starts.
Like you should be working hard for your own fucking career. Holy
Work hard for the money. Dun, 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 so hard for it.
So what happened, Travis? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So that's fine. So I'm printing out all my work, and Kenny says, "Is Eric here?" I said, "I would assume so. It's 5:55."
5:55.
He said, "I don't think Eric and Sal are here because nobody came to take my credit card for the coffee."
Oh shit!
And I said, "Well, that's impossible. It's 5:55." So I walked back into the booth where normally one of them is manning the board
because
5 minutes before showtime.
I would assume at 6, buttons have to be pushed.
Yeah, sometimes before 6.
Oh,
you know what's great too? I can only imagine because when I get here, I try to find stuff for the show, right?
Sure.
So I don't know exactly everything else that's going on around here the first hour before the show. And Travis is looking for news articles. So he doesn't know everything else that's going around here the first hour before the show because we're trying to be able to just pile shit in front of you guys that you might use 30% of it, hopefully.
That would be great.
The interns must have just been sitting here
Oh,
with nobody.
no.
Of course,
the interns are all here at 5:15, 5:30.
With nobody but Sal and Erik.
Who's in charge here? Ain't you?
So the interns are just sitting here like, what? Like we're getting school credit for this?
Oh no, no! The interns are here,
and it's not a rare occurrence, is what I'm getting at here.
Oh,
it happens way too much. Like Sal, you're useless.
Oh Jesus!
I would like.
You're
to,
absolutely useless today.
like
you might as
to-
well go home. I don't give a fuck. The show will be great today, and it'll have nothing to do with you.
You want to filibuster?
No, I would
like
like to
Cruz. Get up there and filibuster.
I would like to just defend myself.
I could not in a box.
Sal, but there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say. You're working for your own career, and you still don't understand that.
I know.
It has nothing to do with us. Eventually, we'll be out of the business or moving on, and you're still a young kid with nowhere to go because you don't work hard.
I want.
Oh wait! Also, by the way, I heard that Erock called to say he was going to be late, but he called Sal, who was also late. So no one here knew
because he's not stupid. He calls the one guy that it doesn't matter you call when you're late.
But then you could say, hey, I called, but you didn't call like Travis.
Or us, or text us.
Yeah.
I think he has my fucking number by now.
You didn't get a guess what?
Of course you call the weakest
know what time
guy.
it is?
Yeah, you near a clock?
You're near a clock.
Right.
Sal, comment?
I instructed Travis earlier this month that for the entire month of September, there's
until further notice, I would be taking Mondays off.
This is not starting well.
I'm a man of leisure.
I'm a man of leisure.
I instructed
a banana musty
for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
I told Travis that there's construction going on at the train that I take to come into work. For the entire month of September, I'll be getting here between 5:30 and 6. I usually get here at 5:15.
So what's the alternative to get here a little bit earlier?
Thank you, Jimmy.
I would have to
get up earlier,
buy a cab or something like that.
Well, then you got to do what you got to do.
And I told you, I said that's fine.
Right.
I said, but if you are going to be later, close to 6, let me know.
You said later after 6. I got here before 6.
Sal.
Travis.
Oh my God.
You got here what?
I got here before 6.
By 2 minutes.
Still before 6. So I paid for a cab.
This is why I can't talk to like younger people.
Oh.
They don't even have a concept what they're doing to themselves.
I knew I wasn't going to be here after 6, so I didn't tell Travis. So
Dude,
I bought a cab to get up here today.
It's fine that I was late. I knew I was going to be late.
You're a slacker. I mean, good luck being a slacker. You might be the first one that figures it out. But I know a million people in this business. No one would hire a guy like you.
You're a slacker, McFly.
I know a million people. They would never accept a guy showing up at 5:58, and then that person thinks it's okay to show up at 5:58.
It drives me nuts. I have Ajita coming here late every single day. But on the way up here,
Sal.
Eric texted me saying, "Hey, dude, I'm going to be a little bit late. Can you
And
just
you're like, hey, so am I."
run the board for me?"
Yeah.
So this is so cool.
Yeah,
Late, buddies.
Let's walk in together. We'll pretend we were in an accident.
So
What time did Eric text you?
And by the way, when you get
I like testimony.
when you get a text from Eric that says I'm going to be a little bit late, because on time for you know how most people, if you're on time, you're late. If you're late, you're early for Eric. So, so when he says I'm going to be a little late, like You're lucky he's here for the first hour of the show.
Eric texted me at today at 5:51 a.m.
And that's when the text at 5:51 it says I'm going to be
late.
Not like I'm panicking because I'm already 51 minutes late.
I was gonna say, Sal, you should have told me that Eric was gonna be late, but it's 5:51.
Yeah, that's like.
As soon as it happened, I said I'm not there yet. You got to ask Travis.
And he's not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
That's what I said. What else am I going to say? I'm not there. And Eric writes, okay.
Can you process this, Sam?
I don't know. I don't know what
I can't even
happened.
wrap my head around this because he has no awareness that this is a problem.
Oh, I love it.
I know it's a
for
problem.
your own life, not even our lives. Because with that, I don't need you to do a radio show. Period.
I understand that, but
we gave you a pretty amazing break in this business, and you're blowing it. Because eventually you're going to have to move on however it happens, and no one's going to fucking hire you.
Oh,
you're just going to be a low-level who gives a fuck guy in this business. You have no comprehension.
I'm just saying I had a scenario.
Because it's your fucking generation. I have to say
and
it.
I told you, I said, if it's going to be closer to 6, let me know. I said, I understand if you're going to be here.
After 6.
Sal,
Travis.
Why would I say after 6?
You don't even have the time.
After 6 o'clock doesn't matter.
What does it mean it doesn't matter? I knew I was going to get here before 6.
Sal, let me ask you.
I can't even voice my own opinion.
Why would I tell you to let me know if it's going to be after 6 when after 6 the show is on?
Yeah,
I need to know before 6.
The show start. We all know when the show starts. So you told me that specific time to let you know.
All right,
I covered for it.
What time?
And I covered for you when you're not here, and I don't say anything about it either.
You're not supposed to say anything. It's your fucking job.
Okay.
I cover for you when you're not here. You're not supposed. This isn't like, I covered for Travis the last 3 days. Let me come in late, and it's totally fucking okay.
No, it doesn't. But I'm just saying, we all help each other out when we're trying to cover for the other person. That's all I'm saying. We all work together. We try to work together, but it turns into everyone fucking throwing the other person.
Yeah, and I let you know that I wasn't going to be here. I let you know days ahead of time. I didn't let you know 5 minutes ahead of time.
I'm just
that
saying
I wasn't going to be here for 3 fucking days.
Something is going on. Someone's not going to be here or whatever. The other people step up around here and they help the other person out. But it all turns into is this guy's not here. Fuck him. That's all it fucking turns into.
No, it doesn't. If you texted me and you said, I'm not going to be here until 6 today, I would have covered for you, but you didn't. So how the fuck am I supposed to cover for you?
I can't cover. I'm doing my anticipate Eric being late.
I can't do my own job and call everyone on the staff to make sure that they're going to be here on time, or I got to do their fucking job too. Okay?
So
nobody else in the world calls their staff every morning and says, "Hey, you going to be here on time, or should I do your job today?"
But how am I supposed to anticipate Eric going to be here late? So I'm not here. So all of a sudden,
everyone
else's responsibilities fall under me. You're here.
I will now be accepting you are a genius.
I'm here doing my job. You want to let me know you're going to be a little later than normal? That's fine.
But it wasn't my job to launch. I don't do that. Eric does that. So it's coming down on me for some fucking reason. You're the only other person here who could launch, delete, get the show.
It's coming down on you because you were late. It doesn't matter what your job here is. You're still late.
I understand that, but you were instructed earlier. I told you
Stop
6
telling me you
weeks ago.
instructed me to do
I told you
something.
6 weeks ago that I was going to be here between 5:30 and 6 for the rest of the month. So the one day that Eric shows up late, this is my fucking fault? This is fucking ridiculous.
I'm not saying it's your fault that Eric is late.
You just said it's my fault. Oh. You're the only other person here who could cover for if I'm not here.
It was your fault that Eric was late.
This is fucking ridiculous.
It's your fault you were late. It's not your fault that Eric was late.
Going home.
I told you earlier this month that I'm going to be here between 5:30 and 6 every day.
And I said, that's fine. Let me know if it's going to be closer to 6 instead of 5:30. Because normally you were here closer to 5:30 than 6.
But he's saying you said after 6.
You know
I never would have said after 6.
I think we should see what Troy Kwan thinks about
this.
No.
It's all fine. Troy doesn't have an opinion.
He gets here nice and early. We should ask him how he figures it out.
No.
Oh, my God.
But, Sal, we don't need you at 5:30. We don't need you at 6 o'clock. Like, what are you doing for the show today now that you showed up at 5:55?
I will be on phones between 6 o'clock.
We might take two. We take 2 to 3 phone calls a day.
Regardless of if you take calls or not, I need to be there to do it.
So if you're not there, oh well, we won't take phone calls today. Who cares?
The intern would do it.
The intern would do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness!
And why can't you come in earlier?
What's that?
It's a hassle that your trains are all fucked up, but why can't you come in earlier for a month?
I cannot afford a $30 cab.
What time would you have to get up earlier to catch the earlier train, even though it's annoying?
There's construction between 11:59 p.m. the night before till 5 a.m.
Let me ask you, could you take a cab to a different train stop?
Could I take
that way it wouldn't cost $30. It would cost like $5 for the cab.
Right.
and then you get on a different train.
Oh,
I suppose I could
Sam.
I could take a shorter but it's mainly getting from Brooklyn to New York. Like once I'm in New York, I could take a cab or take any other of the numerous trains that run at that time. Yeah, I in theory could do that, but it's just as expensive.
So your train
There's
the
no
train
buses.
by your house is not running between.
It doesn't run between 11:59 the night before and 5 a.m. the next day.
And then from 5, it takes how long to get here?
It takes on a normal day, if everything works out beautifully, I get on the 4:45 train at my stop, and I get to work at 5:15. So it takes about roughly a half hour if everything works smoothly.
So then what happened this morning?
Everything didn't work so smoothly.
Everything didn't work so smoothly. I'm waiting at my stop, waiting for the first train to.
Oh, the train
happen
didn't
after
show
the
up?
construction.
Oh, okay. The train showed up late.
It varies. Like sometimes
Look,
it
it's
depends.
New York subways.
I know.
Sal's not saying anything that's
All
not
right.
true. I've sat at train stations for 20
Oh, I know.
minutes waiting for
They're
a train.
fucking crazy.
And then you miss that train, then you're waiting for a longer interval for the next transfer.
You know the guy you made fun of, Denny.
Uh-oh.
And he does. I mean, I'll be honest. He doesn't really do much around here, but he at least shows up. He at
Early.
least shows up,
Look
and
at
he's
60s at
and he's
6.
ready to go at any fucking moment if they call his number.
I
If they
understand.
need him to come out of the fucking bullpen,
He's
you know
just
what?
waiting for the coach
He's
to
just
put him in.
waiting. He doesn't have to even be here, but he makes sure he gets here nice and early.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today.
Oh, Sal went
Put
through.
me in, coach.
He went
That's
through
right.
a full internship. He's paid his dues.
I know.
That's true.
what happens.
You know?
I'm just saying, like, I don't. It's frustrating that since Eric came here, I'm not trying to throw Eric under the bus. Eric gets here at his normal time. Everything's understood. He does his job.
What's his normal time?
It's like around between 5:50 and 6. Like any time around there.
That's his normal time.
But whatever, it doesn't matter. Eric gets here. He does that job.
Eric,
I
do you
told
want to
Travis I wasn't
comment,
here,
or
so
you
in
gonna
the
just
event-
sit there?
Erock, comment.
No, I'm not trying to. Throw
And
Eric
I've talked to
under
him
the bus.
about this a million fucking times.
Uh-oh, I think I see club soda. Oh, I thought he was coming in. Oh, boy. Okay, Erock, comment?
I'm not usually here between 5:50 and 6 o'clock.
That's what he says.
What Sal
That's what
says.
Sal's saying.
Uh-oh.
What time are you normally here?
Usually around 5:40. That's not that much better, but
A little closer to 5:45. Squeak there. Squeak down a little bit. Maybe it's 5:48 to 5:50.
We should never beat half the staff into the show.
What time do you get here, Opie?
5:30. Sit there and I read 4 fucking papers and then I go.
Oh, my God.
5:30.
Yeah.
Do you ever look around like, oh, I have an idea for today's show, but there's no one to tell?
There's literally no one.
There's nobody around to tell.
No.
There's nobody.
There are actually at least 3 interesting stories on 1010 Wins on the way in, but talk about the inability to multitask. That's me. I mean, there's no secret there. And trying to drive like a maniac like I do, like I think and go, okay, I'll remember that, and then I don't. If somebody was in earlier, like during the time I'm driving in and actually listening to Wins, maybe in the background while they do something else, and just hear those little tidbits, I won't say nugget, tidbit stories, things like that, maybe that we could do something on. Oh, my God, the Yankees fucked up their Mariano Rivera bobblehead doll fucking giveaway yesterday. They weren't fucking, they didn't get there on time. The trucks didn't get there. There's a stadium full of fucking
Eric
people.
and Sal driving the trucks?
Oh! Yeah,
They had
stadium
to give
full
them-
of people waiting for their free Mariano Rivera bobbleheads. Oh, it was like a riot.
And
Then
they
they had to line up
Yeah.
for fucking, like, the complete side of a stadium, up the ramp, back downstairs, across, with vouchers in their hands from the 3rd inning, missing the game. It was a disaster. And John Montone's talking about it. It's like, and I think they rehired George Costanza. Yeah, it was funny.
But how bad do you need a bobblehead?
People want these Mariano Rivera bobbleheads.
Fuck the bobblehead.
They want, and tonight, Charlie Brown bobblehead dolls. So we'll see if they redeem themselves.
Not going to get me today.
No, I swear. It's a Charlie Brown bobblehead
Yeah, bullshit. This Rivera thing didn't happen.
I know. I'm the boy that cried Costanza.
Mars, you want to jump in on this one or what?
I'm always here real early.
Oh, when you're here.
What time you wake
This
up?
guy takes more time off.
What?
2.
He wakes up 2.
2?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
2?
And the reason I do that is because if I miss that bus, then I have an hour to wait for the next bus, and I'm still here on time.
Oh, man.
See, I mean, You know, if you guys can't get here early, then fucking, I don't want you fired, but we'll fucking move you somewhere else. No, we don't need you.
October 1st, I'm going to go back to my
to what?
routine.
Which is 5:30 or 5:40.
No, I get here at 5:15.
I can't give you tomorrow. I can't give you the rest of the week.
I'm not going to take that idea that Sam had about taking a cab to another station.
I simply cannot. I honestly cannot afford that.
I'm going to tell you one thing.
I don't know if I can expense it.
Next Tuesday,
we'll get you.
I will be here on time.
We'll get you a boring job in one of these dumb, tiny little fucking studios as a board op.
Where they come in at like 9 to 5.
Yeah, you'll have a nice life.
Working 9 to 5. Damn, what a way to make a living.
There's literally 3 work days left in the month, and he goes, I simply cannot afford 3 cab rides.
I paid for one today. It
simply can't do it.
Yeah.
You got to do it.
I know what I've told you. Expense it. You can expense a ride to work.
Do you understand the work ethic? I'll say it again. It's horrible. And it's not because you're letting us down, because in the end, we don't need you, and that's the truth.
Ouch.
But you're working for your own career, your own future. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Look, this guy Mike is suggesting maybe Sal could take the trophy.
Participation.
World's greatest secretary.
Like, look at the work ethic in this room. Fucking Jimmy goes out to Leno to be on national TV, and he makes sure he's here the next day. He doesn't have to do that. If he told the company, look, I have to take a day because I'm doing Leno, they would never question it. But he does it. He gets on a fucking red eye just to make sure he's here the next day after doing Leno. That's crazy.
That's a fact, Sal.
Well, Jimmy's been shaking his head this whole time too, because it's mind-boggling.
Parkinson's.
Yes. I have to blow someone later. I'm just getting ready.
Jimmy, it's mind-boggling, right?
Yeah.
Because you're a young guy. You're not established in anything yet. You get a few perks here and there when you get established, but you're still trying to work towards something. Why wouldn't you want to be here really early and really fucking put in an effort?
When I get here early, I can take care of my whole routine. I don't have to stress.
Even 5:15, believe it or not, is not that early.
5 is like, I would think 5 for people that are setting up for a 6 o'clock show, or technically when the buttons need to be pushed, when the replays end and everything. I would think 5, an hour, 1 hour. It's a good rule of thumb for prepping for a show.
I don't think that's asking for much.
No, that's like the minimum.
Some do it in 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, if they could get it done in 5 to 10 minutes, why take an hour to do what you could do in 7 minutes?
Well, I didn't realize we had brilliant people around us that could do a job in 5 minutes.
Time management.
You ever sleep, Erock?
Yeah, Erock, what happened? We heard about the subway and stuff like that. Was my up late playing with some action figures?
No.
Writing fan fiction?
No.
Your movie?
Animaniacs DVDs?
No, it's
DVDs?
Coke float before bed, too much sugar, couldn't sleep.
Just one more.
It's a regular thing with them.
Erock,
then he gets, then we talk about it. Then he makes an effort for a while, and then he fades back to, when he wants to come in.
At least fake it for a couple months.
He does. I'm not stupid. I'm very observant. Trust me. He does. He fakes it for a little while, and then he goes back to slowly but surely getting here 5:30, 5:40.
You think someone's going to be in nice and early tomorrow?
Of course.
Give it
for
time.
a little while.
Give it time until the new boss isn't really paying that close attention anymore.
Oh, my God.
And then you start sliding back. You don't do it like...
Are you guys just thinking about the new boss getting wind of this and having a little meeting with you guys?
He will not be happy.
Oh, my God.
No,
come on in, guys. Take a seat. It won't be fun, Tim. It'll just be the... Come, take a seat, guys. I was listening to the show this morning. What happened? What?
We're not going to put up with that bullshit around here anymore. We're not going to put up with it.
He'll fucking just verbally...
Yeah.
A verbal thrashing.
Which is not good, because Erock's been all gold stars with Tim so far.
Uh-huh. Remember we were talking about that just the other day?
Yes.
How Erock was taking the reins at the meeting and...
That's why I'm befuddled by the whole thing.
Taking himself by the horns and really contributing.
So what happened? We didn't get your side of the story.
Erock,
I got stuck in traffic when I came out of the tunnel, and by the time I got here, I saw how late it was, and I texted Sal and said, "Hey, could you set up the board for 6?" Because
what was wrong with the tunnel?
As soon as I got through the tunnel, it was traffic down 42nd because 8th Avenue was all backed up.
What, do you take 42nd Street?
That's where you come out of the tunnel, right to 42nd Street.
No, I know, but I mean, you actually make your right on 42nd Street?
Yeah, because it's usually dead at that time of the morning, and it was stuck in with cars and buses and everything.
So wait, well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What time did you pull out of the tunnel?
It was like 5:30.
Oh.
So what time did you text?
I texted him when I got to the garage downstairs.
Why wouldn't you text at 5:30?
There was no text pull off.
5:30. You see a bunch of traffic. You're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He couldn't find a texting rest area.
Ah, yeah, right. The little blue squares now.
Right.
Yeah, why would you text in the garage?
I haven't put them up yet.
What time did he leave the house? What time did he leave the house?
Erock?
I left at 5.
Left at 5. I'm sitting
in my work chair.
Oh, I was sitting in my work chair.
It's just so crazy because, like,
oh my god,
to me, because we've been through regime changes before, and to me, new boss time is fresh start time.
fresh slate right there.
Like when we,
because he's looking at everything.
You wipe it clean. No more Radio Wizard. No more fucking Steve
Right.
Blatter. You just all of a sudden, oh, it's a fresh start.
when we got Stump Brain, I could be like, oh, this guy doesn't look at me like I'm just an intern like the old boy. And then we got the
Right.
next guy. Oh,
Right.
this guy will look at me like this. And now the new guy, I'll be like, oh, I'll just be a rock star in front of him,
Look
and
at
that's
you.
how he'll look at me.
Yeah, you're on air, fucking Sam
It's a
Roberts.
reset.
you're
It's a
fucking-
reset.
It's a reset.
Reset.
Oh, you get to do a new first impression.
And it's the same first.
And he keeps doing the same first impression. Like,
So maybe mornings isn't for these guys. We'll get them on other gigs.
you think?
Yeah, I like them. I like the guys, but
Throw them on music somewhere?
they make it obvious they don't like these hours. So we'll get them better hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not here early, then you really don't have to be here until 10 o'clock to start, doing what you do for the next show.
Opie was saying yesterday, we need those nuggets, those things that just spark conversation with pop culture items, things that a lot of people are relating to. And on paper it might look silly, but, with our brilliance and genius, we turned it into amazing entertainment.
True.
Thank
Effortlessly.
You, sir. Thank you. And, those are the things that you have to, the only way to get them is to be there early, listening and pawing through things to see and find those things. You can't really find them with 10 minutes to go.
I watch 4 TVs
just for a nugget.
And we always pick up some little
Sure.
dumb thing that they're already doing on TV that we might have missed.
Right.
But then
we pick up the shit, listening to 1010 Wins in the morning.
Right,
Like
that's
you
a
just
big
said.
thing. I listen to Wins all the way in and 88,
And then
all the way in.
Newspapers in general are a waste of time, but there's every once in a while you got something there like, oh, fuck, I didn't know about this. And you throw that at the guys and say, hey, remind me of this.
But then the staff can't say, well, they got MSNBC and 1010 Wins. They're all set. So I just show up when the show starts and be there to hit them buttons.
Hit them buttons. Let's get T-shirts made. Hit them buttons.
Hit them buttons.
With a little digital clock at the bottom that says 5:57.
Hit them buttons.
Hit them buttons.
And all, you should want to do it for yourself.
Do we have the prep sheets for the?
Because first of all, this business is dying.
Your business hits dying.
So why make it easy for someone to just pass you by?
For Jim?
Prep sheets for the guest.
That would be Sal.
I have them. I printed them out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That is true. I mean, most people with jobs like this are thinking, oh, holy shit, how replaceable am I?
Right.
Like, I got to make sure I'm always there.
You have to be a commodity.
Yeah.
Oh,
something special.
Like everyone's getting fired. This business is truly dying. There's not many shows anymore.
And the only way to get ahead is to be in the right place at the right time. So you have to put yourself in as many places at as many times as humanly possible.
It's a very competitive business. More and more models of radio are popping up in Pandora, Rhapsody, podcasts, online streaming. Just there's so many options besides regular radio and even satellite radio that if you're not a standout, take a hike.
It sounds corny, but if you don't, you got to make your mark. You got to do something that
Yes.
makes yourself irreplaceable or invaluable. Like you can't
Yes.
you don't want to just blend in and fucking pick up a check because they slash
boy.
people, man.
Yeah,
They
eventually
get
they'll get to you.
And they haven't replaced any of the jobs they've cut here.
Look at that.
It's not like they're cutting jobs and going, we can't wait to respend that money.
No, they don't fucking replace them. We've had guys that have fallen to the wayside.
We've lost half our staff.
They don't replace them.
And they haven't replaced anyone.
We're waiting to find out when we're getting Than's replacement.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That was years ago.
All of our fucking replacements are over at Rockstar.
Yeah.
They're working there.
Yet every time that does happen, somebody comes into our office and tells me and saying, well, we're going to start looking for somebody. Really soon.
Yeah. As soon as we fix the console in the studio. Hope, please.
More responsibilities for me.
Oh, my God. You think Erock and Sal are going to be commiserating later?
Fucking assholes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is. And that's the only thing that's going to come out of this.
Do you think
those guys are fucking assholes?
Fucking assholes. Fuck them. Well, you know, that's it. And then they'll say something about you.
Of course they will.
And then, and Travis did. And then they'll say something about Travis.
Yeah. It's not about us. God, I can't stress that enough. It has nothing to do with us. You should do it for yourself.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Fuck.
But
Sal.
It's not going to be like, here's like figuring out, yes, there is indeed a problem. This is what I, as an individual, can do to solve the problem. And then this will never happen again. And I won't have to put up with Sam. And I won't have to put up with Travis. And I won't have to put up with Opie and Anthony and Jim.
Sounds magical.
And this is the solution to the problem. It'll be, those guys are being fucking assholes again. What can you do?
Oh, my God.
God, I don't want to raise a slacker. Fuck, it scares the shit out of me.
Oh, boy.
Because I see it all around me, man.
Put them to work.
So people with kids out there, just push your kid and say, look, the kids you go to school with, they're all assholes. They're all slackers.
Just listen.
So if you just fucking focus on something, you're going to be way ahead of everybody.
Listen to all the breaks I do about my dad and just follow those rules.
I saw the change. I don't know how many years ago it happened, but these kids come in and they just like expect everything to be handed to them immediately.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to give them nothing.
Dude,
make them earn everything.
No one gave us a real break.
No.
Like Mommy Dearest. You don't get anything, Tina. Nothing.
Nothing.
And then when she died, nothing.
Nothing.
Simply in the position, why would anyone give Sam the ammunition? Like, why would why would you guys want to give Sam ammunition? Like, and like Sam's
It's
a
like
good
the
example.
Syrian rebels. You don't want to fucking arm them.
But he's a guy that does do a lot of shit, and it's like, you know,
shit is right. But
it's
a
all
lot of it.
Utter, might I say, garbage. But I'm saying it's one thing after another. Like, okay, I'll do that. Okay, it's like, that's what you got to fucking do. It makes you very, very hard to replace because you're always
go-getter.
Yeah,
when
man,
you realize the quality's not there, you have to rely on quantity.
Quantity, of course. That's it. Your shitty voice.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you talk enough on enough stations. It doesn't matter.
Denny's a guy with a shitty voice, and look what Denny's struggling through.
And a shitty mind to go with it.
And right, and a tiny
shitty
little head,
face
like a neatly coiffed Doberman Pinscher. Denny looks just sitting there gently barking at everyone that walks by. How's your day?
Hot mic. Yeah. Wow. So tomorrow, what time can we expect you tomorrow, Sal?
I'll take a cab into the city.
Oh, well, now I feel bad because you're gonna be spending extra money. But you can expense it.
Like they said, another. How about the other subway? They can't just take it to another train.
Well, I'll take the cab from Brooklyn into Manhattan. I'll take the subway. So I don't
You know
have
what that
to
money
have
is?
much on
An investment in yourself.
Oh,
in your
wow.
Future. In your future.
Did you text Eric? You texted Eric back saying I wasn't here?
Yeah.
Why didn't Eric text somebody else?
Like Citadel stock and investment.
Because if Eric texted somebody else, then they would know that it was minutes before the show started and he wasn't there. He was hoping that everything would just fix itself and this first break would never
Here's
happen.
what he was hoping. Sal was here, and he would text Sal and say, I'm gonna be late, which means I'm late already, ridiculously late already. Sal is already here and goes, oh, it's okay, cool, I got the board and stuff like that, don't worry. And then he comes in, Erock comes in, and everything's fine. And no one noticed, and it's good. But he didn't expect the monkey wrench of Sal also being late. And that fucked his whole game up.
I told Travis and Eric this entire month. This
No,
was happening.
I know you did.
We know about
I'm not
that
talking
one.
about you. I'm saying that you replied to Eric saying I'm not here either, and Eric said, "All right."
Erock, were you practicing a tad of deception?
I have no more texts
comment?
left.
A little?
No, when Sal wrote me back, I was already on my way up. the building. And
But when you initially made the text to Sal, were you already practicing a tad bit of deception on the on coming in a little late and trying to dodge that bullet?
No, it was more of I gotta make sure that the board was ready at 6 a.m.
So I texted at 5:52. I've been late
Sal's
before.
my backup, so I thought he was already up here, and I said, "Hey, could you take care of the board?" And he tells me, "Oh, I'm not here," and I was already in the elevator coming up.
I've been late because of traffic. You get stuck at like right before the George Washington Bridge. I texted while I was in traffic, not after you get out of traffic.
That's what I don't understand. It's like
once you parked,
and then I found a new way to drive to work.
I've done that before too. If somebody fucks up on the expressway and there's a lot of traffic, I will text Kenny, Travis, and just be like, "Oh fuck, the expressway's fucked." I send a picture so they know I'm not lying. I'm like, "Look, taillights, fucker." I send a picture.
Yeah, you don't need to do all that. You're one of the hosts. you're Anthony of Opie and Anthony. You could just say no one's thinking that you're making it up.
I'm late.
I've texted Sam before at 4 in the morning. Before I'm even like, he might not be awake yet, to let him know that I already know I'm going to be late. Because the subway's not working out.
Yeah, that's what the hard part is, that when you came out into the traffic, why wouldn't you just fire off a text here? Look, it's fucking 5:35 here. There's something going on.
And send the text to Sal,
and
Travis, Sam. Yeah,
and then even if you're not late, like if you send somebody a text and say, "I may be late," or I'll probably be late, and then you show up and you're not that late, you look like $1 million.
Because you rushed in.
You're over prepared.
And I'm saying that Erock did not send that text to inform anybody that he was going to be late.
True. Because he knows it's a
sent
problem.
that text to cover himself with Sal, saying, "Hey, cover me, I'm not going to be there." If you wanted to let people know you were going to be late with that text, you would have texted Travis. But
you send it at 5:51 to Sal, thinking, number one, Sal's not going to tell anybody. Number two, it's so late, everybody's in a panic. Opie and Anthony are already talking about what they're going to talk about on the show. So this will just
wheel right in there.
Right. Nobody will ever know it happened.
He doesn't text anyone else because he knows this is an ongoing issue.
Right, like if he knows if he texted me.
Like when you guys are late, when either Sam or Travis is late, we notice because it's like, wow, that's weird.
Right. Just because it's a strange occurrence.
Right.
I hope everything's okay is what you think.
Right. Yeah, and it's completely acceptable because none of us are perfect.
Right.
What did I ever expect Erock to be late every day?
But Erock also knows if he texted me or Travis that our first stop would be, "Hey, Opie, Anthony, Erock's going to be late." And then our second stop would be, "Hey, Sal, could you cover this?"
Yeah, you might want to Travis or even Sam. You might want to text at 5:30. Hey, look, just popped out of the tunnel, or even in the tunnel. You can send a text at the tunnel
if that's where the traffic is. Sure.
Yeah, I mean texts go through now. They used to not, but now if you're in the tunnel,
Well, you gave us a good hour radio, so I guess you are doing your jobs well.
They did prep for this.
Technically, they did their jobs well today. Gave us an hour.
Yeah.
Whatever.
An hour ago, he wasn't even here yet.
No. He's in bed.
Sam, are you saying you think there's some oversleeping going on?
Oh yeah. I'm very suspicious of the traffic situation. Very suspicious.
You don't buy it?
I don't buy it. I believe that there was about 90 seconds of traffic, and that was like, yes.
Oh, what's he showing?
Hold on.
What's he showing you?
Oh, it's cockpick.
Okay, he's got a photo of the traffic that he can show us at 6:52.
What time did you take the picture, Rock? Is there a timestamp on it?
If there is, I don't know.
Just keeps it handy.
Yeah, it was probably Saturday night.
No.
He doesn't know how to find it.
Yeah, hold on.
No, the phone doesn't usually timestamp it.
There's no timestamps.
Because he didn't send it to anyone. He just took the photo.
This is right. Yeah.
Wait, is that the last photo you took?
Yeah.
Okay. So why wouldn't you have sent instead of taking pictures? Why wouldn't you have sent the text to the proper
posterity.
people?
Yeah.
This is the time I was late to work.
Yeah.
Look closely. The fucking Trade Center towers are in that picture.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just, instead of doing the photo thing? Why wouldn't you just send the text to Travis?
Take a photo. 20 minutes later, send a text.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Why would you take a photo?
Right.
Like, you know you're late. So you're like, okay, so this is what. You
Here's
take
my
a photo
proof.
because you need proof, right? So at that point, you know you're going to be late. But
As
then
quick as you could send that text, that's the better.
But then you wait.
Yes.
Until
Why
after
wait?
you're out of all the traffic.
Why
the
wait?
photo is a memory at this point. And you're in the garage going, oh, Maybe I could text someone.
Why?
That was the fail-safe, just in
Right.
case, because like you do the minimal text Sal, just in case there was a problem, you hold up the thing. See? Oh, all right.
How come you took the photo so long before you sent the text?
Once I got off 42nd and I saw this was really, really bad, I took the photo. I didn't text anybody else. I should have.
But you got, I'm sorry, off 42nd from where? You got off 42nd?
Off 42nd going on to 8th. And it was really bad, so I had to turn back off 8th and go around all the way around through 6th to come around
But you took
to the building.
You took the photo because you're like, I'm going to be late and I need proof, correct?
Well, anytime something has happened,
That's fine.
no matter what it was, I've always taken a photo.
So at that point, you know you're going to be late.
Yeah.
So you didn't think to send somebody a text instead of, I could have a photo of this moment.
Yeah, I should have, but I did not.
What were you thinking? It's a fair question.
At that point, after I took the photo, I was trying to get out of the way with all the fire trucks.
A little something for the
And that's-
scrapbook.
And I turned off.
So you were going to, but there was impending danger.
No, I just was trying to move out of
How
the
to get
way.
out of Spider-Man's way. How long does it take to avoid fire trucks?
Yeah, exactly. I understand that there was obviously something very, very dangerous happening. You couldn't be lollygagging texting. And
Once
very
I turned
fair.
off and it was clear, so I could head to 6th Avenue, I just floored it all the way down.
Fair enough. We're glad you're okay. Don't get
Obviously, you had a close call.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We're just lucky to have you.
Yep.
Yeah. At any time, really.
Really, when you think about it.
It's a blessing.
You don't want to do the. It's like you don't even want to. You don't. I know it's that you don't want to do the bare minimum just to squeak by. It's like you want to do something that makes you fucking stand out. Even if competitive, man.
And even if
really
you don't have any goals beyond the Opie and Anthony show, like it's
an easy gig.
And you could argue that it's the biggest show on the platform. It's certainly the biggest show that's on 5 days a week on the platform by far.
Yes. Oh wow. Yes. What about 4 days a week?
Yeah, it's definitely it's the biggest show 4 days a week.
What
too.
about 3 days a week?
Is AGT on the air?
No.
That's arguable, but like over the summer, definitely, definitely over the summer.
In August, we're kings.
See, Sam's still keeping his options open. You see what he's doing there?
Smart.
Still keeping options open.
Yeah. Hey, look, you guys are the crown princes of all media.
But what I'm saying is, like, there are people in this building.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck, if I could just, like, I would love to work for O&A. Or
It's embarrassing how easy this gig is to begin with.
The hardest part is getting shit on when you fuck up.
Yeah.
The hardest
pretty much
part.
it.
The hardest part really is getting up early and getting
up.
here.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the hardest fucking thing is getting up early.
Apparently
I've
so.
always said that.
Yep. It's the hardest part.
It's a fucking breeze by the time you get in here.
Apparently so.
We're done by 10. I mean, I know you guys have a longer day than we do. No, I know you do. But it's
Yeah,
still,
but once 10 o'clock is over or 11 o'clock is,
You're just cruising.
yeah, you don't have to worry about not fucking up. Like you just have to not fuck up in the morning.
I was in a restaurant, like Del Frisco's one day having lunch, and I'm looking at all these guys, and just a gentleman. But I was looking at all these people in their suits, and I'm like, what a fucking life that must be to have to do that.
Ugh.
Not that it's torture, but like just have to sit there and have those dog shit office conversations with your uncomfortable clothing.
Well, you
like,
know,
fuck, man, what an awful.
You realize you're lucky.
Oh, fuck.
In the end.
You're not snapping pictures with James Caan.
Yeah,
You
or
know.
exactly, and I love getting pictures too, and I know that there are certain shows that don't let anybody get pictures. It's like it is fairly lax here.
We're
with
very
this.
generous.
Yeah, like it's ridiculously lax.
Very generous.
Oh, because we had lame asses, overseeing the damn thing. But it's different now.
There are.
I don't even mean lax in a bad way. I mean like as far as freedoms are concerned. Like the show gives a lot of freedoms to all of us to do kind of, it's not as strict as it could be, nearly.
There are a lot of jobs in this building alone that are significantly more difficult than this job.
Oh, yeah. And much more like regular jobs.
Yeah. A lot of shows to work for that are more difficult.
Oh, man.
And you don't get any exposure from them because nobody's listening.
I see people running around.
Yeah.
I need sports stats. Oh, okay.
They're saying there's a timestamp on the phone pick. Press down on the pick, options. Options will come up and hit on detail. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. And I'll bet Erock's fairly...
Let me see if that works now. That's or if this guy's full of shite.
That definitely works, yeah.
I believe that Eric
Just hit on details of picture in the options.
I believe that Eric is telling the truth about taking the photo in traffic
Yes,
but it just makes
see the
things.
timestamp. It will back your story up.
It comes from the guy that had a branch in the way one day. Let's not forget.
But then he took a photo of the branch.
I know.
That is true.
Did not help his cause.
But that's what he does. Like, he'll show us evidence, and then the evidence is true, but it's only more damaging.
Of course.
Like, this becomes more damaging because now he knew enough to take a photo, but didn't think to text anybody to say, I'm going to be late.
I can't get any details.
What do you mean?
It doesn't come up on my phone. Not on an iPhone.
It comes up on yours, right, Mars?
Yes, sir.
What do you have?
The Galaxy S1.
See, it's all about the
Galaxy.
Galaxy. I'm telling you, we got some tricks with these phones.
Maybe in the iPhone 6 they'll have time stamping as a feature, but
Yeah.
they'll come up with some crazy name for it.
Yeah.
My phone does a great trick. The fucking video option disappears from the fucking. When I go to take a video, sometimes the great Danton. When I go to turn it, and it just, there's no option.
Look, details.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
And I took a picture of the bowl of Lucky Charms that I had to eat.
Oh.
Did you eat one yesterday?
At 12 p.m., see?
Oh,
it pops
man.
up on the Samsung, gives you, I was weak yesterday.
12 p.m.? That's not as bad. It's not like you did it at 12 in the morning.
No, but I came home and I just...
Hello, Lucky Charms.
At least we have text message timestamps now.
Yes.
That's great.
Well, you know, we don't have in the iPhone now is when you want to delete. I send text to
I
myself
noticed that.
with material ideas all the time and notes, and then I go through and I edit and I delete them so it stays current. Because I always send myself. And now you can't do that. So
Why?
I don't know.
I
It's
noticed
so dumb.
And it's harder to make a call from a text. It used to be the call button was in your text, so I would be texting you and want to call you. Now you have to hit contacts, call, and then voice call. It's a 3-step fucking process. What
Yes,
are
I
you
don't
doing?
like that.
Why are they adding steps?
Exactly. I noticed that too. It's like, what the fuck is this? I gotta keep going.
By the way, can I just make sure everyone knows that Sal has decided we were done with him?
Segment over.
He's like skulked out of here.
It just left.
That's right.
He just decided to leave.
That's the type of person we're dealing with.
That's right.
He didn't hear a word we said.
No.
It's too bad.
Oh boy. Oh boy. He's coming back.
He's coming back. All right, good.
I still support your
Where'd you go?
your Coke float theory, by the way. So,
Yeah.
I was just stepping out for, like, I don't know, I thought you guys didn't want to talk to me anymore.
Oh jeez.
Just stepping out. Thought it was break time.
Who's taking phone calls?
Really,
right
I thought it was breakfast time.
now? Who's on the phones right now?
And I remember one of Sal's selling points. Oh, sorry. I remember one of Sal's selling points when you were first as an intern here.
Blowjobs?
Yes, really. He had G/R, which meant give and receive, and I'm like, how do you pass that? But no, it was you were giving the other interns crap because they were not good workers. And I remember. I forget who the interns were at the time, but you really.
We always forget. Yeah.
But you were all over them for being. And I'm not saying you're an awful worker or a bad worker, but you want to do something. You don't just want to be fucking an unnameable or unmemorable guy on the staff because when jobs get cut, you want to be the one that they go, fuck, we got to move. You know, because you want to be on air, don't you? Or do you want to be in a producer or a producer's position?
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
like, but you don't just want to be where you are. You want to some forward motion,
Advance.
Yeah, advance.
Well, that ain't happening.
You don't think so?
Oh
No.
man.
No.
It's lateral Sal.
What exactly is it you do here?
Yeah, you don't want to be in that position with a guy like Tim. I mean, not that Tim is a fucking tyrant,
But he's actually paying attention.
and he's
He'll
been around
pay
for
attention.
a long time. He's
Yeah.
been around a long time.
He'll pay attention.
And Tim barrel talks. Every time I talk to Tim, the first thing I say is, "Excuse me for interrupting." I just find this Tim will
he
fucking
will
roll
just
over you, man.
roll. Yep.
Yeah, and you don't want that to be in a negative.
Oh my God, I can only imagine how fucking
He's
shitty
fired
that
people
is.
before.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just part of his job. He knows how to fire people.
Gary and Bladder were kind of thrust onto this show.
Yeah, I don't think Gary ever wanted it. So
No, it's not. He's more of a music guy, and whatever. This is
to be fair, I don't think he really ever wanted it. I mean, we beat him up pretty good,
Yeah.
obviously, but
Tim,
in the end, he's very happy he's not part of this anymore.
Tim's a guy
and we've had
who's-
nice conversations since, by the way.
Yeah, it's easier. There's no more pressure. It's like,
No, we were talking about Metallica the other day, just like, wasn't that great? Yeah, it was wonderful.
But Sabian's a guy who wanted this, and he's a guy who does this. This is what he does, and it's like I'm not overselling Tim. I'm telling you,
he ain't gonna put up with shit.
And
he'll be nice about it, but he's not gonna put up with shit.
Yeah, but he can also be a motherfucker. I mean, he can
That's
also
what
be
I'm
very
saying.
harsh. I remember from YSP, it's like, the station did well because he fucking He knew what he was doing.
He's a hammer.
I can't wait till tomorrow, bright and early. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning. Yeah, they're going to be here.
You're going to walk in, fucking Sal's going to have like a nice rag. He's going to be polishing the chair. Sit down, boss.
I'm telling you, Sal, if you've heard anything, do it for yourself. Should work really hard for yourself.
Like that production piece you did, which was awful, and we made
Which
fun
one?
of it. It was about Roland, I think.
Oh.
What is it?
Get the panda angry!
Panda.
No, is that a lion? Oh, it's still going.
Panda.
That was a panda?
Yeah, angry.
But even though that was fairly disastrous and showed tremendously low ability level, it is memorable. And it was your thing. So you should be doing that constantly. Like making production. It's like part of fucking like, you know, I flop. If I go to get a picture of somebody, whatever, and I don't get it. I can either fucking slink away and not ask people or fucking own it and make fun of. You should do the same shit. You should be doing more production. And if it stinks, we will absolutely play it. Don't make it bad on purpose, because that will be obvious.
Yeah.
But if it's funny, it's funny. And if it's lousy, you use it. But you should be fucking just constantly doing stuff like that.
Like when me and Steve started doing The Inventor and Epstein.
Oh, of
and
course.
you guys destroyed
Classics.
it.
Yeah.
And then we immediately went into the studio to record like 5 more.
Classics.
I fucking love those stupid things.
Yeah.
They
For a
grew
while.
on you.
The office mandate was if you come up with something in the office, you have to make it a production piece.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So anytime I would be silly in the office, I would be forced into a production studio to do characters.
Do it.
But
Do it
that's what you
character.
do. Yeah, that's what you do. It's like, and if it's shitty, there's going to be something that gets that. There's going to be something mineable in it or funny in it.
It's better to get shit upon for doing bad work than it is for not
Showing up.
For not doing any work or for blending in and just being one of the.
None of you liked the Ramon bit the first time it.
No.
Really?
Yeah, all 3 of you were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Probably, yeah.
You're like, this makes no sense.
I miss Ramon.
Yeah.
Ramon.
And in fairness, it was a mediocre bit.
Stupid.
It made no sense.
No,
But then it grew on us.
it did.
We're not talking about Jimmy doing Ramon, by the
No.
way.
Steve doing Ramon.
Right.
Yeah, Steve.
Ramon.
Yeah, Ramon. Just idiocy. It was utter idiocy.
Wipe the shit from my shoes.
No context to it.
Right. None.
Yeah, but Steve could be creative when he was in that right mindset and a production. Steve was a good production guy.
He was
man.
very creative.
Steve had no fear of failing.
No.
Because he enjoyed his characters so much that he didn't care if you liked
Steve
him or
loved
not.
it. Yep.
Exactly. He was having a good time with it. Like it.
And that's what you got to find, man. That's what you guys should be doing behind the scenes all the time, because that's the stuff that's memorable. Even if it's really funny, it's going to last, and if it stinks, we'll get stuff out of it.
Of course.
And we'll mock it. And you stand there. It would rather be in the barrel for putting in a piece of shit production that we can goof on than for, like, where the fuck were you? You're not here, you know.
I'm just thinking about Steve and his production now. I can't tell you how many times I was in that production booth and he wanted me to do something and he's just giggling like an idiot. And I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna work. And he's just the happiest person with what he's come up with.
No, this is great. Do it.
Well, that bit about the you're in my fucking house. That bit stunk.
With Wild Bill, right?
It's a terrible bit.
Yeah.
It's hideous. It's poorly written. It means nothing. It was dumb. But there was something very funny in it, and we found something funny in it.
Because you're in my fucking house.
Oh, it was abysmal.
Yeah.
A dreadful radio bit.
You didn't like it?
No, it was terrible.
Well, now we got to play that bit.
We certainly
have
do.
that laying around.
Yeah, we should have that in Gillette.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, I guess that's it. The beginning of the show. You know.
Like, do you guys have any? Like, do we have any? Like, what stuff? We have Rich Little in studio today.
Ooh.
Who's a fucking legend in my generation? We know him. Do we have any of his stuff pulled? Like anything from Rich Little's moments or like little stuff like that? Not that we would absolutely use him, but you know. And we have Michael Shannon from Boardwalk Empire. Like, do we have any like little momentary cool clips of him? The guy's a fucking
Just going with the
brilliant
Rich
actor.
Little. I mean, we should have had something prepared that we could play in a break right here.
Yeah, just
going,
like-
hey, Rich Little's coming in and he did this once.
Yeah, here's him doing this on Carson. He
Right.
probably did fucking 100 Carsons.
Yeah, like 20-something Carson's. I looked it up.
Oh, I was off by 80, but you know what I mean.
No, it's like a.
But we can't have
really
those.
high number.
We can't have those discussions if half the staff is showing up at 5:50.
Yeah. Like, you want to make yourself indispensable where if, like, you're not here and that stuff doesn't get done, we notice. Why isn't that fucking... How come we don't have this stuff that we
or just
normally
take it
have?
upon yourself. Go, you know what? I know Rich Little's coming in. I don't know. I
Right.
did some research. I saw some YouTube clips you might be interested in. Here it is, just in case.
Yeah.
Boom, done.
Oh, what's he doing? Oh, it's Johnny Cash.
Let me hear him doing Johnny Cash.
Rich Little as Johnny Cash.
Yeah, I mean, time hasn't been kind to Rich Little.
Well, you know, it's been a long run.
But I mean, at the time, everyone thought he was amazing, and then you look back and you realize maybe the impressions weren't that great.
Well,
could you start from the beginning? Sorry.
Yeah.
Rich Little, who's coming in today, doing Johnny Cash. Let's see how good this is.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You all know how I feel about trains, those great iron horses that brought this nation together on gleaming ribbons of steel. The length and
That's
breadth
fucking
of
good.
America,
That's pretty damn good.
billowing
Yeah.
smoke,
Just shut my
pistons
fucking
pounding,
mouth.
pulling cargo from Maine to California. From Michigan
It's really
to
weird when an
Louisiana,
impressionist, if we find one bad one they do, that's the one that sticks in the mind.
I know.
This is good.
Hey, looky yonder, coming down that railroad track.
Oh, it's wacky. Wacky video.
Yeah, they're showing trains crashing.
Orange Blossom Special, bringing my baby back.
Holy shit.
That's not bad.
Good.
Damn.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Fuck.
Pretty damn good.
Oh.
Food's coming down the hall, so why don't we take a break?
Oh, yeah.
We got a
can do
really
that.
busy show today.
A lot of people. What do we got?
UFC middleweight champ Chris Weidman.
Fuck yeah, he's from Long Island.
Long Island guy, man.
Long Island guy doing Made Good. We like that. We like that a lot.
And Michael Shannon, who's in Boardwalk Empire. And,
Right.
who does he? What's he plays the guy who was the cop at one point, and then he's fucking great. And he
He's
was in that Ray
amazing.
Liotta movie. He played
Yes, he was the Iceman.
the Iceman. He played the Iceman.
Right.
See, I'm really looking forward to him coming in studio because I want to see if he's like out of his mind.
If he's
Because
crazy,
he's so crazy on Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah, and he was crazy in Iceman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He might just be crazy.
might be crazy.
He's really good, man.
Maybe he's not really acting that much.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the new Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Neil
He's
before.
crazy like that guy from No Country for Old Men. Crazy.
Javier Bardem.
Yeah. You look at him and you'd be like, this guy's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, you put a little Hansel haircut on that guy.
Yeah.
He is nuts.
Oh wow! They said he's going to play possibly. We'll ask him this. Elvis Presley, in a movie about the meeting that Elvis had with Richard Nixon in 1970.
Gonna do a whole movie about the meeting?
It's going to be very short. It's going to be a lot about driving. Like Elvis gets traffic.
Make a left right here.
And also, podcast number 20 is up today. The Opie and
Yeah.
Anthony podcast, a new episode every Wednesday. This week, it's Stalker Patty getting high.
Yeah, this was a good one because instead of going like a best of Stalker Patty, we wanted to go with this because it's nice and long. But Joe Rogan's in for it.
Nice.
I think it's one of Ari Shafir's first appearances.
Nice.
Oh.
Didn't Ari show his ball
He showed
bag?
his dick.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Right.
he
I
pulled his
recall.
dick out of his pants, and we all pretended we couldn't see it. We gave Patty a breath strip.
Right.
And Rogan looked at her like, you know that there's marijuana on that, right? That's
Oh.
a THC strip. And she
Right.
started freaking out.
She freaked out, yes.
And she really thought she was high. She
Yes.
was not high, obviously.
No, just
God, I do
Listerine.
remember that.
I
yeah.
don't like this. Yeah.
A lot of our podcasts featured Joe Rogan in the end, indirectly.
Yeah.
Did a lot of great radio with us.
Baby Bird was Rogan.
A lot of shit,
part of
man.
that.
So Rogan's on this one as well. Podcast number 20. Go to our Facebook page, Opie and Anthony. There should be a link there, and you should know how to get it by now, hopefully. And spread the word, because like I say every week, there are people out there that just can't afford SiriusXM anymore, unfortunately. So this is a good way for them to kind of, still be able to listen.
Yeah.
At least, right?
Yes.
All right.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents a Wild Bill production.
Due to the massive critical acclaim and commercial success of The Than and Sam Show, XM202 is proud to present a new Opie and Anthony spin-off, a program that will surely take the radio world by storm, announcing Steve C. and his best friend Bill. Starring Opie and Anthony's own Steve C. and his best friend forever, Bill the Intern, who is sensible, articulate, and certainly not crazy.
Hello? Anyone home? Hello? Hiya, Steve. Swell condo.
What are you doing in my house?
Why are you pissed off? What's your fucking problem?
What's my problem? You're in my fucking house.
The door was open. I thought your wife was gonna cook us a nice organic dinner.
Honey, is there a problem?
No, nothing's wrong. Just stay in the living room. I'll handle it. Bill, get the fuck out now.
I can't leave.
Why not?
My parents just died, and you're my legal guardian.
That's terrible. I'm sorry. How'd your parents die?
In their sleep?
Bill again!
The Opie and Anthony show continues in moments.
Ready?
On action.
Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it in you?
That's great.
Wait, no.
Gatorade.
I gotta hear.
Is it in you?
Right. Ready? Is it in you? Ready? Gatorade, is it in you? No. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it? Gatorade, is it in you? Nope. One more time.
Try the last way you just said it, just conversational. Gatorade, is it in you?
All right, ready? Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, Gatorade, is it in you? Okay, ready? Gatorade, is it in you? No, don't like that. Gatorade, is it in you? Okay. Gatorade, is it in you? There it is.
You did a couple great ones.
Serious accents. The Opie and Anthony show.
Old Jordan, because 12 years ago, he announced that he was coming back to basketball.
Oh.
And Miley Cyrus wearing the 23.
You know,
that latest video of hers.
Me and Opie were watching a little of that this morning.
Wow.
And I want to not like her. I want to not like the way she looks. I want to make fun of her with the twerking shit from the MTV Awards. But then she's in that fucking video. She looks smoking.
She's kicking Lady Gaga and Katy Perry's ass as far as attention goes. She knows exactly what she's doing. Mm-hmm. And all these talking heads on TV thinking she's got issues, but no, I think she kind of knows what she's
Justin
doing.
Bieber in the face, though. That's the creepiest part.
No, she's starting to look
Bieber with makeup.
Yeah, she's starting to look like a lady boy.
A lady boy.
I think she's going for like a weird lady boy look.
Yeah.
And I think, you can feel okay about that because that says more to the femininity of Justin Bieber than it does.
Exactly. The masculinity.
Yo, Bieber looks
Miley.
tougher these days with those tattoos. Let's not forget. And he's got a little mustache going. He knows what he's doing.
He wears his pants down below his ass.
It's almost precedent.
What song is she rapping in?
Miley Cyrus?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Where she's wearing the 23.
Is it new?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's very new.
It's extremely new. I think it hit yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It's fucking pretty hot.
It's very hot.
What's the new Miley Cyrus song? Come on.
Wrecking Ball.
No, not that one. The one.
This isn't her song.
Oh, I know. It's somebody else's song,
she's
but
doing
she's in the video.
Doing a little rap for somebody else. Anybody?
No, I think
Anyone?
I got it.
It just hit
you got
today or yesterday.
Oh.
I've been running these meetings for quite a while, and you're just sort of in the background. I think you know what I'm talking about here.
Oh.
Jim, listen, I got to call you back. These kids. All right.
Ugh, God.
Great actor.
I hate this shit. Just get to the song.
Come on. It's
little story.
Drama.
Yeah, who is it?
I saw Miley's eyes.
Whose video is this, Sam?
Well, it's yeah, Mike Will Made It, and it's featuring Miley Cyrus and Juicy J and Wiz Khalifa. I don't know why Mike Will Made It, but I know Juicy J and Wiz, obviously.
She's fucking hot.
Yeah, she is.
Miley Cyrus?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. She looks like Dolph Lundgren now. But I still fuck her.
She just shouldn't have worn those plastic fucking bottoms. Or latex, whatever the hell
all
it
that
was.
attention.
Man, fresh, man.
Miley Cyrus is kind of what's up right now.
Yeah, that was a great move.
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ!
She's in these little shorts and
her little Chicago Bulls outfit.
Top.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, the shoes. She's very sexy. I'd kiss her bottom.
You would? What part?
Where the shit comes out.
She's rapping. Look out. Oh, shut up. Keep your mouth shut unless you're fucking got a cock going in it.
Exactly.
I hate the wigger speak. I know, like, it's hard to do rap unless you are doing the wigger speak, but it's so annoying.
Just do the chorus.
What? What happened? I haven't heard a word.
It's all.
Yeah.
She's fucking hot in this.
She does look really good in this video.
My
Yeah,
God.
totally.
All right, we're just watching shit now.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wiz
God.
Khalifa and who else?
Just put that on the
GCJ.
Facebook page. Because that just hit, I guess, overnight or yesterday or something.
Yeah.
She's helping out this dude. She's
Yeah, I
rapping
saw
a
that.
little bit, and she's in this really ridiculous, skimpy 23.
Oh, it's very small
Chicago
what she's
Bulls uniform.
Barely any material. Crazy.
Um,
How about that?
You know the whole Sal thing?
Sale?
There's a story in the paper.
About sale?
Well, no, I know where all this shit is coming from. Where we got to protect everybody, and we don't want anyone to be sad or bullied or called names.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why these kids are growing up like this.
Mm-hmm.
I truly believe.
Absolutely.
Because they're never told anything negative. When we were told negative shit growing up, we're like, oh, fuck, we got to change our fucking tune.
Yeah.
We got to figure some shit out.
Now it's all positive reinforcement.
They're scared to be negative toward a kid.
Any negativity they want to keep away, and that's part of life. You're going to just fucking take all of his weaponry away.
I don't understand it because, when you get into the workforce, it's not going to be the same shit.
Oh, yeah.
And so these kids are going to be completely surprised, like, what the fuck is happening?
And then
they're not going to know any better.
Something like today happens, and they feel like their pants are around their ankles, and they have no idea because they're not used to being taught that way.
Well, today's little story, they're trying to get a mercy rule going as far as, kids playing football. Now, here's the mercy rule. $200 fine in California Youth Football League. It's bringing protests because I've already learned in my just only a couple weeks having a kid in school that it absolutely is the minority that wants this shit to go down.
Uh-huh.
But for some reason, the majority's voice is not being heard.
Well,
so they
usually
continue
the way.
to listen to the minority. At least one parent in the California Youth Football League is throwing a flag at the new enforcement of a $200 fine and possible suspension of any coach who allows his team to win a game by 35 points or more.
That's fucking ridiculous.
I played sports growing up. You got your ass kicked sometimes, yeah.
Yes.
And it was kind of a bummer.
To take a tough loss.
But if you really took that sport seriously, it made you try harder. Right. Or it also made you go, you know what? I don't
Maybe
really
this ain't for me.
I don't really want to fucking play football. I'm going to try to find something that I'm good at.
And it's going to affect how these guys coach games. Or let's say you go up to 28-0 in the first quarter, which can happen. One turnover and 3 touchdowns. What are you supposed to do now? Not play for 3 more fucking quarters?
Right. What if somebody fumbles like right there by your goal line and the guy picks it up and he's like, I can't run in?
Right, what do you do? Exactly.
I'm just going to fucking stand here.
Well, I told you an old story. My nephew was playing a lot of football, and at a very young age, if they were up by a certain amount of points in this league out east, they had to sit the defense. So now you got kids that aren't trying as hard when they're in the game because if they do so well, the penalty is that they have to sit.
That's fucking ridiculous.
So then, of course, you're going to get kids going, well, fuck, I guess we got to let them score here because I don't want to just sit now for doing my job well on the football field. Kelly McHugh, whose 13-year-old son is a kicker for the Sutter Huskies, said the risk of fines has hurt the teenage players' development. Yeah, of course, because they're afraid their coaches are going to get suspended and they're not going to have a coach to come out here and play football.
Who thought that rule up? It's ridiculous.
One stupid parent because their kid went home sad.
The kid sucks.
That's how it happens. Because the parent doesn't know how to handle a sad kid.
And we've said it before. It's like you just got to teach somebody that losing is not a big deal. Like, that's the important thing. You got your ass kicked.
Right.
Here's why it's not a big deal. It's only a game. Like, you lost. It's okay. Teach people to fucking lose with some dignity and how it doesn't really matter. And that prepares you for fucking life.
At work now, doesn't the boss come around to everybody's like presentation on something that they're supposed to do in the office and say that they're all very good?
No.
And not pick just one, maybe?
No.
And, oh, really?
No.
That doesn't happen?
It does not, Anthony.
It's a bag. It's a bag.
It translates to one employee kicking ass. All right, we got to slow him fucking down and bring up everybody else. Of course that's not going to happen in the workplace.
So he's going to be like, so what happened?
You're not doing these kids any favors.
Yeah.
The world is fucking tough. It's a tough place.
They don't care.
So you prepare
how tough
them for the
world
tough
is.
place by bringing them up as wimps.
Yeah. The preparation for life is not very good these days. Boy.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you got one of these stories almost every day now.
They should take the curve off, too, though. Because in fairness, academically, we all got like that little curve.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the same thing as don't run up the score. You know, like they should take that out, too. It's like if you get a 7, you get a 7. If you get a 93, you get a 93.
Yeah.
Florentine was just talking about this as well, and in the NFL, coaches get fucking pissed off because they want to continue running their offense because it's early in the season. But the other coach thinks, oh, you're just running up the score on my team, and they get mad.
No, I'm playing. How about you fucking do the same, motherfuckers?
Right, because it's still early. I'm trying to figure out some offense shit here. But they're not allowed to, so that you see that even in NFL games. What, those guys can't handle it?
It's not my problem. Your team stinks.
Right.
They should bring a picture of Frank Reich from the fucking Buffalo Bills to
Frank
these
was
meetings.
better?
Do you
Greatest comeback in NFL history.
And it's rare that happens, but it does
Against the
happen.
Houston Oilers.
Weren't they down 35-0?
Something like that. Yeah, a lot of people get confused and think it was Jim Kelly because he was the starting quarterback back then when they hear about the greatest comeback in NFL history. And it was Frank Reich, the backup.
Reich.
Came back from, I think it might have been even more than 35. I'm not sure. The North California Federation Youth League told the station that the rules were toughened because last year alone there were 30 instances in which the mercy rule was violated.
Violated? Who cares?
You have violated the mercy rule.
Plus, I guess we forgot that ice cream cures everything, too.
Right.
You get a sad kid, you talk to him for a few minutes, and you give him a little tussle, and go, let's get an ice cream cone.
Watched the Bad News Bears, and once they were at the pizza place, they didn't give a shit that they got their asses kicked on the field.
Here we go. Phones are lit.
Oh.
Because everyone's dealing with
Sal
this.
taking the calls? Sure hope so.
Kevin in Illinois. Everyone deals with this shit. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm a coach for a junior football tackle team, 7th graders. My son's on the team.
Sure.
And we played a game.
By the way, I got to interrupt you. You sound like a football coach. You got that cadence,
Hey.
My son plays.
You know what? Because this really pisses me off. It's bullshit.
Right.
We were up. They kicked off to us. Our kid returned it for a touchdown. Opening drive. Right there. Touchdown. We kick off to them. They come out, bring their offense off. The first throw the quarterback does right to the same kid who scored a touchdown for us, intercepts the ball, right back down for a touchdown. First 30 seconds, we're up 14-0.
Right.
The coaches started bitching immediately on the other team, and our board even came down on us and said, hey, you guys got to stop this. Really? Because the coach over there, 2 fluke plays that we run 2 touchdowns back, and they bitch about it? Come on. This is getting ridiculous. And it's not just our team. It's other teams in our organization.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, in the story it says, one of the coaches says, it's difficult to tell a player not to give it 100%. This is what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
But he said it is the price to pay for an opposing player not being demoralized. No, it's not.
Right. Sometimes you'll be demoralized in life.
That's what you learn. That's the lesson in sports is if you feel like you've lost, you shouldn't be demoralized.
Uh-huh.
And if you are temporarily, here's what you do. You get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, find something else you
prioritize,
do.
not that important.
Well. Finally found something you do well.
You think the China people are doing this shit?
No.
Of course not.
Well,
and I've been saying it for years. The Chinese are coming.
Oh, man.
The world is extremely competitive, and it's becoming very small. So I guess we got to raise our kids to be fucking wimps because that's how they're going to compete in the future.
It's just gearing up this country to be even worse than it is now with these fucking pussies.
And you know what? When I was playing sports, it was a lot easier to sleep at night when you got your ass kicked. You know, when you got destroyed, you slept very well. It was when you lost those very close games that kept you up at night.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Then on the Friday night, the high school football game, the high school my kids are going to go into, they won the game 50-0.
Yeah.
And
it happens.
I go back to our board and I say, look, I got a 7th grader, and you're bitching at us for being up 14 points in the first 30 seconds. Well, what the high school doing? We were kicking their ass 50-0. Did they pull anybody out? Did they change who plays where?
Well, according to this article, they're saying most high school programs have a mercy rule. It's up there. One, I just threw the article away, but one, it's like 45 points, I think, if you're up 45 points.
I saw 35 points was one of them. I think the California one was 35 points, which is absolute bullshit.
I think it should be 3 points. You can only win by a safety.
But Kevin, I've changed my tune because for a while there, I really thought that parents were getting soft. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with parents?
Yeah.
And now that I'm in it just a little bit right now, I've already noticed that it absolutely is the minority, and most of the parents are like, what the fuck are you doing?
Just one fucking or two idiots.
All right.
Yeah.
I've been on shitty teams. I've been on really good teams. It kind of, in a weird way, it balances out in the end if you really, decide you want to play sports.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it boils down to.
If you enter that arena, you're gonna get whatever. I just fucking Jesus. But why I repeat it though? It's so frustrating. It just doesn't seem to be the right thing to do.
There's no stopping it. I don't know.
I asked my brother, I'm like, why are they coming off the field? Oh, well, you see, the team's up by too much, so now we can't play our defense until they catch up. I'm like, what? What?
It doesn't make any sense.
So then my poor nephew, who at the time was a pretty good football player, he's moved on to a couple other sports because I think he doesn't want to have concussions by the time he's concussion problems by the time he's 15. He had to sit there and wait, and then the other team absolutely did catch up, and then they were able to bring their real defense back in.
How is that showing which team is the better team and the better players? And I don't know. Well, I don't know. It just seems counterproductive to everything.
Let's say hi to Ben in North Carolina. Ben.
Morning, boys.
Hey, man.
Yep.
Hey, I'm in North Carolina. My son's school has got a first-year high school varsity team, and we've taken some pretty bad beatings already. But they have a rule here that if the score is more than 35 points, they play a running clock. The only time the clock will stop is if somebody calls a timeout. So an incomplete pass or a play out of bounds, the clock will continue to run.
They just get it over with.
They're just trying to get over it fast.
Exactly. They still play the 4 quarters of football, but because the score is so out of hand, they just let the clock run continuously.
I don't like it, but it's not as bad as the other fucking.
It's not as bad.
It's not as bad. At least you get to fucking continue, with your starting lineup if you feel like it.
Well, a couple of weeks ago we were down 42-6 at the end of the first quarter.
Right.
You want that over and done with. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to sit there and watch them beat up on you for another 3 quarters. So.
Yeah, but your field goal kicker must have been happy because he did well. Unless he's the asshole that missed, and that's why it was 6.
Yeah, they missed a 2-point conversion.
Oh, okay.
They were trying to catch up down 42-0. They went for 2.
I was a scrub on one basketball team. And I always sat there on the bench hoping they ran up the score because that meant I was finally going to come in.
Going to get in?
Yes.
They'll take all their other players out?
Yeah. And then,
the B team.
The ass beating would continue, but at least I felt like I was part of the team.
You're out there. Going to make the big comeback.
I started rooting for the other team after a while. Like, okay, another few points. I know I'm getting the
call. All right, boys. Thank you.
All right, man.
I was thinking of this recently, what we're talking about right now, and I tried to look at the other side. I'm like, is there anything, again, I have no kid, is there anything to be said for, like what we're saying is like you have to teach someone how to lose. But then is there anything on the other side which says that the more important thing is not, it's like, who cares if you're better at this than the other guys are? The more important thing is everybody kind of taking care of each other. And it was just a thought I had.
I think you can learn that and teach that like earlier in their age, at home and like really like preschool and kindergarten. I think by the time you're playing football, I think a kid understands that, you know, you're going to lose some things. You're not going to get everything you want. You can't cry about that. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. Is there something to that? But I think that information's imparted to kids earlier than when they're before they start playing
Comes
football.
down to this, man. Parenting is a motherfucker.
Oh,
I'm in it.
Is that a new book out there?
I would have that. I would fucking put it out there.
You should.
And if I need the asterisk, I'll go with it. I don't care. But
Do you know how many that would sell, dude? That's an amazing title.
Motherfucker.
Good title.
Parenting is a motherfucker.
It's not easy. It's a really hard job. And a lot of people have, you know, decide to tap out because it is too hard. So then they expect the community and the school and everything else to do these type of things because they don't want to deal with it. They just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't know how bad it was. Like to where they gotta
it might be
come up with these new wacky things.
Maybe because, you know, when we were growing up, you didn't have both parents working. I don't know. So maybe that helped a little bit. Who knows? I don't know where this started. I have no idea.
That might be part of it.
You know, but
they want the schools to do more of their fucking jobs because both parents are working.
Like my kid started school. He's like 2 weeks in, and you know, there's something called separation. So the parents kind of stay in the classroom until they feel like their kid's ready, so you could leave. So you sit there and you watch, and to see your kid like trying to like socialize with other kids and they won't have it yet, it fucking breaks your heart. And then you go home with a kid, and even though he's only 3, I already am having these little discussions with him. You know, it's tough. I know it's tough. You know, but I think other parents see that and go, well, fuck, I demand that you make that kid play with my kid. You know, it'll happen eventually. And actually, now that we're a couple weeks in, it is starting to happen. But at first, it was like, holy fuck. I saw him in the gym just trying to, like, socialize with kids, and a kid dropped the ball. So he got all excited, picked up the ball, and handed it back to this one kid thinking in his 3-year-old mind, here's my moment. Maybe I can make a new friend or at least play a little bit. Kid yanks the ball out of his hand and runs away, and my heart just sinks.
Oh, what an asshole!
But you know,
fuckwad.
But I understood it, but it still hurts because it's your kid. And my kid, to his credit, he had a smile on his face, and he goes on to the next thing, you know. And then a little girl dropped her dumb stuffed animal because she has to go to school with a stuffed animal, and he handed it back to her, and the same thing, yanking it out of his hand.
What would have been great is if you yelled at your son in front of everybody and said, "Never pick up the ball for a Jew." Just give him a terrible life lesson.
Holy shit. That's so fucked up that they even have that thing where the parents are able to go there. Because I've told the story before with kindergarten when mommy dropped me off at kindergarten the first day. And Miss Mulder. It was Miss Mulder. She was from Holland, and she was the teacher. And she comes to the door of Cuba Hill Elementary School, and she takes my hand, and I start walking in the hallway, and I turn around like, "Hey, Mom," and she's like,
gone,
walking to the car.
Yeah.
I fucking let out like the blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" And Ms. Mulder is trying to like hold me back, and Mom just went. She said, she knew I was going to be a fucking disaster. Old pissy eyes started early.
See, Ant's not a good example for what we're saying, though, because like you turned out brilliantly funny, but let's be honest, not exactly the example of emotional. Like,
all right, I'm a little busted.
You look at your 3-year-old son. Do you look at Anthony and go, "This is where I want him to be emotionally"?
I cried my first day too, and my mom had to come and get me. Yeah. So they came up with this thing called separation, so they give you a little time. Like, Now, I mean, to the credit of all the parents and the kids in this particular classroom, we're all gone now.
They ease you into it, huh?
Now it's like
ease the kids into
so long, and they're good, but you're not sure too about it. But
is it working? All of this stuff that they're trying, like every generation, we get progressively a little softer, and I'm not saying that's even bad.
I don't know. It goes back to like, you know, every generation really believes they're the generation,
right?
And every other generation just sucks a dick,
right?
It's in a lyric too. Oh fuck! Whatever. I'll come up with it.
Meanwhile, none of us are Vikings.
No.
The quote is, "Every generation wants to be the last generation,"
right?
Because they think, you know, they got it all figured out.
Yeah.
Andy in Boston, listen to this one.
Andy.
Go ahead, Andy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I was a coach of a 8-year-old soccer team. Sorry.
Me too.
I'm a lucky guy, aren't I? I was a coach for about 5 years for a local youth league. We finished the game one day, and one of the kids asked me if we had won or we had lost.
Yeah, because the kids don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
Because they can't even like bury that shit.
So I told one of the kids that we had lost and told him the score and said, we'll get him next week. I got a call later on that afternoon from the commissioner of the league saying that my services were no longer required. And this was in a league that was short of coaches in the first place, and they had begged me to come back. So I pretty much told them to pound sand that,
Hey, easy.
8-year-olds can't handle winning and losing.
Pound sand. I hope you
What
didn't
were you
get to-
supposed to tell the kid? Like, hey, did we win or lose? What were you supposed to say?
I think that it was going on as you played your best, and it was a tie.
Oh,
But,
well,
some of the kids there knew that
wait,
they were getting their butts handed to them.
Yeah.
So.
Andy, are you in one of those leagues where they don't keep score? That's in quotations, obviously, because everyone else is.
That was one of the things that they kind of told you to do, but
Yeah, there's leagues now, they don't keep score, but of course the parents are.
Yeah, the parents know.
Because they come from a place where it did matter what the score was. And then the kids get a little confused because they're not really paying that close attention. So
yeah, this is one of the leagues where all the kids get to play, so you have about 25 kids on each team, and some are picking their nose in the corner while other ones are running around.
Someone's spinning around in the outfield.
Yeah. Jimmy, what are you, a ballerina?
Oh.
No, I'm not.
Good moment.
Good comeback.
Good moment.
You know what? I'm suddenly for all this.
Thanks, Andy. But imagine a kid doing that today. The coach.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
He's not allowed to say, "Are you a ballerina?"
Sexually shaming him.
Right. Let me go to Ryan, who's a drill sergeant in Georgia. Ryan.
Hey, guys.
Hey, can we send Sal and Erock down to you for a nice week of drill sergeant?
If he needs to lose a couple pounds, I can burn it off of him. Hey, real quick though, with this, I've kind of conducted my own social experiment on this, and I've seen a lot of kids come through. Obviously, this newer generation, and I got to tell you, you guys couldn't be more right on. I see about 10% of them that got beat up by their parent, or their parents beat them when they were kids. That spanked them on the butt or smacked them in the face. Those kids have really, those kids can deal with anything. Charlie Sheen's idea of what a GI was, dealing with the rain, the muck, all the crap that you have to get beat up with in the military, those guys are the ones that make it in the military. These new kids, this Nintendo generation, and these kids that just want to play games and be fat and not do anything, those kids do not make it. And every single one I've seen, the ones that have failed have been the ones that were not beat by their parents, and the ones that made it were the ones that were beat by their parents.
He likes a good beating.
But see, he said Nintendo because he's so into what he's doing, he has no idea.
Doesn't even know. Right.
I understood what he was
That's
saying
fine.
there.
Of course. Of course.
I played GTA 5, so I'm
Oh,
right
okay.
with Ant on that one. That one rocks.
I just know in our stupid business that it's changed with the new kids coming up. Mm-hmm. And somewhere along, I think it was when we came back to satellite, there was a big difference. But certainly in the last 5 years or so. When I started in radio, I was sleep deprived because all us low-level guys would pretty much stay at the radio station 16 hours a day. and when people tapped out and finally went home to sleep, that was your break.
Yeah,
They finally needed you for something, but if we were all there, they're just like, they're picking a guy. So you would stay there as long as fucking possible. I used to just wander around, I used to go into everyone's office, see what they did, see if I could help, even if it was something I didn't want to do in the future. But I thought I thought that little relationship might lead to something, Mm-hmm. It finally got me to Brother Weeze. Brother Weeze didn't want anything to do with me at first, but I was a pain in the ass until he finally said, "All right, fuck."
I just look at it this way. I've been in the Army for 17 years now, and I've seen just a steady decline of soldiers and the way they act and what they do. I'm real happy to retire in 2 years.
All right. Can you give me some of that drill sergeant thing?
Hey, yeah, this is one of them. Hey, you got that?
Hey, you got that? I also saw a story about, I guess, Toys R Us is getting some shit these days for being gender specific. So they want to change it. You know how you go down the pink aisles for the girls' toys and the blue aisles for the boys' toys, and the bikes are separated by girls' bikes and boys' bikes? Someone's all up in arms about this. And
once again,
yes,
the minority.
Yes. And wants them to be gender unspecific, so that if you go to buy a bike, the boys' bikes and the girls' bikes are all in one spot. And the action figures will be with the girls' dolls and stuff. Erock, comment.
They have it in the UK. The stores don't have a boys section or a girls section.
Sure.
They're all mixed together.
They all did it.
Some parent group in the United States thought that was a good idea and have been filing this petition to get Toys R Us in the United States to do it. And Toys R Us is saying we don't promote boys and girls. They're just in sections by product.
It's easier to
It
shop
just
that
makes
way.
it easy.
It's
And then-
like, oh, you're looking for a girl's bike? Let's fucking...
And you know what's going to happen? Some little boy is going to go into the bike section. He's going to. This is what would have happened to me.
Yeah.
I would have accidentally bought a girl's bike, thinking it was just a bike,
And
I
now-
got my ass kicked.
Now you're getting beaten up.
All right. If we're talking about bikes, I've wondered about something.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we have the girl bike design?
Well, of course, yeah.
Because I mean, I think a girl's pussy could take a hit to the.
Yeah.
Could take a hit by that bar, right?
I don't think they were going for that way back in the old days when they designed
But shouldn't
that.
we have plenty of that, plenty of room?
You'd think. They just didn't want girls giving fucking snatch shots back in the day.
What do
Where
you
they
mean?
had to lift their leg when they're wearing a dress. And they had to lift their leg over that bar. They're giving fucking pussy
That's
shots.
why they came up with that?
That's exactly
No
why they came
way.
up. So a girl wouldn't have to
Do you know that
unladylike
for real?
lift. Yeah. It's absolutely. Wouldn't have to unladylike lift her leg
Oh,
over
right.
the
How do you-
bar.
how do you know that? Because he was around when it was invented.
He's drive by in my big front wheel and a little tiny back wheel bike.
He's the reason they had to change the design.
Yeah.
And fucking sitting there by the bike rack looking
Right.
for
Old Concho Peacock. Fucking sitting there looking at the girls.
I thought it was because the girls wouldn't be able to help themselves and they would have to rub their vaginas
rub
back
their
and forth
vaginas.
while they rode their bike.
Yeah, I guess because of the strength and construction and just that, the bar on top is better. It's just a better design for a bicycle. But for ladies, they had to sweep that down.
That's funny. I had
Get
no
a little
idea
leg in there.
until today.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, so they want to do that. And, like, if a girl wants to buy a Barbie doll, I want my Barbie. Why have them have to sort through, like, where the guys' stuff is and everything next to the G.I. Joes? No. You put it in the... And if you're a boy going into Toys R Us to buy something, you can eliminate half the fucking store. You won't have to go through it.
The problem is the kids see the toys on TV and they want these ones that cross genders, and the parents don't want to have to say, well, that's a girl's or that's a boy's. So if it's all gender neutral, like, hey, no one can say anything.
And there's groups, though, that don't want that to even be said, like, that's girls, that's boys. They want the child to be able to get a dolly if you're a boy, and it was a puppet, it wasn't a doll. and they want, you know, if a kid wants a pink bicycle, a boy wants a pink bike, he should be able to do that. We shouldn't put stereotypes about sex on kids at that age, because then they get older and they... Shut up! Blue bike for the boy!
What's the new generation called? Millennials?
Millennials, yeah.
Ooh. Is that real?
Yeah, millennials.
All right,
yeah.
we got one that wants to defend the rest of the millennials. Eric, go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, big fan of you guys. Just
Thanks.
I don't know exactly what you guys want from our generation. I don't know what you mean by they don't like to work hard and stuff.
How old are you, Eric, if you don't mind me asking?
23.
Okay.
I guess kind of like Ant's discussion yesterday. I'm not saying every single one of you are like this, but I feel like a lot more are than our generation, certainly.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, it sounds as if every generation says that about their generation.
Yeah, we said that too.
Yeah.
We absolutely said that.
It's true.
Times
So,
change,
I
you
just
see
wanted to
something.
say, I don't know. We work hard. I'm in my job right
Do
now.
you feel that people are around the same age as you, around you, are slacking? That you see a lot of people that are slacking?
Not so much slacking, just not knowing really what to do. It's almost as if, I don't know, we feel as if everything's not been handed to us, just everything's been set for us. And then when we get out there, they're like, all right, now you got to find your, like, when you're...
Cut your hair and get a job!
But see, that's the result of...
Now they don't even, like, show you how to, build your own resume or anything, or make relationships with people, get a job or anything like that.
But I think that's because of how you guys were brought up.
Yeah, that's
the point we're trying to make today. Because then when you get in the real world, it ain't the same rules.
Yeah, I guess I get that, but like I said,
it sounds like you. It sounds like you're aware. Sorry, it sounds like you're aware of it and you have figured out a workaround. But you're pretty much saying what we've been saying.
Yeah, I guess I am, but
But it's weird that when you look back at the other generations, like you look at the World War II generation that they call the greatest generation, and they were very hard workers. But you know what? Like, here's where we're better than them. They didn't understand anything about post-traumatic stress. They didn't understand anything about fucking, you can't scream at your kid while you're drinking and expect them to grow up emotionally healthy.
Hey.
But you know what I mean? They did a lot of shitty things that this generation and our generation is much fucking better at. So certain things suffer. But there are other things that come out that are, like, I think in a lot of ways we're a much better country now than we are we're then, because we do, like, back then discrimination against people and women, and it was just terrible. And it was okay to be discriminatory, and it was okay to fucking be like that, and now it's not. There's certain things that have balanced out, I think, that are better. Back then, they would just drink and smoke and scream at your kid. You could literally beat the dog shit out of your kid, and it was fine.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things we are better at.
I guess trying to find a balance would be nice.
Yeah, because it's kind of swung in reverse. It's kind of swung.
Only kids that get
Go ahead.
were the ones that were successful. Like, is that a bad thing that kids aren't getting beaten anymore? I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jimmy made that point.
That's the point.
It's trying to find that balance.
Yeah,
I think
because it's swung all the way in reverse, and the
Sam
reason
just say the pendulum has swung. Yes.
But the reason nobody knows what they want to do is because kids aren't really pushed to figure that out when they're coming up, because nobody wants to push you and see you fail at something. So if it's the same thing with sports. If there's a possibility of failing, we'll just let you pass by. Just keep sliding by until you get thrown out into the real world, and you're like, well, I don't know. I don't really want to do it, so I'm not going to. I don't.
Part of our progress, and it is weird, is we are becoming a gentler planet or whatever with the advanced technology.
Really?
Yeah,
see what happened in Kenya.
Oh yeah, excluding certain African malls. But it's a very slow.
Maybe you should say this another week or two when that starts fading away.
Yeah, that probably was a very bad week to make the point that we're gentle.
I'm sorry.
What's Muhammad's mother's name? I don't know.
Right. Sorry, Jimmy.
But I think that's the intent of what we're doing here. It's like it's just. With the technology and all this, it just seems like everything is becoming a little bit gentler. People are trying to, because we still have a tribal mentality, even though we're advanced and smart.
Yeah.
It's not as much about what it used to be, but it's still tribal. We still don't look at ourselves as a planetary unit, which Dr. Kaku says we probably need to do before we really advance into.
That's so out of the realm of fucking thinking about. Like, now you can't even imagine the world fucking thinking as one. Get at it.
But more now you can than you could 100 years ago, I'm sure.
We got a Generation X that wants to talk to the millennial.
Oh.
Okay.
Jen in Rhode Island, you're on with Eric in Baltimore.
Hi, I'm actually a Gen X, and I train millennials for my company on the management track. And
I have an X-Gen.
He made a comment, and I'm not attacking him in his comment, but to me, his comment was exactly the kind of thing I hear. He says, "No one taught us how to make a resume. No one taught us how to find a job." Well, no one taught me, but we figured it out.
You just found people. You found someone that did it. And they walked you through it.
Gen Xers, they got shit on too. They were called the exact same things millennials were called. Oh, the lost generation of fucking kids that don't know what the fuck they're doing. Same fucking shit.
And millennials will say that to their kids. Oh, you and your iris scans or whatever.
But Gen Xers entered a world after college where everybody was hiring everybody.
Well, there you go. That's kind of true.
And millennials are entering a world where nobody's hiring anybody.
But the economy hasn't always been great when people get out of college and hire,
And the jobs that these younger people now will be getting will all be in computer. We're just in it's a really weird fucking huge change that's been happening. Yeah.
Right. Come on, robots.
Enough with the robots. It's not good.
Love a robot.
Oh, I love robots. They rule.
The job I'm training them for, they get a company car, and it's just a sturdy. It's like a sturdy Acura.
What are they? They're limo drivers.
And I've had kids say, "Oh, I don't bring my company car out on the weekend. I don't want people to know that I drive that." I'm like, "What? You're given a car. You don't even need your own car." And they're too embarrassed. They're like, "Oh, I can't drive it. It's not cool enough."
Oh man.
I don't get that.
Eric, anything before we hang out?
I mean, we all figured it out too. I figured it out. I have a job right now, but I don't know. Like I said, I just don't like the oversweeping of millennials. They don't know what they're doing now, and all these stupid articles on the Wall Street Journal and stuff about how millennials don't feel like working, and it's always like the same. They always talk to like one or two hiring people who have to deal with them and say, "Oh, the kids coming out of college now don't know what they're doing."
I can only talk for our little thing here, and I see it. I really do see it with the millennials. They're very, very different. They're sitting around waiting to be told what to do, and they also have this entitlement that they just want things handed to them immediately.
It is the same thing that was probably said about the 60s, too. Like, I'm thinking this is the same thing that was said about the 60 generation. All they want to do is smoke pot and sit around, and now they turn into that.
We're probably sounding like our fucking fathers now. But
yeah.
Give me a few beers.
All right, Eric. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Damn.
Wow.
Fucking Gen Xers with their slobbo yelling.
Yeah.
Jesus.
His name ought to be Lato, right or wrong, gang?
Wrong.
Daughter's a race car driver. Kids do understand winning and losing. Okay, I'm sure.
Yeah, in some respects.
Scott.
Yes.
How fast could your daughter drive?
She goes 45 in a dragster, and she's 8 years old.
Aw.
45 miles an hour in a dragster at 8 years old?
Yep.
Holy shit. Are they already racing at that age?
Yes, that's when you start at 8 years old.
Get the fuck out of here. I didn't know this was going down.
Yeah, this is all across the country. Google junior dragsters, and you'll see what it is.
What's she going to be, a top-fueled dragster driver?
She follows them.
Oh,
she knows who Courtney Force is. But
yeah, she's pretty hot, right?
Yeah.
I saw somebody sent me a picture of her. What's that, John Force's daughter?
Yeah, she's got John Force's teeth, too.
Oh, God, okay.
Really?
Well, that's a little different.
Force teeth.
Wow, how do you know this, Ant?
I used to actually watch a lot of racing on the Nashville network back in the day.
Ooh.
American Sports Cavalcade.
Oh, she's not hot at all.
No?
Oh,
I saw a
boy.
good picture of her.
Well, the one we just saw was a bad angle.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh,
All
that's
right,
her?
See, that
well,
looks
she
good.
looks good there.
And for, who you see usually in dragsters.
The side shot was horrendous, but straight on, she looks...
I think
that's the same girl?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
I think posing and made up, she looks pretty good. Is that her?
That's her?
God,
All right. Holy fuck.
She's kind of naked in that. Wow, wait a minute. What the fuck? She's naked.
Does her ass look good, though?
I don't know.
Sam, I can't tell.
Get the picture bigger.
Isn't it said women still have to do that shit? Because you're not going to get a male race car driver naked to try to sell themselves.
All right. Well,
that's all right.
It's kind of sad.
My point is, in racing, there's a winner and a loser, especially in drag racing.
Right.
Every round, somebody's going home.
Yeah.
And the kids learn at an early age that you go shake hands with the person that just beat you. And they learn that there's a winner and a loser. And it's not just drag racing. You've got kart racing, you've got mini sprint racing, and all these kids are starting at 8 years old. Some stuff's at 7 years old.
Wow, that's fucked up.
So maybe the thing is to find one of these more unusual sports for your kid, because I think soccer is just evil. It's an evil sport. Mars?
Oh, absolutely.
Mars is gonna be like UFC.
No,
Get your 5-year-old punching each other in the face.
The problem is mostly with team sports, because I got my son in judo. We don't explain winning and losing. You just know that you lost.
Right.
You feel it.
Right.
So we don't have to say you lost. They just don't want to be pinned anymore. They don't want. So they'll come out and they'll come out stronger. So they understand winning and losing in those type of sports, like individual sports like that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell them they tied or won when you just got your ass handed to you.
Yeah,
Exactly. There's no way to fucking fake that shit.
Yeah.
Like Mars, who was fucking going 6 rounds with his mom when he was a kid. I mean,
wow!
But I'm saying that's a hard one to
bringing up bad memories.
Sorry, Mars.
Oh, Mars.
That's pretty brutal.
Mars got his jiu-jitsu shirt on.
Yeah, Mars is a fucking.
Yeah, mommy's not gonna fucking beat the shit out of him anymore, right, Mars?
I don't know, man. She's still got weapons.
All right, Scott. I had no
All right,
idea
have a good one,
8-year-olds
guys.
could fucking race dragsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Google junior dragsters.
I
You'll
will.
see that there's
And the top
shitload of kids doing it.
Sorry, the top speed is 45 miles an hour. That's the rule.
That's at 8 years old.
Right.
Once you're up to 16-year-olds, I think you can go 79 miles an hour.
Man, that's wild.
Meanwhile,
in an 8th mile.
All right, Scott. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Considering they're fucking pushing, what are top fuel dragsters doing these days? 300, something like that. It's crazy.
We could go for another hour easily.
330 now.
330 miles an hour.
330 they're doing.
Fuck yeah.
That's fucking insanity.
Fucking easy.
Yeah,
Fuck
Chip?
yeah, I drove a dragster.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Fucking doing wheelies and stuff.
Wheelies? You don't want to do a wheelie
Funny
in a dragster.
cars.
That's, yeah. How funny was it?
Fucking good.
Shit. Yeah, I remember watching when they were breaking the 300 mile an hour barrier. I was doing 330. Jesus. Amazing. Lightweight space age polymers and alloys.
In the military, we can't kick people out for failing PE tests. Well, we know that whole world too.
That doesn't make sense.
Where they've lowered the fucking standards for some of these jobs.
I've seen some cops that you just look at and go, what the fuck business do you have putting a uniform on? How do they make uniforms that size? Like big, fat fuck cops. What are you doing?
Should be able to test people.
You have to be physically fit. Firemen, same thing. You got to be physically fit to have those types of jobs.
It's a physically fit occupation.
And if you want to turn down a fatso because he's coming in and you say, because you're fat, lose weight and come back and give it a try, you should absolutely be able to do that without threat of a fucking lawsuit and bullshit.
You're too fat.
It's one of those jobs. That's what you got to do. Yeah.
I'm not too fat.
Not you.
No.
I did have Lucky Charms yesterday, though.
Well, you treated yourself.
I will be better today.
Watch them fat fucks at the goddamn tunnel, those cops. There's somebody stopped where their Easy Pass doesn't work, and they lumber over.
Lollygag.
Lumbering like a sloth. And pick it up a little. There's a line of fucking cars waiting. Oh, they stink.
You don't think they care about the line of cars?
They don't fucking give a shit about anything. They're miserable because they're not real cops, and they stink, fuckers. And open up another fucking lane with less time than a half an hour after they reopen one of the lanes in the Midtown Tunnel. Then they might swing open another Easy Pass gate at the toll booth. Cars are piling out of the tunnel. They got 2 Easy Pass lanes to go to, and there's at least 4 or 5 of them, but they're closed.
But they slowly open them up. He's right, because I did that same commute.
Open them all up, you fucking cocks.
At least 10 or 15 minutes past when they should open them up, they finally open them up. They're fucking assholes. And we're paying for that shit.
And
so
then,
make it convenient for us.
Yep.
We're paying your salaries, and we're paying to use the stupid road and the tolls.
They should always all be open.
They
Easy
should
Pass. What's the fucking problem?
open. Then they open up the other lane because they have 3 lanes going inbound and 1 lane going out in the morning. And then when I'm coming in, they have to reopen it so it's 2 in and 2 out. And the time it takes for them to clear that tunnel of the inbound traffic and turn it around so that you can now have it's amazing. I'll go through the entire length, backed up in traffic in the 1 lane, and you'll pop out the other end, and they're just doing nothing. And there's no more cars coming through. They could instantly turn that around and open up another lane, but it just sits there, not being used because I don't know. There's no fucking viable reason. They're a bunch of lazy cunts. The bridge and tunnel fucking authority. Fuck them.
Yeah, that Easy Pass shit drives me crazy. It should be 1 cash lane for any fucking dummy who refuses to use Easy Pass. You should suffer.
You wait online.
You should suffer.
Right.
But I don't want them to know where I'm going.
No.
Meanwhile, they fucking
photograph your license plate.
Yeah, it's too late.
It's too late for all that.
You're all over. Yeah, believe me, they now have license plate scanners that are amazing. They're all over. They're cameras that are on cop cars, on light poles and whatnot, and they take pictures of your license plate, run it immediately, and file away photographs of your vehicle and the license plate in some giant database, so that if they ever need to find license plate number, blah, 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 whatever it is. They punch into a computer, and they will have where this car has been, where it went from point A to point B to point C. They know all this shit already. Don't worry about your dumb Easy Pass.
That's why I steal my license plates.
Exactly. You
got
got
it, man. You got to fucking
You
mix
gotta.
that shit up constantly.
They also read Easy Passes all over the place, not just at the tolls anymore. There's Easy Pass readers everywhere. So if you're driving through the city, and they say it's just to map traffic patterns in the city, but it's your Easy Pass. It's got a specific number. They know exactly where you are in the city, where you've been, where you're going, where you stopped, all that shit. Erock comment.
There was a news story not too long ago where they, with the Easy Pass, right dead center of the dashboard, so anything could hit it.
Yep.
Drove through Times Square, the West Side, Upper East Side, and the amount of times that thing was getting
went off.
pinged.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, they had some little device on it. It was reading on areas that it shouldn't have been read at.
Yeah, it's just read everywhere.
Well, was it possible they confused the Easy Pass ping with something else, like when radar gets mixed up?
No.
Well, they didn't know. They had this device hooked right to the Easy Pass,
Specifically knew.
so that it would go
Yeah.
off when they came in through the bridge or
It
the
was
tunnel.
reading the Easy Pass.
And that same reading was getting hit all throughout the city.
And all of this goes into a giant database that can be used. You know, we don't know who's using it. They could say, oh, it's for traffic patterns. But who the fuck knows who's using it? And just the fact that the police department has a giant library of photographs of your car and where it is and stuff. I had one of my cop friends show me. He pulled it up on his iPhone. He had his iPhone. He goes, check this out. He goes to his specific app that's only available to the police and punches in my license plate number. And picture after picture of my truck showed up everywhere, all over the city.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's crazy.
In front of how many elementary schools? But yeah, I don't know if that bothers me or not. In a way, I understand the angle, the principle of it. But then I'm like, if there's a missing kid or if there's some
If
fugitive.
they have a license plate on somebody and then they punch that in and see where he's been and what they might get a lead on where he is or you know who he knows.
Or maybe his picture was
Things
taken
like
a few
that.
minutes ago.
Right.
I think we've been broken down. It doesn't bother me at all anymore. It used to, but I mean, it's
We
too late.
have been, and again,
too
it's
fucking
always under the guise that they're helping you, like the government or the police or whatever. It's a convenience for you. Again, we're mapping traffic patterns. Oh, that's a good thing. Now they can figure out what makes more traffic and where and divert things or whatever. But it always ends up that it's something else.
Of course,
it's always used later for something else. Club Soda Kenny.
One time, it's not a guy's.
It's not a guy's.
It's a gal's. Dad.
You have no expectation of privacy in the public.
Oh, right. But
and driving is a privilege, not a right.
it is a privilege. But how about
why the sexy
gun
voice
ownership
today,
is a
Kenny?
right, and that's shit on all the time.
This is what happens when you only get 1 hour's sleep.
Oh my
God! Why only 1 hour of sleep?
I had a piece of work to do last night.
Yeah.
Piece of work.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Oh.
A hit?
No. I did something for somebody.
Oh, okay. That thing? You did that thing for the guy?
That thing next to the joint.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
For the guy.
What kind of work was it?
Oh, man.
Somebody said, I need you to empty these, and they were a pair of balls.
No expectation of privacy.
No.
Right?
Is it really no expectation in public? Wow.
In your vehicle? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about expectation of...
That's why if a police officer lawfully stops you, he can ask you to exit your vehicle if you're the driver.
Ooh. Well.
Let's all talk.
What if I say
Kenny
no?
today. Sexy
I
Kenny.
get beaten. I get tased. Get out of the vehicle. You don't touch me. Don't you touch. There's nothing better than a video that starts with a large black woman in a vehicle with a cop trying to get her out of the car when he first puts his hands on her, and she starts, "Do not touch me."
Where do you find
You
these
know
videos?
it's going to end really funny with her doing the chicken on the ground with two wires, two very thin wires coming out of her chest. Yeah, but now what? No expectation of privacy. But what about what that information's used for? Now, if it's used in law enforcement or something, but what if it's used for something a little more notorious?
Yeah, but what if shit was candy? You could eat it.
Well, you don't even wouldn't even have to be candy if you want the truth. It's a bad example. What if shit was candy? The Dom wouldn't charge you so much for it.
Time will tell, Anthony. That's why
Time
we have
will tell.
court system.
That's good.
Our
That's
criminal
good.
justice
Fortunately, it doesn't tell Erock when to get up and get into work, but see, time will tell.
Just going to say, Kenny got 1 hour of sleep?
Yeah, 1 hour of sleep, but that's my loyal and dedication.
I guess that's why I was late today, right? Or
were you late, Kenny?
Oh no, and I had time.
Wow.
To make 2 stops to get
He was extra
supplies.
early, actually. if you
Oh,
need to
wow.
know.
Oh.
You're tired. You're loopy right now, right?
We're a little loopy.
I am a little brain dead.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Yeah, but
you do what you got to do, right,
Yeah,
Kenny?
I mean, somebody
That's
called
Kenny's
me.
motto, by the way. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, somebody called me. They said they needed me, so I
Oh.
gotta. You do what you gotta do.
You do what you got to do.
Kenny's work ethic is much more than most people's. Like, his work ethic, you
Yeah.
can't hold yourself to that standard because
Sure.
he really is a tremendous work ethic.
And
I take pride.
Sal's motto is what? I'll do as
Sal-
long as the subways are running on time.
Right.
Sal's got some personal problems. You can't solve the issue until you get to the underlying problem.
Ah, right.
Does it rhyme with homosexuality? What do you think? What do you mean Sal's got some personal issues?
I don't know. He's been off his game.
You know what
What's
Kenny's
his
doing
game?
right now?
Yeah.
He's so loopy that he's bringing up the nonsense that he talks about in the hallway that he just makes up.
Yeah, he
while
just
the
makes
show's
up
on.
stuff every day. It's
I got
funny
4
as
hours
shit.
to kill.
And now he's bringing it to the air because he's loopy.
Because he's all fucked up, yeah.
Like, he just started the other day going up to Sal and saying, "What's wrong?" Sal would say nothing. And he'd go, no, you'll say something's wrong.
Yeah, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. It's probably none of my business. But,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
But you just feel it.
Yeah.
You feel that there's something wrong.
All right.
I have intuition.
You certainly do.
I gotta play a little something for everybody. Thanks,
Oh,
Kenny.
what do you got?
It's fun. A little fun.
Ooh, I like
This
fun.
show is a lot of fun.
It is,
I
right?
think I have rupees in my wallet right now.
From your trip? You got a rupee in your wallet.
I think I do.
That sounds a little. You got to be kidding. There is the rupee chart.
I think.
Just in case you're wondering where the rupee is. The dollar had been soaring. Look what happened when we said we're going to keep pumping.
I do.
A rupee. Becky's got a rupee in her wallet.
50s.
Look at
One's
Gandhi.
worth
10 and one's worth 50. What do you mean? Gandhi's on the rupee.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh.
Not surprised. right?
Gandhi.
Yeah.
Is this Gandhi? Now, no, I can't make any jokes about that. I mean, do they
Reserve
take?
Bank of India is marked
I
right on
can't
it,
do
see?
it.
You
I was
can't.
gonna say
Please
something.
don't. Let's go.
I really can't.
No, you can't.
No.
Are they good at 7-Eleven?
Oh, stop.
All right, I won't. Let's look at the. That people say that all the time, right? Oh, you're nervous.
They do. They do say that
They
all
do.
the time.
They say it all the time. Look,
I've heard that.
It is.
before.
All right. I'm sorry. I take it back. I apologize before I have to. Anyway, let's look at the. Yeah, that's right. Because of Miss America, got all kinds of flack from the tweets. Yeah.
See, I don't blame anyone in that scenario because that's the world we now live in. You're scared shitless.
Oh my God!
It's sad. It shouldn't be that way. But
you
the guy
couldn't-
made, imitating an
Wasn't
Indian.
even funny.
Yeah, and you
No,
couldn't
no,
have
I
handled
know,
it
but-
worse.
Right, he
Like,
handled
just
it
made it as
terribly.
awkward as humanly possible.
And he didn't just blurt it out and then go, "Oh, sorry." Like he knew he had a chance to think it out and go, "Should I say this?"
rupee.
And it wasn't very funny.
But I mean, they're talking about Indian money. He makes
old hack joke.
He does the Indian accent and makes a 7-Eleven joke.
Yeah.
The fact is, every 7-Eleven has an Indian.
Yeah,
in
The
it.
Simpsons, have made a little character there
Well,
over the
it's
years.
a cartoon. We've
Well.
taught that lesson a long time ago. You
Yeah.
can do it in cartoons.
Yes.
You cannot do it just being a regular person.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that was a big deal either.
What, that?
Yeah,
but
but
you
they-
could hear the panic.
Oh, I
'cause
know.
People know that people do get fired for that
Very
shit.
frightened.
You cannot do an accent on TV or radio.
Yeah.
In most cases.
If you're white.
Well, yeah.
Right.
You can fuck around if you're not white.
If you're
White people have a very hard time
Yeah,
getting
but we
away with
have it-
anything.
But we have it so much better.
But
We
we're
all know
privileged.
that.
We're the privileged
We
people.
know that.
We get away with everything.
Oh my God! It's a
They just
beautiful way
hand
to
out
live.
money.
Rules.
Thank God they don't know where the white people money fucking drops are. Where we just walk up and get stacks of cash for being white. Was I supposed to mention that? Oh shit!
It's not true.
Oh, Chippa. They took you off the list because your mother and Lamar.
Not true.
He's crying.
Good friend.
Oh, Chip's emotional.
Garbage.
Oh my God! Speaking of stupid crying, did you see that fucking? Oh, they're trying so hard.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
What? I think you do, right? No.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I don't think he does.
I do.
No idea.
It's a commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll just go. It's a Cheerios commercial.
Yep.
And they're
multiracial.
They're no, not that one. It's the one. They're trying to tug at your heartstrings with a little kid, and he's talking to his mom. I do believe it's Cheerios.
And what? Cheerios is going to make everything better? It's one of those type of commercials?
No, it's
okay. I really don't know, obviously.
And the kid talks about grandma, and the mother gets all choked up.
Oh, I saw that one because it turns out the grandmother was buying Cheerios when she was brutally sodomized behind the Stop and Shop with a stick.
That's it.
Did Nana ever give you Cheerios when you were a little kid?
Yeah, she did.
Were Cheerios the same back then?
Cheerios has pretty much been the same forever.
So when we have Cheerios, it's kind of like we're having breakfast with Nana.
Yuck.
Yeah.
How fucking
Cheerios suck.
Is that?
Well, the cereal itself sucks.
Fucking ew.
How pandering.
It's like we're having breakfast with Nana.
Nana.
And then a kid pulls out an urn and puts it on top.
Sprinkles it over his Cheerios.
Exactly.
To make that shit taste better.
Yeah.
Or they should say, like, we're having breakfast with Nana. And the camera quickly spins around and it's zombie Nana.
Yeah.
Right.
Starts eating the kid's face.
Like Norman Bates' mother. Nana's in a rocking chair. Kill your child with Cheerios.
They're trying so fucking hard there for a moment.
Stunk.
And it's so ham-handed.
It's a weird way to sell cereal.
Yeah.
Ham-handed.
And that kid's a douche. I don't like the fact that he's like asking these emotional questions. Is it the same as when you... Who cares?
And
it's
a
a
kid
fucking
wouldn't ask.
shitty no-sugar cereal.
A kid wouldn't ask that either.
What kid's happy about Cheerios?
They're
Nobody.
not. You want sugar frosted flakes.
Right.
Here's the deep conversations I used to have with my mom at that age. When are cartoons on?
Right.
When are the good cartoons? Because I couldn't distinguish Saturday from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday.
Right.
So I'd be like, is today good cartoons day?
It's funny you bring that
Like,
up.
yeah, okay.
Last night I was thinking about this. My kid, I'm going to watch cartoons now. And he takes the laptop and figures it all out himself. And I'm sitting there. I was like having a Jimmy moment. Just, wow, this is amazing. Because I'm thinking,
delivery.
like you just said, we didn't know when the fuck we could watch cartoons.
No.
We had to wait for it to pop up on TV for a couple hours a day.
Exactly.
Now they can watch whenever the fuck they want. And know what show he discovered recently?
Huh.
And I forgot all about it until he started watching it. Felix the Cat.
Wow, that's...
He's all about Felix the
Is
Cat
there a
on
new
Netflix.
Felix, or it's the
no,
old
it's the
ones?
old school fucking horribly made
Felix!
cartoon.
What was the song?
Get me Felix's
the cat,
magic bag.
The wonderful, wonderful cat. And then Ann would know the rest.
Rock bottom. Whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Felix the cat. The wonderful, wonderful cat. You'll laugh so much your sides will ache. Your heart will go pitter-pat. Watching Felix.
See, I
the
told you.
wonderful cat.
Yeah.
I wish I could push a button and an anvil would fall out of the ceiling.
Here it is.
The cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Whenever he gets in a fix,
He finds chicks with dicks.
The wonderful, wonderful cat. You'll laugh so much your sides will make your heart.
You never know where the jokes are coming from.
Felix. Erock is fat. That was a weird cartoon. It's from like the 50s, yeah.
Dude, he fucking loves it.
Felix!
So weird what they get into.
Who was the bad guy? What was his name? Professor.
It's the professor in Rock Bottom.
Yeah.
Felix!
Yeah, that weird voice.
Yeah, he was scary.
It's the song.
And speaking of cereal, really fast, because I'm going with that Lucky Charms thing.
Sure.
For a little while until people are completely sick of it. I'm obsessed with Lucky Charms, and I try to say no every day, and I finally failed yesterday for the first time in a week.
Oh.
But I started thinking about that. The reason why I love these over-the-top sugary cereals is because we didn't have them as a kid.
Never had them.
And I tweeted yesterday, our go-to cereal was Wheat Puffs.
Ugh! Those are terrible.
And then we would find the sugar finally and sugar the shit out of it. So my mom at that point should have got,
You'd have to.
Frosted Flakes or something. Wheat Puffs, worst cereal ever.
Terrible cereal. Yeah, we used to get the snack packs too, and you'd go through all the good ones real quick, and then you'd be left with Special K.
They always had that shitty one in there.
The shitty ones, a couple of shitty ones.
It was,
oh man,
or regular cornflakes, not Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, regular cornflakes.
But what did they have in there that was good? The Frosted Flakes was always in the snack pack.
Yeah,
Rice Krispies.
No, we're talking about the good ones.
Either.
There were like 3 good ones, 3 bad ones, I think. Go old school, Sam. Try to find the snack pack.
Crunch?
No, I don't think Captain Crunch was ever in the snack pack.
You're talking about those little boxes, right?
Yeah.
Kellogg's made the
Frosted
snack
Flakes,
pack.
Corn Flakes. Corn Pops was one, yes.
And
Apple Jacks.
Either Fruit Loops or Cocoa Krispies.
Did you just say Apple Jacks?
Apple Jacks is the fucking shit.
Oh my fucking God.
You love it?
I forget. Yes.
Oh, let's have an Apple Jacks party.
It's kind of the only
today.
Apple Jacks are the only cereal I really eat.
What?
That's the only cereal I'll still eat.
Apple
is
Jacks?
Apple Jacks.
They're so good, dude.
They're fucking amazing.
I think we got to try it for the show.
Yeah, let's get a box.
It's not
of Apple
cheating
Jacks.
if it's for the show.
Some Apple Jacks.
We eat what we like.
Fuck Apple Jacks.
Yeah.
And can we get Cinnamon Toast Crunch while we're at it too?
Get a box of Apple Jacks, a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Cinnamon Toast
CTC.
Crunch also has French Toast Crunch if you want that.
No.
Stop trying to make a good thing better.
That's Erock, though. He always needs a little extra.
Yeah, I invented it.
He always
a little better.
He always needs to make everything just a little better.
What happens if we add icing to it?
No, man. It's good enough.
Just enjoy it as it is.
Sometimes it's just good enough. You don't need to find the little extra.
They did the icing for shredded wheat.
Has the intern left for our cereal yet?
I doubt it.
We'll send him now.
Oh, there's Sal killing it.
Wow, he's
Fucking
really,
nailing it on the
doing
phones.
an amazing job today, Sal.
Nailing it on the phones.
We got to take a break because our guests are going to start showing up.
Oh,
we got
shit
Rich
in a
Little
handbag.
in minutes, and then we got Chris Weidman, who is just a fucking animal in the UFC, obviously, and from Long Island, which is really cool for us, me and Ann at least. And then
Michael Shannon from Boardwalk Empire
is coming in as well. So.
You watch it, right, Sam? Boardwalk?
Yeah.
And the Iceman.
He's tremendous, this guy.
I have
Yeah,
not
he's
seen
really good.
Boardwalk Empire.
It's good. I can't wait to meet him.
I know it's a show I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to watch.
He might be the best actor on the show.
Yeah, he's.
I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's really good on that show, but he might be the best.
Yeah, he might be.
I was watching a special on the Iceman, not the movie, but the actual guy last night, and they were showing pictures of Roy DeMeo, and I'm looking. I went, "Oh my God, it's fucking looks just like Keith."
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Dude, he looks just like
Same
Keith.
thing, absolutely.
It's Keith's uncle.
Yeah, I know.
Keith the cop's uncle. It was Roy DeMeo. Wow. And if you pop up, please, you got it. Pop up Roy DeMeo's picture. I was like, because I guess I never really
my
looked
God.
at him. It's like a
Holy
fucking
fuck.
chubby Keith.
Yes. Except Roy was a better citizen.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, find like
That's his uncle, huh?
That's his father's brother.
Wow.
Look at his face right there.
Wow.
You could totally see Keith.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, oh my God.
Wow, that's
That's
wild.
hilarious.
So Keith should play his uncle.
Right?
We got to take a break because seriously, Rich Little is on his way up.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues in moments. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show.
Got a legend outside the studio.
Wow. I've definitely seen this guy. Rich Little. Wow. My God. Take a seat, sir.
Are you?
God, I just came
What a
from
pleasure.
makeup.
What a pleasure. You look great.
You look wonderful,
You
sir.
really do. You look fantastic.
Almost alive.
Sorry, we're running a
We're
little
on
late.
the air, too, so it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just start the show and let her rip, you know?
Oh,
Right on, onward, forward, wagons ho.
That's a gentleman. Look how he's dressed.
Yeah.
I know. Well, always.
Beautifully.
Always.
We could take we could learn from this man.
I remember your performances years ago, always dressed, in a tux, right?
No, not
You always have a
necessarily.
tux on?
No, that's Dean Martin.
Well, I remember watching those, too. But
Dean slept in a tux.
It was,
Well,
always.
In the gutter.
Always very well dressed. I see, though, the lapels a little thinner than back in the old days.
Oh, yeah.
They were,
oh, yeah.
I loved those suits.
With those long sideburns and those big collars.
Yes, they were out to your shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, my God, years ago, all the great variety shows and specials, and, of course, on The Tonight Show, the great Rich Little.
How many Tonight shows did you do?
I was hosting it, I think, about 10 or 12 times.
Now, and that's just hosting it, or those are appearances too?
Appearances, probably 20.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Wow, yeah. That's,
Johnny treated you well?
I never met Johnny. No. He did treat me well, although I didn't get to know him. I don't think
that's what everyone says. Yeah.
Yeah, they say Henry Bushkin has a book that's coming out. His old lawyer, and I'm reading it now. And Carson seemed like he was a very elusive guy.
Yeah, he was a very private guy, not too talkative off the air, and he was polite, but you didn't socialize with him. You never saw him before the show, went to his dressing room or anything like that. But he drove his own car to NBC every day. Must have been a shock when he was driving home at night and people looked over.
Right.
That's Johnny Carson. Must have caused a few accidents.
When years ago when you were on like all those many specials and whatnot, variety shows and stuff, there was also Frank Gorshin back then.
Yeah.
Was another impressionist. So much different than you, though.
Yeah, he had a different style.
A totally different style. Did you feel competitive with him at all?
Well, no, I didn't. I think he did a little bit, but he came before me. But Frank, did the routine of announcing who he's going to do, turning around, fixing his hair.
It was the one, yes.
Getting the face ready, and then turning back.
Big
Me,
reveal.
I just rattle them off. I would do Howard Cosell, then I'd do George Burns, then I'd do John Wayne, and I'd do Kirk Douglas. I mean, I would just go from one to another very quickly. I've always done that.
And was it something that from a kid you just were a little minor bird?
Yeah, I started imitating teachers at school. That's how I started, and
Cracking
I
up
knew
the
I had
classroom,
something going for me because it wasn't long before the teachers were charging a 2-drink minimum and a cover charge.
Now, was it a happy childhood, or was it this the product of trying to dissociate from something awful happening?
Well, I was born in Canada. I'm a Canadian, a Canuck,
So it had to be happy. Everyone's happy up there.
I came down to the States in this dates me, 1964, or 63, to do the Judy Garland show. That was my first TV show, yeah.
But I mean, doing the impressions when you were a kid, what makes you realize you can do? Because that's what impressionists are always amazing to me. Because there has to be such a mindset to just get in and become other people and pick up on their mannerisms and...
Well, people used to introduce me as the world's greatest impressionist, and I used to say, no, I think the world's greatest impressionist was Van Gogh, Cézanne, Matisse. They were good impressionists.
What do you consider yourself?
An impersonator.
An impersonator.
Yeah.
So, growing up, you realized you were pretty good at doing this. How did you make it a career?
As soon as I started to make money, I thought, this thing seriously.
Now, how did that happen? How do you go?
Well, I was after I imitated my teachers, which there was no money in that. I started imitating local politicians and the mayor of Ottawa, and then I did the prime minister, and then I started doing some movie stars, and then organizations would hire me for shows like the Shriners, Knights of Columbus, and I would go and do 15 minutes, a little stand-up, and they'd give me $5 or $10, and I thought that was pretty good, being a teenager.
$5 or $10.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then make the big move down to the United States for the Judy Garland show.
Yeah.
Wow. How did that go, that first TV
Well, Mel
performance?
Torme got me on the show.
Oh, really?
Mel Torme. He said, Richie.
The Golden Fog.
The Golden Fog. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. He was great, Mel was. He was a great movie buff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He always watched movies in the buff. But he,
see, I felt for that
Home
one.
run little.
But no, we did watch movies. We did some television together in Toronto, and we would watch movies all night long. We'd go down into the basement of the Holiday Inn. He put up a big bed sheet, and we'd watch movies all night long. He was a movie fanatic.
Really?
Oh, boy, did he know his movies. And that's how we became friendly. And then after we did a TV show in Toronto together, he knew I did all these different voices. I was doing Lloyd Bridges. I was doing Raymond Burr. You know, I was doing a lot of people nobody else did. And he took a tape of all my voices and played it for Judy Garland.
Wow, that's pretty nice of him.
And to see if he could get me on the Garland show. And Judy was not impressed.
Uh-oh.
Really?
However, when I did James Mason, that's when
course.
she was impressed because she had done A Star is Born with James Mason.
James, yeah,
and she
yeah.
loved James Mason. So when I did my James Mason, of course, when I went into that impression of that voice, I was the one that got me on the Judy Garland show.
I remember hearing that one years ago, man. Always.
You really sound like James Mason.
That's fantastic.
I used to do a speech from A Star is Born. That was the one I put on the tape.
Of
Listen
course,
to me, Esther. A career is a curious thing. Talent isn't always enough. You need a sense of timing, an eye for seeing the turning point and recognizing the big chance when it comes along and grabbing it. That was the speech I put on the tape.
And that put you over with Judy Garland, yeah.
Daryl Hammond is a great impressionist, too, impersonator.
Yes, he is.
And Daryl said something weird. He sees voices, and Daryl's a psychopath, but he sees things in color, he said. There's a weird way he sees
What does
voices.
he do, eat crayons?
I don't know. He has a bit of a history of smoking crack, so that could have been it.
But he would give us a color. We go, when you're doing Clinton, what color? And he said like orange.
Yeah, he sees it weirdly. Like, how do you see a voice?
Clinton's probably the easiest impression for anybody to do.
Yeah,
you know that,
yeah.
Bill Clinton? Because
Even
all you
Bono
gotta do
did
is
it
put a frog
yesterday.
in your throat.
Yeah.
You're Kermit the Frog, probably. But, Bill Clinton is just, that kind of static in his voice.
Yeah, you kind of get a little gritty in the back of the
Can
throat.
you see Bill Clinton going, I think I'll clear my throat just a second. There, that's much better.
Bono was on the news this morning from U2 doing his impression of Clinton. I guess they had gotten together for some meeting, and Clinton was late to the meeting, so Bono just started doing this spot-on impression of Bill Clinton. So I guess you're right. Everybody can do a Bill Clinton impression.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you couldn't do that you wanted to do? Is there one that you could just never get?
I would like to do Angelique Jolie. I would like to do her. I'd never be lonely. There's a lot of people I can't do. They say rich little man of 1,000 voices, which is kind of corny. It's really, Long Cheney was man of 1,000 faces, and then they said man of 1,000 voices. I don't do 1,000 voices. I do about 200.
Which was one that you worked on and just felt like, I got to let it go? Was there one that you just...
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
There were many. Let's see. Mike Douglas, when I was on the Mike Douglas show years ago, I could never get him down. There were voices that other people did so well that I just lost interest. Frank Gorshin did Kurt Douglas and Burt Lancaster and Richard Widmark. I never able to do him. A lot of the older stars, The older stars are better to do because they were larger than life and they were identifiable. You do George Clooney. If I did a spot-on impression of George Clooney, which I can't do, I don't think it would get any reaction at all.
Right. There was this over-the-top dramatic delivery with a lot of the older actors that you could really kind of fix on and play it that way. Yeah. Did you ever notice it was easy or easier if you had heard someone do an impression of somebody?
Oh, yeah.
And then pick up on that? I had noticed that over the years. If you try to do an impression of somebody and you can't quite get it, and then you hear someone else do it, you go,
that's right.
Oh. So now you find that little niche to do. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can steal a voice from somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were right at the forefront when like Richard Nixon was in office, and you were the guy at that point to do Nixon
David
impressions.
Fry was too.
Yeah, but he was more of the look-like
and a caricature.
Yeah, a caricature.
I try to do him more realistically, and not make him a cartoon. I once did Nixon in front of him.
Yeah, yeah. How did that go?
I was invited to a garden party at San Clemente. I was in my early 20s.
The Western White House.
There were a lot of celebrities there. And when I arrived, I thought, gosh, my act is here. And I've never met my act before. John Wayne was there, and George Burns, Jack Benny, Glenn Ford, Glenn Campbell, you name it, they were all there. And Debbie Reynolds, I've never forgiven her for this, she grabbed my hand, pulled me around the swimming pool, threw me to the back of Richard Nixon, and yelled out, "Mr. President, Rich Little is going to do you."
Oh.
He thought I was going to shoot him. And he turned around in total fear and looked at me, and I went into my impression of Richard Nixon, and he didn't know who I was doing.
Oh, no. Oh.
I was going, Mr. President, let me make this perfectly clear. I am delighted to be here today. And he looked at me, and then he turned to his wife, Pat, and he said, "Why is this young man speaking in this strange voice?" He did not know I was doing him. For the whole time I was doing him. And, the celebrities were gagging.
Were you sweating?
Oh, I was sweating. George Burns came up to me later and said, "I was so nervous, I ate a flower." And John Wayne said, "Somebody get a rope." But
said that.
I did a good impression of Nixon, though.
Yes.
Because when I left that party, Pat, his wife, went with me. I couldn't get rid of her for 2 weeks.
Wow, so you basically your impression of Nixon, you bombed to Nixon doing Nixon.
In front of a bunch of celebrities.
Well, Nixon had no sense of humor.
Apparently, yeah.
The tapes kind of reveal that.
A man who wore the same blue suit for over 40 years and never took the hanger out of it. How funny can he be?
That's a great comedian's horror story. Just doing the voice to the president, and not. How did Reagan like your impression?
Reagan was much different. Reagan just was hysterical. I mean, I kept pinching myself. I'm talking to the President of the United States, and he's telling me jokes. He's doing impressions for me.
Yeah, he was apparently a real hoot. He
just loved humor.
His sense of humor is legendary.
I remember he did his Jimmy Stewart for me, which was the standard Jimmy Stewart, wah, wah, wah. And then he did John Wayne, and that was okay. But then he did Truman Capote for me. And the Lincoln Room one night after a state dinner, he went into his Truman Capote. Reagan did. And he sounded a little like Truman Capote, like this, you see. And I thought it was pretty good. And then he said, "Rich, I don't have a line. I don't know what to say as Truman Capote. Have you got a good joke I could use?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." "Well, I would appreciate that if you would give me that, because I don't know what to say when I do my Truman." So I gave him this joke, and he got a Secret Service man, wrote it on his back, the whole joke out. And the joke was this. I said, "This is Truman Capote. A lot of people think that I wrote in cold blood, but that's not true. No, actually, I wrote in ink." So Reagan just thought that was hysterical, wrote it down on the back of the Secret Service man, and then he said to me, "I can't wait to try that out on Gorbachev." So I thought about that after, and I'd give anything to see Reagan doing Truman Capote for Gorbachev?
right.
Huh? Could you imagine him doing, I wrote in cold blood, and Gorbachev going,
he starts
what the
doing
hell
his
he's talking
he starts
about?
doing his act.
Well, the next thing you know, the wall came down because he just thought Reagan was out of his mind. He's like, look, drop the wall. He's going to kill us all. So maybe you helped.
Yeah. One time when I went to the White House for a little tea they were having, and I was late, and I was kicking myself,
Erock.
and I ran down the hall of the White House to the Lincoln Room, and there was Reagan out in front talking to the press. And he looked up and he said, Rich, thank God you're here. I'm starved, and I'm stuck with these press people. And he said, you do me better than I do. You finish this press conference. I said, what? You finish this press conference. I'm going for a cucumber sandwich. And he left. And he left me with the press. And I went into my Reagan.
Wow.
And they were asking me questions. It was the time of the Grenada thing. Mm-hmm. And they said, Mr. President, what do you think of Grenada? Well, I think it's the best song that Buddy Greco ever recorded. And then they were asking me other things, and I was answering as Reagan. And he was peeking around the corner.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and listening to me and just laughing his head off.
Yeah, he apparently
and
really
they
had
were
great-
asking me questions, things like, what are you going to do for the little guy in America? And I'd say, well, get him a little woman. I mean, silly, stupid answers.
Do you see how the world has changed now, and you couldn't do that now without the press throwing you under the bus? And
yeah.
It's just, everything has just gotten...
You couldn't do that today.
No.
You wouldn't even get close to the president.
What do you not like about the business now, about show business now? Because you've seen quite an arc.
Well, yeah, I think it's certainly a lot bluer than it is.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the young comics today want the shock value.
Oh,
yeah. So they use four-letter words when they don't have to.
Right.
I mean, all those Dean Martin celebrity roasts, they took shots at people, but they were never blue.
Right.
The ones today are really vicious. The language
certainly
is
are.
unbelievable. It's like doing a friar's roast. I've done some of those in the past too. Those friar's roasts were blue, but they were clever though.
Yeah.
They were clever.
Yeah.
I loved watching those Dean Martin roasts.
Yeah, the Dean Martin celebrity roasts are out now.
Is that what you're promoting?
Yeah. I'm going
God.
around the country
Out
promoting
now.
the Dean Martin celebrity roast because I'm probably the only person still living. So I was only 12 when I did them, but they're out on DVD, and I think they're going to be a big seller because people tell me all the time, when there's nothing on TV, we always get out an old Dean Martin roast and watch it. Now they're on DVD, 12 complete roasts. 6 DVDs with 3 hours of extras.
Who were some of the celebrities being roasted?
And the roasted people on this CD, they did 54 roasts.
Wow.
50 over about 6 years. But this is Johnny Carson, Lucille Ball, Don Rickles, Jimmy Stewart, Bob Hope.
Yeah,
a few others.
I remember the Lucille Ball one was hilarious.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
I thought the best one was either Johnny Carson or Jimmy Stewart.
How many of those were you a part of?
Well, I did 52 roasts.
Jeez.
Yeah. I was in my 20s. I was terrified.
Really?
I mean, if you stand up in front of the likes of, you look on your right and you see George Burns, Jack Benny, Lucille Ball, Orson Welles, and then you see Don Rickles, and then you see Dean Martin, you see Frank Sinatra, John Wayne. I mean, it's enough to...
And you're the kid there.
It's enough to make you just keel over, from sheer terror,
Did you do poorly on any? Was there any of them that you look back on? You're like, oh, I kind of wish I could take that one out of the.
Yeah, there's a couple. I thought, well, I can do that better today, But there are some that surprised me, like the Jimmy Stewart one was great fun to do because I showed Jimmy how to do himself. And we winged it. We didn't script it.
Right. Yeah.
I said, Jim, all you got to do is just stick out your hand like this and bend over and say, "Wow," just like that. And Jim stuck out his hand and bent over and went, whoa. I said, that sounds like a seal in heat, for heaven's sake. That is the worst Jimmy Stewart I've ever heard. Sit down. That's terrible. And it was a very funny
That is funny. And he went with it.
You went with it.
Did you did laugh in a few times, right?
Yeah.
How was that behind the scenes? It always you always think there was a lot of chaos, perhaps some illegalities going on. A party going on back there.
Oh yeah. Everybody was very friendly, and the thing about laughing is that it was quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did such short little sketches, and everybody did it. Nixon was on it. John Wayne was on one show I did where he played a rabbit. They had him dressed up in a bunny costume.
It does seem that they were able to get people to do things they would never do anywhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was a popular show.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to watch it, but I would sneak out of my room and kind of peek out of the bedroom door and watch it until my father saw that we were peeking. And then, back then I probably got a swat.
Yeah.
So, like Pavlov's dog, I watch it now and I wince in pain.
Are you still doing the next date Rich has, by the way, for a show is it's called Jimmy Stewart and Friends, starring you, and it's November the 10th in Sydney, Ohio. So if you're out there, I'm guessing tickets are available now. It's in the Sydney High School Auditorium.
Wow.
And
is that where they got me going? Sydney, Ohio.
Jimmy, you don't like Mr. Little, do you?
It's on the prep sheet. I was going to promote.
It was so cold. It was so cold in Sydney, Ohio this morning.
How cold was it?
An exhibitionist came up to me and had to describe himself to me. No, that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
That'll be fun.
I just finished doing the Andy Williams Theater in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
That was great fun.
Yeah.
Great fun. Beautiful theater.
Are you still out a lot doing a lot of dates? Or
Well, I've been doing this show on Jimmy Stewart and Friends.
Okay.
For the last 4 years, and really looks like we're going to bring it to Broadway.
Wow. That's great.
Good for
Next
you.
year.
Oh, wow.
I didn't say we play it here, but we're going to bring it.
Just bring it.
Just bring it and leave it here.
Well, richlittle.com is the website for the dates. If you want anything you want to know about Rich or his, and he's promoting the Dean Martin Celebrity Roast Collection, which is out now, 6 DVDs.
Fantastic.
And the great Rich Little,
Rich,
thanks
so much for coming in, man. What a great time.
Good to see you
Great
guys.
time.
Come back and see us.
Yeah, I'm sorry I put makeup on for this show.
Exactly.
And when we talked about the Dean Martin roast, I held up the
You did
the
hold it
DVD.
up. I do like that you held it up.
Yeah, I held it up so
It's all right.
you could hear it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rich Little,
so much.
After these messages,
The Opie and Anthony Show.
we'll be right back.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues.
Chris. What's up? What's going on, man?
How you doing?
How you doing, man?
How you doing? Nice to meet
Good.
What's up, Chris? What part of Long Island? I need to know right off the bat.
Baldwin?
Baldwin.
Oh, yeah.
Huntington.
Okay, yeah, I just actually bought a house in Dix Hills. We're closing.
Ooh.
What happened?
We're closing. Dix Hills?
Dix Hills, yeah.
Right
Yeah,
next
yeah.
to Huntington.
Yeah.
I'm closing on a house.
Oh, you're closing on a
Nice.
house in Dix
Closing on a
Hills.
house, yeah. Coming on up. Can't wait.
Congrats, man.
That's pretty
Leaving
good.
the South Shore for the first time in my life.
Oh, man, that's a whole nother
A
world.
little scary.
North
It
Shore,
really-
South Shore.
It's really two different worlds: North Shore, South Shore, and Long Island, with the LIE splitting the.
Yeah, I was
right down the
I was
middle.
East Northport for quite a
It
while.
was always weird to go
Growing
south
up.
of the
South
Long
Shore
Island
was like,
Expressway.
oh, these people.
Right.
Well, and then growing up, there was always fucking, the Bay Shore hair chicks and stuff. Bay Shore, go fuck yourself. Yeah, all that shit.
He might be a
That's
little too young for that, actually.
Yeah, but that's
You don't remember the waterfall hairdo, right? The bangs, the waterfall bangs. Nah, see, he's too young.
Chicks would like spray their hair, brush it all forward because they wanted that big presentation like a lion mane, and then they turned sideways and it was just like empty in the back.
We call it the waterfall.
What was that? The 80s, 70s?
Yeah, it was probably 80s.
Chris.
80s. Yeah,
I remember. I got you.
Yeah. Wow, from Baldwin though. That's that is South Shore.
We obviously were rooting for you just because we're Long Island guys, and now that we know more about you, holy shit!
Yeah.
Congrats on everything.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I turned around. I was actually at the fight, and I was.
Were you?
Yeah, I was in Vegas for that, and I was rooting for Silva. And halfway through the fight, I got so annoyed at Silva. No, I got so annoyed at Silva. I started yelling in favor of Weidman. I got so annoyed at the way he was acting. I wanted to see you beat him.
Certainly did.
Yeah, but I mean, it really, I'm a fan of his.
So you're from New York?
Yeah, Jersey.
And you're rooting against me?
Yeah.
Not necessarily against you as much as I was rooting for.
No, just stick with it, man.
No, but it wasn't against you. It was,
That's all right. No, I appreciate it.
But I wound up really...
Actually, he's more Jersey than New York. So
you know what's crazy? Everywhere I go, everybody's confusing New York and Jersey. It pisses me off.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm from New York. I'm not from Jersey.
New York.
Yeah, I grew up in Jersey, and I live in the. I like to call it the Big Apple because that makes me sound like I grew up there.
Typical Jersey guy.
Yeah. But when in the middle of that fight, you it seemed like in the fucking first round, and a lot of the fighters had you picked, like Chael and Uriah Faber. In the first round, you got Anderson Silva down, and you had him in a it looked almost like a heel hook. You were going for?
Heel hook and knee bar. I had him two variations of that. Yeah.
And I think that really frightened him.
Yeah, no, I felt like I had the advantage on the floor, and it's one of those things. It was a high risk move to go for it. There was a good chance to get back to his feet, but I felt there was an opportunity to go for it. I hit him with a big shot on the ground, and I felt he went out for a second.
Oh wow!
And so I attacked the submission, and when I attacked it, he ended up slipping out. Got back to our feet, but I was confident there too, so it was all good.
But then Silva started the taunting, and that's what made me think like, wow, this Chris really scared him. Because now he's going into the psychological.
The taunting was more than usual because we all know he likes to fool around.
Well, there's been some fights he's had where it was a lot worse than that, though.
You think?
Yeah, terrible.
Damian Maia was bad.
There was two fights.
Okay.
When he fought Damian Maia and Talis Lattis, it was like, and he didn't even finish those fights. He was toying with them, and didn't finish them. It was the most embarrassing fights you'll ever see.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you better knock him out.
If you could do all that, you'd think
deal.
you'd just be like, all right, you could hit him out of nowhere and knock him out anytime you want.
Yeah.
But
so what was happening when that started to happen? What was going through your head?
Stay calm, keep moving forward. I had guys I brought in that would do all that type of stuff to me, boxers and kickboxers. They start trying to mess with me, talk to me. Because we knew he was going to be doing that. So just stay focused on what I got to do. But it got to the point when in that second round, I always kind of imagined that if he was going to start doing that, it was going to be if he was picking me apart on my feet. And I was losing, and he's trying to embarrass me, and I figured I'd be able to keep my emotions steady when that was happening. I didn't expect for him to be doing it when I'm picking him apart. I'm just like, then it just pissed me off. Like, who the hell do you think you are? And I was like, I am not. They got to a point when he started fooling around for like. After I hit him with like a left hook that definitely didn't stun him really, but he pretended like he did, and I was like, you mother. And I just went after him. I just, I threw everything I had at him. I wasn't going to stop throwing until I hit him, and I ended up hitting that left hook.
So you're saying that when you did, you hit him, and he looked like
that
he was
wobble
going down that wobble.
I doubt maybe it hit him decent, and he felt like and then he plays it up, making me think he didn't really get hurt. Just trying to mess with me.
Yeah,
like you can't hurt me.
Took something out of him though.
Yeah, and
man,
made him not think straight. I guess because it didn't work out for him.
Oh, did he fucking go
I've
down?
never been more shocked at a sporting event than watching him fall. I couldn't believe it because again, you're so used to seeing him. At least you knocked him the fuck out. I couldn't believe you connected and knocked him out.
And what was going through your mind as he's falling over?
Yeah, as you felt your fist hit that face.
What was going through your mind?
It's hard to put into words, but at the time, it just kind of finished his fight. Like,
all right.
I hit with that left hook. I got to keep hitting him. I don't know if he's going to gain consciousness or whatever, but
you had to have a holy shit moment. Like,
when
I
freaking knocked him out, I got back to my feet. I was like, what? I actually started. They actually took the camera away, but if you'll see when they put the belt around me, my shorts, the Velcro is all ripped open. That's not easy to do. I literally started ripping my shorts off. I was stripping down. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. So thank God
That's a Long Island thing, man.
It's like, yeah, take my pants off.
That's usually you see that outside bars, but that is really a Long Island thing.
That's crazy. Yes, it was crazy. It was a surreal feeling. Yeah, I imagine, freaking beating him a million times to do it, and the way it happened was just, obviously crazy.
Well, we're all in now with you, man. Jimmy, you're all in, right?
Yeah, I still love Silva, but I really, really like you too because that was amazing. I was so pissed off at him for doing that. It's like, this is the #1 contender. You can't. What are you doing to this?
Right.
You can't fucking do that to this guy who just put you on your ass in the first round. It really irritated me. And I felt it was for the wrong reasons. It was like, you're just trying to psych him out. And I was yelling to you, don't fall for it. I'm sure you didn't hear me. But I was so, but I really was irritated. I'm like, don't fucking fall for that nonsense.
So you really started cheering for me?
I'm not bullshitting you. No, I wouldn't
Really?
lie to you. No, I have no problem saying I was a Silva fan because I like him. And we had interviewed him before, and he was very nice.
Yeah.
But I got so aggravated, I started rooting for you to beat him. And I was shocked that it happened, but I was really glad that it did when it did. Because it was just unnecessary. It was unnecessary. When a guy puts you down to stand up and start dropping your arms, it's like,
Yeah, I agree.
How did you get past the mystique of this is Anderson Silva? Like, or did you never fall for it, or did you fall for it and then get beyond it?
It's always a struggle, anytime you fight anybody, you see everyone at this stage of the game is good. There's things about them that are, almost mesmerizing. You can look at them and be like, oh, wow. But you have to just realize they're a human being. They put their pants on just like you. And that's really it.
In the second round, when he started kicking you, he seemed like he was throwing some, like he was striking a little bit better. It seemed like in the second round, and his kicks there's almost an arrogance when he throws a kick. Do you know what I mean? When the face he makes when he throws a kick, like it's a disdainful thing, and he seemed like he started connecting.
Yeah, that was one thing that I didn't expect. I didn't expect him to throw low kicks at all, or to leg kicks. Just because I thought he'd be a little bit more worried about the wrestling. So during the camp, I didn't get leg kicked at all because the guy who usually leg kicks me had a messed up shin the whole camp. So I didn't. And the kickboxers we brought in were more guys who like flashy type kickboxing because that's what he does. And Anderson's really not known for his leg kicks. So and especially fighting a guy like me as a wrestler, I would think that he was going to stay away from that. So when he started leg kicking me, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, all right, next time you do it, I'm taking you down. But it just wasn't second nature at that time. I just didn't do it for I wasn't taking guys down off leg kicks for a while.
Why is it bad to throw a leg kick at a wrestler?
Because it's easier to get taken down. Just think it, I could just grab your leg and push you over and you're down.
It really is. Like, could a small guy it's always amazing to me the way how fast you can put somebody down. It's almost like fighting has changed. You can bring down somebody of any size really by grabbing their leg.
Yeah, I mean, depends how big. Depends how big this guy is, and if he knows what he's doing too. But are you asking if I can?
Yeah, or any UFC guy.
I would assume he can.
Yeah,
or
if
you can.
Not necessarily.
That's where I thought you were going with that.
No. Let's say a gentleman of my size, of a slighter frame. But if I happen to be trained in fighting.
Yeah, I think you get somebody's leg up in the air and you kind of know what you're doing a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be hard to, especially in the heat of a battle. When you throw a kick, it's just, and you're able to catch his leg and just run him over. I mean, it's hard to really stop. Whether the guy's a great wrestler or not, it's just too big of an advantage.
And you went to Hofstra University.
Went to Hofstra University.
I say that because you got a degree in psychology. Does that help you out in the sport at all?
Yeah, I think so. I think
in what way?
I just know the right type of mindset you need to be a winner. I studied that stuff and realized there's a million different doubts that come into your mind. It's just part of human nature. You have to be able to work through that and keep the positives over the negatives. And just stay confident. It's all. It's all about confidence, man. And you're not always gonna feel confident, But all that matters is when you step in that cage, when you touch those gloves, that you're confident.
Right.
And I think that all literally comes from hard work. If you're not working hard every day, you're not gonna feel like you really belong in there, and you even deserve to win. So that's really where it's at.
Nice.
What's the scariest moment when you first step in? Because I always watch guys right before. Like the announcement, or like when the other fighter comes in and is doing that like little circle around the ring, or when they're ready to announce you. Like what is the moment where you're like, fuck? Is there any moment where it's like the most jarring?
I don't get crazy nervous, man. I've been competing for such a long time. I do a good job at just putting it out of my mind. I give it up to God and just say a prayer, and at that point I just feel real relaxed. But I'd say probably the most here we go. This is like all this hard work is about to pay off. Is when the guy Burt Watson. He's the guy who gets us out of the dressing room and tells us he's ready to go, and he's out of his mind. Great guy. And when he starts saying it's time to roll, and you and your team have to come and start getting ready to walk out, and you're going to sit and wait for your walkout song to come out. come on. That's probably the time. It's like, here we go. It's time.
Right. That's got to be a great feeling, though.
Yeah, it's
hearing your song and then you get to
when
walk
the
in.
song comes on, man.
Fuck.
It's like it's crazy, man.
Right
You got
on, man.
everybody's going crazy. It's a pretty cool feeling.
And what is your song?
Won't Back Down, Tom Petty.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. Trust me.
Won't
Back down.
How'd you choose that?
Nice.
Would you like work out in the gym and go, I'm going to walk out to that someday?
Actually, I'm not a big music guy, and one of my friends a couple fights ago was like, "Oh, he's just." Actually, I think I did like a little Facebook thing. I said, pick my next walkout song, and there's a bunch of songs, and I think I just clicked this, and I was like, "Wow, I think I like that one." And I've done it for the last couple fights. I think I'm gonna do it again. Everybody loves it. I got a lot of people who love it. So
Yeah, I don't remember the song.
I don't know.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah, you'll know it.
Play it.
Yeah, where is
I
it?
can't sing it. I
Why
can't
isn't
remember
Erock?
anything.
Oh no, there's no one at the board. Erock.
You play that, Erock?
Hey,
Spotify it.
Erock. Could you play it?
Tom Petty, hang on.
Yeah.
Who just
Won't
told you?
Back down.
He
No.
wasn't there. He wasn't there.
He just like came from the ground on the ground.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's sleeping on the ground.
I love it.
It's just
Your whole job is to wait. Your whole job is just to wait. I know it sucks.
Can he still
but-
hear us right now?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, they do have big ears.
See, that's the Long Island humor right there.
yeah.
I feel like I can relate to you just because you're from Long Island.
Everybody give him a round of applause.
Yeah, you know the
Oh,
song,
yeah,
right,
of course.
Jimmy?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yes.
It'd be great if he just started beating the shit out of you.
Yeah, it'd be great for you two.
I do get pissed when I hear this song.
You do? Now, does it motivate you walking out, or because if other people picked it for you, is it not? Since you're not a big music guy, but does it motivate you at all?
No,
or you don't
it
even-
motivates. I feel like this is my song now. Yeah, so it motivates me. It
Yeah.
makes me feel relaxed and just like ready to go. Just feel good.
Really?
And of course, don't back down. Yeah.
And won't back
Makes
down.
sense.
I'm going forward. I
Yeah.
won't back down. I won't stand my ground.
What's the
Yeah.
worst walk-on song you've heard anybody use?
I'm a little teapot.
Are you kidding?
That would be
At a
hilarious.
smaller show. I wanted to do that. You just get people's reactions. Everyone's got like, "Mama's gonna knock you out," and then this kid comes out with, "I'm a little teapot."
Oh, man, the place must have went nuts.
Yeah, that's great.
Then he gets knocked out in the first round.
Oh, that would
was
be
probably a
embarrassing.
bad-
Yeah, you better know how to fucking.
he wasn't good.
We should
someone's
mention
ass.
Chris has a huge event today. Man.
Yes.
You're going to be at John's gym, right? John Street.
John Street.
Yeah, it's
UFC
it
gym
John
on
Street?
UFC gym on John Street.
John Street
Excuse
here
me.
in New York.
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't there a John Street gym too or something?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't want to confuse everybody, but fans will be able to meet Weidman and Silva today, September 25th at 5 p.m.
And
at
that-
the UFC gym on John Street in New York City.
And that's a tremendous thing is that both of these guys are going to be there. Only the first 300 people in line are guaranteed autographs. That means there's going to be a lot of people, so get there early so
Yeah,
you don't
of course.
have to bitch that you didn't get in.
Oh, we don't even have to promote it. It's going to be ridiculous down there. Do you guys get along?
Yeah, we shake hands. We're not friends or anything like that. We've been. I was. With
Is there a
him,
reason why
you? I was with him in L.A. and with him in Las Vegas. We're doing this whole world tour thing.
Right.
Is that what we're gonna ask?
No, go ahead.
Oh.
No, I want to know why you're not friends. It's just.
I mean, we're gonna end up fighting each other. I mean, he has his friends that he's with when we're walking around. I have my group that we're hanging out with, so I'm not gonna go over and start talking to him about his family and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's really just it's business. We shake hands, laugh, we respect each other, but that's really it.
What did you think? Like what did you do that night? Like after you won, because you weren't hurt. It wasn't like you had to go to the hospital. I mean, you seemed like you were in perfect condition. What did you do after that? Like after you leave the arena, you shower. Like what happens?
Just try not. I mean, try to get back to the hotel and get to the after party as fast as possible.
All right.
Yeah, that's really it. We had the press conference. You had to wait for that. You got a million interviews you got to do, and then as soon as that's over, just try to get to that hotel room as fast as you can. Get dressed to go out. Because we had 2 after parties. I was actually like assigned to go to 2 after parties, getting paid appearance.
Uh-huh, sure.
We gotta
Gotta
get
to
out of here.
those.
Let's go.
Well, because you didn't have a lot of money, right?
Not really.
You were in a
no.
tough spot
I would
before.
not say I had a lot of money at all. Yeah. So,
Some say you were close to bankruptcy.
Yeah, I don't know about bankruptcy. What is that when your business closed down? I don't. Yeah, no, but that was actually one of my coaches who said that. So that was a little far.
Okay.
That was a little far fetched, but I wasn't bankrupt. I got hit by Hurricane Sandy. My house got completely ruined. I had to move into my parents' house, which is in Baldwin, but more north, so it didn't get affected like my house did. And it was tough times, but I was. Listen, there was a lot of people a lot worse off than me.
Right.
I was all right.
Hence moving to Dix Hills.
Moving to Dix Hills after this last fight. We made that happen fast.
Get away from the beaches, man.
Yes. No. Yeah. My wife, no matter what, she was like, "We're not anywhere close to the water." I'm like, "Come on."
Yeah.
Like this, I'm a South Shore guy. It's hard for me to leave the South Shore.
Right.
But anywhere on the South Shore, if you get nice houses, it's usually closer to the water.
Yeah,
and I didn't want
creamed by all the canals and everything.
She didn't
done.
wanna do it,
You get a
so.
good deal down there, though, because everyone's
Really
scared.
good deal.
Because everyone's scared shitless.
Because the house I have, no one wants now.
Oh, great.
Yeah, like $100 grand. You know.
Jesus. Yeah. Everyone got fucked down there, man.
Yeah, it's bad.
How much is insurance on those places? That's got to be.
Well, they don't even insure it. It goes through FEMA.
To get for flood insurance. You're talking about how much is flood insurance? I can't even tell you.
You can't get it, or you can.
Well, you can't go through private. It's got to go through FEMA. You can't just go to fucking Affleck and go, "Hey, I want flood insurance for
Why
my."
not?
They're a little
because they're in the
scared.
flood zone.
Now it's no joke.
Yeah.
They don't fuck around
And
with that.
and now the flood zone's a lot bigger.
They push the levels back further north.
So the insurance companies won't cover it?
Nope.
Oh.
What good is flood insurance if you don't live where it floods?
Because that's what.
just it.
I bet they love Arizona. That's where their main office is.
They'll give you.
on the lake in Arizona.
That's the beauty
Killing
of
them out there.
That's the beauty of insurance companies,
Yeah.
of course.
They never want to pay off.
No, they don't want to pay.
They want you paying in.
They don't want. Exactly. Yeah.
You can get a flood insurance in areas that don't flood.
Right.
And I guess it's if there's a complete fluke or, you bust a pipe or something like that. But as far as hurricanes go and storms, fuck you. They don't want to
Like in
deal
Florida,
with
it
it.
has to be hard to get flood insurance.
Yeah,
too. It's
again,
crazy expensive.
anywhere there's you're in a hurricane zone or anything, FEMA,
Buy the
federal.
house. Buy the house. You own it, and you're screwed.
It is a risk, man. You're living large on the beach, but every so often you're like,
It's not what it's not what it used to be, man. I was on the canal. But
yeah, what happened?
Bought the house, a couple years ago. It's just not. I mean, first of all, I never really used it I never really used the canal at all.
Oh, you didn't?
It just wasn't worth it. But
oh man, you didn't grab a boat or something?
didn't grab a boat, man. I was just so busy, and I didn't have that much money to even get one. Now I'm leaving it, and I'm like, oh man,
I could have gotten a fucking boat.
Yeah. Could have done.
moved to Northport.
Oh God!
Did you hear Erock whisper in our ear? You heard that, right?
Who was that?
That was him.
I didn't hear him.
I have no connection to him. So
Wait,
you
that's
shouldn't be able to hear
the
me at
Tom
all.
Petty guy?
Yeah.
You heard his voice, right?
Yeah.
You distracted me after you couldn't get my song on instantly?
Oh man!
This is terrible.
See, and he doesn't even know you're right. So
Erock.
can't blame us for that.
What were you saying? I know you said Michael. Who has to go? Chris?
Chris has another interview right after this.
Oh, you're kicking me out. I'm getting
No,
kicked
we're
out.
not. That's your guys telling us.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Erock is kicking me out.
Erock.
Well, I guess we should give the plug properly.
Absolutely.
He'll tell us because that's your guys. Let him know.
And of course, UFC 168. Oh,
Yeah, in Vegas.
my God. When is that? December
28th.
28th. Okay.
Did you want it to be right, Silva, the next fight you had?
Yeah, absolutely. It was the first thing I said in the cage after I knocked him out, after I cursed a little bit and got mad that he was touring me. And then I went up to him and I was like, yo, we got to have a rematch. We got to have a rematch. I wanted a rematch. I knew he was going to get a rematch anyway. That's before I even got into that cage. I knew if I was to beat him, we're going to fight again. I wanted to do that.
Nice.
Is it a mandatory thing?
It wasn't. It's not mandatory. Nope, not in contract or anything like that. But just one of those things that he was the greatest of all time. Known as one of the best ever for such a long time. So he deserves a rematch.
Oh, that's a good way to think of it. And you recently said that you think it's going to be easier, the rematch.
I don't know. I'm expecting a war. I have a lot of. I think he's going to be. I think he's a stud, obviously. But I'm gonna feel better in this fight than I did in my last. This last fight, I had a year layoff. I had 2 surgeries. I had Hurricane Sandy. This time, I got everything going my way. I feel great. I'm able to get better right now. This time, I was still rehabbing an injury, and having no money. So there's a lot of things going in my order, going for me right now, where I'm gonna feel a lot better in this fight.
Cool, man. Hey, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
What a
Should we get a
pisser.
move?
What a
Thank you.
pisser.
Huh?
Should I get something?
Oh,
I normally do.
We got to do it fast. Michael Shannon's outside.
Oh, is he outside? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I normally have the fighters. They usually put me in a move or something like that. I've had everyone's done. Anderson's kicked me. Fedor's choked me. I've had a lot, but we have to do.
It's like a 2-second thing. It's
believe me, I tap immediately.
What do you want me to do on the mic? Like you got to gargle into the mic or something.
I don't want to necessarily gargle.
He got fucked up so bad. It was
Basically,
great
what
for
kind
2
of move
seconds.
could you do on Jimmy?
I could just put my hand across his throat and just squeeze.
That'd be unpleasant. No, that would be
Hang
really
on, I'll
unpleasant.
take my headsets off.
Okay.
You want?
No, but I'll tap. I've gotten a lot. A lot of
the guillotines, got the rear naked choke.
Something where the arm might bend back.
Yeah, but let me where I can tap too. Stay within tapping. Now, just hold on. Just tell them what you're doing before you.
Police move. This is a little bit of a Kimura.
He's got my my arm is behind my my. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I'll try not to tap your dick.
You just tap on your shoulder right there, and I'll look at it.
Okay, I'm holding my shoulder, and he's lifting my arm very slowly behind.
Your knuckles from the beginning. I mean, from the middle of your back to your back of your neck.
Now, what is this that you're doing?
Kimura. Don't hurt yourself.
Okay. No, I won't. That's a little bit unpleasant. I can feel that.
I'm not gonna keep going.
A little bit. Ah, okay. That was very unpleasant.
Don't sue me, man.
No.
No. Back to ball.
Yeah, right. Back in
good luck in the fight, man.
A leaky
Really.
house.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, man.
Chris
Thanks so
Weidman,
much.
and you can,
Chris, thank you, man.
And you can go downtown tonight and see Chris at with Anderson Silva, UFC gym on John Street. Only the first 300 people are guaranteed autographs. Yeah, because I knew he was doing it gently, but that last second it was.
Thanks, man.
Long
Thanks a
Island,
lot,
brother.
Chris.
Long Island. Love it.
That's
All
great.
right.
We don't even have time
No
to
break.
do anything.
Let's
We
just bring
Michael
we have
Shannon.
Michael Shannon from Boardwalk
Can we
Empire.
have a water for him too?
Let's get a
Michael.
fresh water for him, and bring him in. Yes, Michael Shannon. Where is it? There he is. Come on in, my friend. All right. God damn. How you doing, man?
All right, how
Big
are you?
fan.
What's up, Michael?
Big fan, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Take a
Yes,
seat.
yeah, take a seat over there. Pop right on. We're actually on the air. We do that. We just
you're
like
on the air?
yeah, we
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that. It's easier
we don't
that
have time
way.
to break. We don't
It's
want
like dropping a lobster in a boiling pot of
Right.
water.
Into the
Watch
pot.
him squirm.
Not you.
Yeah,
Something tells me not you.
I'm
Seasoned professional. Stoic. Is that what you get a lot? You're stoic?
Stoic, crazy, evil, villain, sad.
How much of that is you in real life?
None of it.
None. See, you're a regular guy, right?
We don't believe
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean, as I was, getting my daughter ready for school this morning, I didn't think this is my diabolical scheme. I just kind of said, you want to wear this dress or this dress?
Is the guy you're playing
God.
on Boardwalk Empire, which you're amazing on that? Was that based on? Because I don't know the real story of Nucky. Like I haven't read up because I don't want to know what happens. Are you playing a real guy? Or is it-
Van Alden, a.k.a. George Mueller, is a completely imaginary character.
Okay.
They were very clear about that at the beginning. Terry told me when I met with them, he said, a lot of these characters are loosely based, such and so, blah, 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 but your guy is totally imaginary. Some people thought at the get-go that it was based on Elliot Ness, but that was not accurate.
All right. Gives you a little more leeway to do, kind of what you want with him a little more.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like Where's Waldo? You can just kind
Yeah.
of stick him anywhere.
Yeah.
He's, I mean, what's interesting is I am rubbing elbows with actual people.
Mhm.
Like Dean O'Banion, Al Capone,
Right.
Nucky, of course. These are all real people, so I'm just being inserted into these situations. They're, Buddy, the prohibition agent.
Mhm.
I'm sure that wasn't something that actually happened very often.
Right. Yeah.
You started as a prohibition agent, and then it was really like a weird religious vibe to you and then you drowned your partner in the lake, baptizing him like in front of all these black people. Like it was a really fucking bizarre scene. Boardwalk Empire throws curveballs.
Yeah, but what's really bizarre now is that that's totally gone. Like I'm not doing that anymore.
Right.
I haven't even tried to enforce any sort of laws for two and a half seasons now.
Wow,
I'm
yeah.
just like selling irons and delivering flowers. So it's kind of a weird change of events.
Do they tell you where the story is going? So do you know if maybe in the future you're going to get back, or you're just at the mercy of each script?
No, they don't tell you anything.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like working at some factory where you don't know what they're making. Just put on a black hood and get on the assembly line. And go.
Something's coming in front of me, and I got to put
it together.
And then send it off on its way again.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the biggest script shock you got so far? Like, because you have to, if you're reading along and it's not based on a real guy, they can do whatever they want.
Oh, there's so many. There's so many. I mean, I've got to say, season 1, when it said the scene where Van Alden has sexual intercourse with Lucy, that was that took a while to get over that. Pretty strange. That's when I knew that I wasn't going to be the good guy anymore.
Right.
And, so that was tough. Basically, every script, it seems like something really bad happens to me. It's kind of like the setup of, like a guy on the sidewalk, someone drops a piano on his head or something. That's what it starts to feel like after a while.
Like poor guy that's just walking on the sidewalk.
Yeah, exactly.
Get nailed.
But I think he's finally due for, I don't know, to get his spine back. He's been so, it's really weird. I had a conversation on the street the other day. We were shooting a scene out in Yonkers, and this guy walked up to me, and he said, I watched the show. I really like the show. I'm like, oh, well, thank you. And he's like, but I'm very glad I'm meeting you because I wanted to ask you, why is your character still on the show?
Oh, shit.
What's the message with your character? All the other characters make a lot of sense to me, but your character is, I don't know. Where's the tension? I don't know. What's going on? And it was kind of depressing.
No
Yeah, because it was Steve Buscemi that said it.
Yeah, it's Steve Buscemi. I said, Steve, we can't all be superstars like you.
I love your character on the show. That's
brutal.
Truly unpredictable and fairly psychotic scene. I think I hope they keep you on the show for the whole run.
Yeah, me too. I mean, me too. Maybe I'll do something eventually to wake this guy up. I don't know.
Where were you raised?
Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky. Mm-hmm.
You don't have any accent.
Well, that was quite some time ago. And my father lived in Chicago. So I went back and forth between Kentucky and Chicago.
I almost hear a little Chicago, but more so than Kentucky.
I just spent the summer in Chicago. But I've been all over the world. I like that song.
Yeah.
All over the world. So,
did you try to get rid of the accent, or did that just kind of happen? Because people try to, they really try hard to get rid of it.
It comes back, If I go down there, it comes back. I don't mind it. I'm not ashamed of my Southern heritage. It's where all the big movie stars come from.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Depp, Tom Cruise, George Clooney.
Yeah,
Kentucky. Something in the water. Yeah.
And
Jennifer Lawrence, I might add, the biggest starlet on planet Earth right now.
I watched the Iceman and thought it was fantastic. Great performance, man. Just
thank you.
So frightening because the way you played it wasn't like the normal movie hitman that you would see. It was frightening in your normalcy during your regular life. And as a matter of fact, when you are with your daughters in the movie and you're just helping them get ready for school and, you're not hatching some evil plot right there, but then you're just so ready to and willing to kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
How much research did you have to do on the actual guy for that one?
I did quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
There's a very famous interview that he did for HBO.
Of course, yeah.
That a lot of people have seen. It was edited down considerably to put it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the full unedited interview. Which is like 20 hours.
Wow.
So I would watch that.
What did you think of him as a person when you were just watching that and not really considering your role in the movie, just as a person?
First of all, it's hard to separate that because I'm constantly looking at it from that point of view. But I found him to be a very tragic figure because I do think he I do think that he really had some authentic love for his family and that he wanted to be a good person, but that he had been so kind of screwed up when he was a kid that he had this other this other aspect to his character that allowed him to do these things, and that was sad.
Do you find you're more sympathetic to a guy like that if you are researching for a role, because you have to kind of delve into the things that made him that way instead of just going, oh, this fucking lunatic?
Well, we all have our faults. I mean, obviously his...
That's a little more
Yours
than
might
just
be lateness. His was putting people in acid.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, to me, I honestly, you know, I get a lot more pissed off at Ted Cruz reciting Dr. Seuss on the floor of the Senate than I do at, you know, Kuklinski saying, you know, there's a lot of negativity in the world.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a case study. You know, I always feel kind of silly talking about, do I condone killing? No, of course not. I don't think anybody should kill anybody. It's not right. It's terrible. But Richard Kuklinski endured some pretty, I mean, as far as I can tell, some pretty savage stuff during his early childhood. And, you know, that's one of the things I've always been fascinated by, is how a person's childhood can shape who they become, and why it's so important to not be, you know, sadistic to children. Because if you do that, then you can wind up with someone like Richard Kuklinski. So
your take on it was so spot on, though, where you talk about that he wanted to be a nice guy. You put that across very well with him and his wife and family.
I've talked to people that knew him, and he was very much. There was one man in particular who said that when he was a boy, Kuklinski would kind of keep an eye on him, give him, you know, spend time with him, give him advice or presence or whatever. I mean, it was somebody that he was a stand-up guy, and that he had no idea, you know, of this other side of him. I mean, that's the thing that's also fascinating to me, is the double life, the whole notion of how someone could have such two different sides to them.
Yeah,
and I think what's ironic is that it comes from the same place. Like his ability to detach and do evil things, and his desire to not be that way, both come from the same foundation in his childhood.
Right. Yeah, it was a great movie. I enjoyed it a lot. And of course, I guess you're going to be playing General Zod.
Am I going to be playing?
You are playing.
I played him.
It's done. You played him. I mean, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Everyone, of course, is familiar with the original Superman 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
But how differently did you play it than that one?
Do you have the same outfit on?
Than Terrence Stamp?
Yes, that's it. Terrence Stamp.
Yeah. It's very different.
Yeah.
You know, Zach, the director, told me when we were doing it that he wanted it to be more earnest and not so much like he's a villain. He just happens to be a general on a different planet, and he's just trying to do his job.
Right.
His job is to protect Krypton, and that's not going very well. And and he's just trying to. And once Krypton is destroyed, he says, "Well, I need to make another one." And it's not about. He doesn't get off on like manipulating people or controlling people. He doesn't want people to kneel or do any of that crap. He just wants to. He just wants a new Krypton. That's all he wants.
No kneel before Zod.
No,
no, you're not gonna see that. It is good because that was kind of a one-dimensional kind of thing. It was here's
like,
your bad guy.
Excuse me. It looked like Terrence Stamp was having a lot of fun, which is great.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun to watch him have a lot of fun. But my guy is not having any fun.
Okay.
That's a great way to describe Zod. He's not having a lot of fun.
Perfectly.
No. So.
Hey, can I ask you about your band? Because we have that you formed a band in 2002 called Corporal.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of, and you just released your first album in 2010. Why did it take 8 years?
Oh, well, both of those dates don't come from me directly. And I can't claim that either one of them are accurate.
Well,
I do know that I started playing, when Corporal started, it was just me and one other guy, and it was basically us just practicing every once in a while. We made this album a few years ago. I don't know if it's ever really gotten a proper release. Like you can walk into the Virgin, buy it off the rack, although there aren't any Virgins anymore.
Yeah, that's true. In every sense of the word.
Yeah, exactly. They're all gone. All the Virgins are gone. But we're playing the New Yorker Festival Friday, October 4th. We're playing at the Bell House, which is in Brooklyn, by the lovely Gowanus Canal.
Oh, boy.
What kind of music?
Eclectic. It says on our what's it called? When you go, the iTunes, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a Neanderthal. It says on iTunes, on our site, it says German folk music.
Okay.
So I think that absurd description kind of sums it up pretty nicely. But seriously, like when people come to the shows, they say, man, every song sounds completely different, which is kind of what we're going for. Because I went to see a band the other night, I won't mention names, but every single song they played sounded the same. So we try and avoid that.
Oh, I wondered what band it is now.
Yeah.
Metallica?
Oh,
Apollo
were
Theater?
you at the Apollo? Were you at the Apollo Theater?
Taylor Swift. No, just kidding. I'm kidding.
Of course.
I'm gonna Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
There's a lot of variety there.
That would be interesting seeing you at a Taylor Swift show, though.
They're just towering over everyone.
Yeah.
Being
Lurking
menacing.
backstage in the wings, just like Phantom of the Opera.
Are you? What's your background? Irish or German?
Well, don't you know?
Shannon, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Irish.
It's mysterious.
I'm just looking like you would actually do very well in a period piece of a German soldier. Have you ever played that? I think they should write a movie around you based on a
I think
German
Ray
soldier.
Fiennes did that.
Yes, he certainly did.
I don't know if I could do it any better than him.
Pardon you.
And that Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah.
I didn't get a call for that one.
God damn it! You've been good on that one.
Let's see, German soldier.
Yeah, that could probably work. But
I
what
don't
do
know.
I know
I've done so
on
many
radio?
military projects. I mean, I've been a general, I've been a sergeant, been a lieutenant.
Really?
Yeah, I've done a lot of military stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you're very sturdy
but not
looking.
German. Yeah,
And not German.
Very, very stoic and a very
stoic. There's that word.
But I'm saying that a very fucking intense gaze, which
Uh-huh.
is kind of with the military. That's
I'm
probably
good. I'm good with a bayonet too.
Yeah.
So,
What's the silliest role you ever played?
oh, there's so many. That's the thing. Let's have a little confab about that. I was in a movie called Kangaroo Jack, which is completely absurd.
Uh-huh.
I was in Bad Boys 2. I got my ear shot off and shoved in the trunk of a car.
Yeah.
Little KKK action.
Yes.
That was
Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that.
the brilliant absurdity of that. I did a short film called Mullet. That's pretty funny.
Mullet.
Yeah.
All right.
I did a movie called Grand Theft Parsons with Johnny Knoxville. That's kind of a comedy that not many people have seen.
I guess,
And,
yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I've done these other things, but I guess the things that most people have seen me in are the more serious ones. Although a lot of people saw Bad Boys too.
How long have you been acting, like professionally?
Oh, too long. Too long.
Because
23 years.
All right, so you're 23 years in the business, and within the past couple of years, really, you've made a name for yourself to where people look at you and go, "Oh, I know this guy from," and they know where they know. It's not just like
or they
I've seen
ask
him.
me to explain to them why they know who I am.
or why you're on the show.
Yeah, I hit a new level of notoriety. Someone actually said to me, "Hey, I like some of your movies." I was like, "Wow, Because it used to just be like, I saw you in this movie, and now it's like, I like some of your movies.
Why would people walk up to you and say something so obnoxious and insulting?
Why is everyone an asshole?
Everyone's
Why?
got to be an asshole. Are you on Twitter, by the way?
No.
Oh, good.
No.
Because you want a collection of assholes.
Oh,
you go
you
to
just
Twitter.
go to Twitter?
You want your fucking
like-
ego brought down into the shitter.
It's like asshole barnacles.
Yeah.
To the shit. Yeah,
They just stick there
Yeah,
and have to literally be scraped off.
Yeah,
yes.
Which would be the block.
Oh my God.
Got to block.
Well, you were
Michael,
nominated too
you're
for Revolutionary Road.
Really funny.
I was nominated for Revolutionary Road. I lost to Heath Ledger.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a good one to lose to.
Yeah, well,
I
that
was just
point.
watching that movie again the other day, The Dark Knight. He's so good in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
You know how hard it is to make the Joker, like, you know, or a comic book character Oscar worthy, and it's like it was
just ridiculous.
He put his heart and soul into that role. You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
He just really got obsessed with it. Yeah. But yeah, I got nominated. I got to go to the show anyway. That was nice. And Christopher Walken said something nice about me. I can't remember what it was because I was in shock.
It was something nice, though.
Yeah.
Was it really nice, or I like some of your movies nice?
Mike Shannon has been in some good films.
Thank you.
Thank you. A percentage.
Well, what a blast to have you on
Yes.
here, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Michael Shannon, of course, Boardwalk Empire, Sundays, 9 p.m. on the great HBO, where, man, the original programming there is fantastic.
Yeah,
Just
they do
amazing.
a nice job.
Yeah. Great to have you in.
Thanks.
You're tremendous, man.
Yeah,
Tremendous.
you're fucking funny as hell, man.
Oh, thank you.
I
You're
like
really
it.
funny.
I like it.
Yeah.
Michael Shannon, thanks so much, man. Jimmy, you got something to plug before we get out of here?
my November 1st show with Dice at the Beacon is on sale now, and the gig I'm doing in Doylestown is sold out. Oh, 5 minutes. And my advice show is from 10 to 11. I'll be
Yes.
here doing my advice show.
Yeah,
and then I
listen
got
to
to see my
Jimmy.
parents, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. I'm panicking.
Have fun. Have fun with them.
My parents are coming into town for a couple hours today, from like 11 to 5, and I don't know what to do with them. I don't know where to go.
It's his parents.
My apartment's very messy. I can't bring them there.
Yeah. Do they like museums?
Oh,
You know, I thought of that.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
So reluctant to go to the museum. You know, there's a good show at MoMA right now.
Oh, is there? Mm-hmm. I don't think I'm going to see some MoMA.
Maybe I can get some scratch from pumping MoMA on the air.
Scratch. Wait, what's the good? I have to know.
The
What's
show at MoMA. It's fantastic.
But what's the
Highly
good show at
recommend it.
MoMA?
What's the show?
That's just like a history of American paint. I'm not going to make it sound exciting.
Yeah, you already
They got
gave
that
it the
painting
plug.
of the people at the restaurant, you know, Elvis and Marilyn
Oh,
Monroe,
right.
Oh, right.
James
Yeah.
Dean.
Right.
But
it's the real one, not the one
Yeah,
you see
the
at
real
like
one. Yeah,
Spencer's Gifts or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
Are you playing Elvis in that movie about Nixon?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it the old college try. Yeah, I bet everybody's waiting to see me fall on my face in that. No, it's not. I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's kind of like far in the future.
Yeah,
I gotta grow into it. I think I'm still a little young.
It could be, right?
It's Elvis. That's just later.
That's
his later
the
years.
early 70s, kind of
Yeah,
late
yeah.
60s, early 70s Elvis.
It's all starting to fall apart.
It's killing me. He sounds like
Stephen
Stephen
Wright.
Wright.
A little bit.
Wow.
He's stoic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I
is.
think.
He pulls it off.
Yeah.
Well, you're great, Michael.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Michael
Love having you in,
Thanks
Michael.
for having
Thanks
me.
so much, man.
No problem.
Blast.
And Jimmy's up next with the advice show, so stay right where you are.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But Jim Norton is not going anywhere. If you have problems and a phone, it's your lucky day. The Jim Norton Show is next. Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open, and the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Yada dot, yada dot, yada dot. People like when I'm musical. Beginning of the show. Welcome to the Advice Show. What a fun Opie and Anthony show. I really enjoyed Michael Shannon. People say, "Oh, you sound like Stephen Wright." Well, that's who he is. But he's a very like deadpan intense guy. He looks exactly like you think he's going to look. Like that fucking psychotic face. He's psychotic looking. He's a handsome guy, but he's psychotic looking. And my parents are coming to town in about an hour and a half. And they're only staying for 4 or 5 hours, but I don't know what to do with them. Because my apartment, I just have my sofa and my living room's in disarray because I'm having furniture brought in. So it's just not ready for company. It's embarrassing. So we would just be sitting there like 3 creeps. So I don't know what to do with my parents in New York. I have no idea where to take them. I'm so bad at this stuff. Like, usually if I see them, it's here or it's there, or, So I don't know what to fucking do. So give the show a call if you would like some advice. I mean, like I know a lot of people want to know, like, what have I been listening to lately? I'll start right here before I even get to the calls because they're just coming in. I'm going to say Unblackened. It's the new live performance from Black Label Society, which is, of course, Zakk Wylde's band. I'm from playing with Ozzy for many years. He's been with BLS for a long time, too. And this is a great chance to see the band as never before. It was recorded earlier this year in high def at Club Nokia in L.A. It's called Unblackened, and it showcases the band's songs. It's a more intimate setting than you've probably seen them at Ozfest. And it doesn't lose any of the power or the intensity that people have come to expect from this group. Zakk is legendary. They're saying legendary guitarist Zakk Wylde, but you know who he is. But he performs on guitar and piano, and he demonstrates the subtler side of 17 Black Label Society classics, including Stillborn, In This River, and Losing Your Mind. Zakk has proven time and time again that his songwriting, guitar, and onstage persona, along with his larger-than-life personality, have made him a force to be reckoned with. In addition to the concert, Unblackened is rich in bonus material, a new interview with Zakk, and he gives a great interview. He's a brutally honest guy. Photo gallery, music video for Losing Your Mind, and a feature with Zakk Wylde visiting HM Prison Stockton. I don't know what that is. And it's worded weirdly. HM Prison Stockton in the United Kingdom are all included. Unblackened is available now on Blu-ray, DVD, it's 2 CDs, and digitally. So get that and support Zakk because it's a great group, and he's a tremendous frontman. So let's see. Excuse me for clearing my throat. Let's see. Matthew in Westchester. Interesting question. Wondering if light. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hey, Jim. How you doing,
Good.
bud?
How are you?
Good. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you.
So, during sex and masturbation, I like my nipples played with.
Yeah, me too.
And I was molested as a child, so
Okay.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it. And I know you went through kind of the same shit as
I was
a
never
child.
molested, though. Never by an adult. Let me ask you, with the the nipple play, who molested you, first of all?
Family friend.
Okay. Did they play with your nipples?
No.
Okay. So I don't see how that would tie in. Because it's not such a bizarre thing. Like, I think that's much more of a physical thing, and maybe psychological to a certain degree because you get dependent upon it. But I like how old a guy are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, I'm 45. I didn't realize I liked my nipples played with until my mid-20s. When did you start realizing it?
Yeah, in my mid-20s.
Now, do you jerk off obsessively?
No, I mean, not obsessively. I have a girlfriend, and she'll play with my nipples.
Yeah, Keith Robinson likes his nipples played with. It's a weird thing. I don't know. Some of us do and some of us don't. But I wouldn't equate that to molesting. If it was something that your molester did, then maybe. Like, I knew a girl who was apparently molested by her father, and she liked that to act out incest fantasies involving father-daughter. And Psychology Jim made a connection. Like, that's obvious. But I don't think nipple tweaking has anything to do with being molested. That's just my take on it.
Okay. All right. I didn't know,
All right.
All right, Jim. Thank you very much.
See you, buddy. Well, and here's something that kind of follows up with that. Matt in Boston wants to know, what do I think about a girl calling you daddy during sex? Hi, Matt.
Hey, Jimmy. What's up, man?
Hey, first of all, are you her father?
What?
Are you the girl's father?
Oh, I wish. I've met her father. I've been seeing her for about a month now.
How old are you, Matt, and how old is she?
I'm 23. She's 21.
Oh, okay.
I kind of met her through 12-step recovery, which is kind of weird.
Okay.
But, she's a good girl, and, we've been sleeping together. And Sunday night was the first time we had sex. And she was very playful. She, just started calling me daddy. She wanted me to pull her hair. At one point, she said, "Choke me."
Yeah.
Kind of inaudible. You know, I'm kind of into it, but I'm kind of just like, you know, what's this girl's history? She's discussed it with me. She's only been with like maybe 3 other men before me.
Was she molested?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
So you want to make sure that you're just having some dirty fun and that you're not actually reliving a complete trauma.
Yeah, it sounds like one of Anthony's girls, you know,
No, okay.
when it comes to, you know, the daddy issues and whatnot.
I think that kind of stuff can. I don't think that's necessarily an unhealthy or incestuous thing, just some dirty role play, but it can be. I don't know the girl. I don't know her history. And you might want to find that out as you go along before you commit too much to the role play. But a little bit of role. Now, was she asking you was she just calling you daddy and saying pulling my hair? That could also be like dirty porn stuff she's seen and not necessarily a tie-in to like a father figure daddy.
Right.
Because you're her age. So it's like if she wanted something that was fatherly, she'd probably pick somebody much older.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not a daddy type. I'm a skinny kid, you know, 5'10", you know, 130.
Yeah, maybe she's just exploring that dirty thing. Maybe she's just heard it. Sometimes we just do things that sound... I've gotten into weird fetishes in my life or weird moments just thinking about them and going, wow, that might be fun. And then all of a sudden I'm jerking off to it. And the next thing you know, I want to try it. So maybe that's what this is for her.
Okay, Jimmy.
I would just find out if you can, if she was molested, and then try to avoid, you know, reliving her molestation.
Yeah, she also has the rape fantasies and stuff, too.
A lot of women have that. Very common.
Yes, okay.
A lot of women have that. They want to just be held down, but they want it with a safe guy like you. You're her boyfriend. You're a safe environment, you know.
Yes.
Girls that want to be punched in the face freak me out. I certainly don't want to do that. But somebody that wants them to be submissive or held down or have some dirty fantasies, I think is fine. Good
All
luck,
right,
my
man.
friend. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Jim.
Hey, Billy in New Jersey needs relationship advice. Fucked up a date by drinking too much. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Jimmy. I went out with this girl for the first time the other night, and everything was going great. We're vibing. She invites me up to her place, and we kept drinking, and we started, you know, fooling around a little bit. And I'm like, you know, like the last guy. I'm like kind of a freak. I like my nipples playing with, like the pull hair, like my hair pulled. And this girl, not so much. She was more of a good girl. And I wasn't, like, I don't know, I got a little too rough with her. And my recollection of the night is completely different than what happened because I was just really fucked up. And what she told me actually happened has got me, like, literally physically sick. And I'm getting these awful headaches. And I just need to make it right because I can't be known or remembered as that guy. That's just a terrible fucking feeling.
Let me ask you a question. How many things have you messed up because you were drunk?
Well, I mean, I've done stupid shit before, but never anything quite like this.
So it has you concerned?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I know that I have a problem, but this is like the first time it's really gotten me into trouble.
Sure. Well, you don't need relationship advice. What you need,
No,
I think...
I don't need relationship advice. I need advice on how to fix this with this particular person.
Well, even the particular person, the answer I would give you, if it's, does she want nothing to do with you?
No, I was like before I realized how severe it was, I was like, you know, just like give me a second chance or whatever. I'll show you that I'm not like that asshole who drinks too much and does drugs. She was like, no, like you made me feel really awful. I don't know if I can even forgive you for this.
Well, then what you should do is one of two things. You might have blown it with this girl. You might not have, but you might have. And if you have, you have. It'll be hopefully the price you pay into stopping drinking. I think that's what you might want to focus on.
Yeah, that was my first reaction. I was like, I got to stop doing this altogether now.
Because even if this girl forgives you and you go out, you're going to fuck up again drunk. And if it's not with her, it's going to be with the next girl. Or it's going to be with a girl who you might really fall in love with and get married to. It's going to continually... You just got a big shot fired across the bow. She's not the issue. She's just one girl. The issue is the fact that you should address the drinking. It may help your situation now or it may not, but it will absolutely help every other situation in your life.
All right, thanks, Jimmy.
There's no easy answer, buddy. You know what to do. Fix the drinking. And I've talked enough about how to do that, whether it's going to a meeting or going to a rehab, but that's the most important thing when you're fucking things up because you're drinking. Trucker Bob has an idea of how for me to hang out with my parents. Yes.
sure. Yeah, you guys are all good friends there. Give your old buddy Ant a call. Say, look, man, how about I bring the parents by? We do a little karaoke, a little bit of drinking.
I don't drink. Neither does my father.
Well, you can have what they call a non-alcoholic drinks there.
All right, I can't burden Anthony. Hey, can me and my parents come over and just sit in your house? That would be kind of weird.
You're going to take him to eat at least?
Yeah.
You got a restaurant picked out?
No.
Oh, you should take him maybe down Chelsea, eat by the water.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, something nice.
Nice and cold. See how expensive it is. I'll keep looking at the price. Hey, don't get that. Only get the appetizer. All right, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate it. Kenyon in Utah, is that your name? Has an issue with his mother. Hi. Or is it with my mother? It just says has issue with mom.
Hey, what's going on, Jimmy?
Hello. Kenyon is your name?
Yeah, that's my name, buddy.
Hi, Kenyon. What's your issue?
I got an issue with my mom. She seems to be very judgmental and has a problem with my drinking. And she wants me to go to AA and everything. And I thought I would give you a call.
How old are you?
And I am 25. I'll be 26, buddy.
Okay. Do you have a problem drinking?
No, I don't have a problem drinking. My mom and dad seem to think.
Okay, so two people think you do. The two people that probably know you the best think you do. Who else has told you you have a problem drinking? I'm sure you've heard it from at least one other person.
My ex-girlfriend, which is my baby's mama.
Okay, so the three people closest to you think you have a problem drinking.
Yes, sir.
And you're in a place we call denial. You don't think you have a problem drinking, or maybe deep down on some level you know they're right, but you don't want to admit it because admitting it is the first step in being forced to accept it and address it.
That is probably very true.
So maybe your mom is judgmental and maybe she's whatever. But again, I think sometimes the issue here is if your mother is, even if she's shitty about it, maybe because, is your father a drinker?
Yeah, he was a big alcoholic, actually, Jimmy.
Is he sober?
He's been sober for about 20-plus years.
Okay. So maybe it's hereditary, maybe it runs in the family. But I think deep down you probably know that the issue is not your mother being judgmental.
Okay.
The issue is probably you're drinking, and maybe she's reacting poorly to it. And again, that's her problem if she is. She'll have to deal with that as an adult. But the issue for you is what are you going to do about the drinking? Because if your mother and your father who is sober, and the mother of your child all tell you have a problem with drinking, then you probably do.
Huh.
I mean, most people I know who are really sober people and don't drink are never told they have a problem drinking.
I actually didn't think about it like that, Jimmy. I tried to always blame everybody else.
That's what we do as alcoholics. Or I say I as an alcoholic. Of course we do. There's no one better at blaming everyone than an alcoholic or a drug addict. We're the masters of it. It's what we do to avoid that horrible image in the mirror, which means I have to do something here. So the drinking might be what you want to address. Because, again, your mother's going to be your mother, man. You can't fix her. You're in your 26?
Yeah, you're exactly right. I've only got one mom, you know.
Yeah, but if the three of them, if she was the only one that ever said that, I'd go, well, maybe. But why don't you just listen to what they're saying, even if you don't like the way they're saying it, and really closely examine it and try stopping for 90 days. How often do you drink, honestly?
I would like to say at least every, couple of weeks.
Now, you only drink every couple of weeks?
Yeah.
And do you get drunk?
It's pretty hardcore.
Oh, it is pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
So you might be what we call a periodic. There are daily alcoholics, and then there's something called periodics who can go a long period of time without drinking. But when they do, it's usually a fucking Lulu.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of people are very functional drunks. They can show up for work every day. There's all different varieties, but you might be a periodic. I was not, but a lot of people are. So why don't you try addressing that, and then in 90 days, see how you feel. Just give yourself 3 months. I mean, it's September, October, November, December. If you're not happy, you can be you can be throwing booze back down your throat before the new year.
Nice.
All right.
All righty. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Good luck, buddy. Dave in Massachusetts. Have I ever encountered undercover police during my whoring days? You mean if I ever stopped? I've been arrested? Never had a real law enforcement encounter. No.
Wow, and all that time, huh?
No, but I was also very careful.
Yeah.
I passed up a lot a lot of probably regular girls because there was something about them that was suspicious. I would never say certain things until they were in the car. Like, I would never say, hey, how much for this? And I'll pull over. I would always go, what are you doing? You know, you want to hang out? And they'd be like, what are you looking for? I don't know, just to kind of hang out.
Yeah.
How much you spending? Well, maybe with this bag, you know, $30. But what do you want for that? I don't know, just to kind of hang out. We could talk, see how it goes. I was extraordinarily vague. I never, ever, ever said anything stupid. I was very careful.
Hey, you think for like doing like an out call kind of thing? You think like once you're there, it's pretty much all good?
Once you're there, I don't know, because a lot of times they're going to set you up. If the police are going to set you up, it's probably going to be in a hotel or something. Once they're inside your place, you're probably okay, because a police officer is not going to put themselves. They're not going to put a fellow officer in the danger of putting her in your car, I don't think, or in your apartment alone. And they can't have video cameras next door taping it. So I think if they come to your place, you're better off.
Okay, so you don't do alcohol usually?
Well, for them to do alcohol, I would always have preferred the girls to come to me.
Sure.
Okay?
All right. Thanks, Jim.
Good luck, buddy. Let's see here. Jim from Illinois, going on a flight for the first time. Any advice?
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. I know you're the jet setter, east and west. I need some help. What
Are you
can
scared?
give me for tips?
Are you scared?
I'm a little nervous about flying. So, you know, they say get there a couple hours early. You know, then I've heard like you and Patrice and those guys when they fly, you know, at the TSA. And what can you give me for some pointers first time?
No matter how tempting it is, do not yell Allahu Akbar. Even though it's something fun to yell on the TSA line. Where are you flying? How far is your flight?
I'm flying out of the Quad Cities in Illinois to Pensacola, Florida. I know it's going to be a small jet from here to Atlanta and then a big jet from Atlanta into Pensacola.
Well, I would say get there. If I leave, how far do you live from the airport? Excuse my yawning.
About 15 minutes.
Okay, so I would leave like maybe 2 hours before the flight. You'll probably get there. You really realistically need to be there a little over an hour before the flight just to check in. Do you print your boarding pass at home?
Yeah, they said to print it up on Wednesday. We're leaving Thursday.
Okay, are you bringing carry-on luggage only?
One carry-on and then one bag to actually put on the plane.
Oh, okay, so you can't just go right to security. You have to check that one bag in. I would say leave 2 hours before the flight. And just relax and enjoy it. It's safe, dude. It's really, really safe. And then you land, and they'll tell you where to go for your next one. It's not that hard.
Okay, now, sometimes I hear, like you say and other people say, they give you an in-flight snack. Should I ask for chips or what?
What's that?
Do I ask for chips
What's
or
that?
what? Do I ask?
I can't do this all day, sir. I have an advice show.
Okay.
Enjoy the flight.
Thank you, sir.
All right, my friend. Be good. Okay. Jimmy in Pennsylvania wants to know my take on hereditary drinking.
I heard that couple callers before. You said it's hereditary?
Yeah, you know, I've always heard that gene, whatever it is that makes us who we are as addicts or alcoholics, sometimes it skips a generation, sometimes it's passed down, sometimes it's learned. Like, to be honest, I don't know exactly what goes into making something. Like, I think I was born with that gene, whatever that gene is. Because
okay, because my dad drank. He drank pretty heavy, and I'm about the same way.
Yeah, so that could be that gene that makes us crave it. Could be something that you woke up with the first day you were alive, or it could be something that you just began to do and learned. I just don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, the issue is if you're drinking really heavily.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
Well, why don't you do something? You know, again, the example I always heard is, you know, we don't know exactly what happens when somebody becomes an alcoholic.
Right.
But the example this guy George, the bartender, used to give was you take a cucumber, and it's a cucumber, and you dip it in the brine or whatever it is that makes it, and you dip it in, it's still a cucumber. You dip it in and you pull it out, it's still a cucumber. But if you leave it in there, one day it becomes a pickle, and it no science can make it a cucumber again. Now, that's a really cheesy example, but you don't know the exact moment that happens. But once it happens, it can't unhappen.
Yeah.
So if you've crossed that, what they say is that invisible line, there is no going back.
Yeah.
So you might want to do something about it, especially since you obviously see it.
Absolutely.
How old are you?
57.
All right, 57 years young. So you're 57 years young, man. You probably have a lot of years left with the way technology and medicine is. Why don't you, go take care of it and go do something and live the rest of your years without fucking dying of cirrhosis?
Okay, my man.
Good luck, buddy.
Hey, have Have a good one.
You too, man. Good luck.
I was just looking up what you said. They did find a gene that does have some effects for alcoholism, but they say a lot of it too is also your environment.
Oh yeah, it could be both.
So
right.
they found a gene, but it's still not 100%.
Oh, okay. It's part of the environment as well. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think they'll learn to isolate it and get rid of it eventually. Hi, Jason in Maine. Had an affair with Navy wife. Has an incriminating voicemail. Okay, what are you saying here, Jason?
Hey, Jim. I had an affair with a Navy wife. Her husband is in the Navy. He's gone for about the next 6 months.
Okay.
Just before he deployed, he left me a voicemail after she confronted him and told him everything. The voicemail was violent and threatening.
Sure.
I've kept the voicemail for a year to protect myself in case he comes at me and say, listen, you can come at me, but I'm going to turn this over to the police and I'm going to cost you your career.
Right.
How long do I keep this voicemail for? And is it something I think I should keep forever? I mean, what should I do?
Well, do you have it saved on another source as well?
I have it saved on 2 USB drives and on my phone.
You're fine. When did he make this threat?
October of last year.
So it's
He's been
a year.
at sea, but he's been at sea the entire time.
Okay, well, he's had a year to cool down. And are you friends with this guy?
No, we have no connections whatsoever. It was a random occurrence.
And have you spoken to her since?
No, not at all.
Then
I ended everything like as soon as he left that voicemail.
Okay. I've gotten a couple of those in my life too. There was a couple of times I didn't know the score. And first of all, somebody who leaves you a threatening voicemail, I think, and again, I'm not fucking Gavin DeBecker, but what they're doing is they're saying, I want this to stop it. If somebody is going to kill you, the odds are, again, some cop may go, I'm an idiot, but I don't think they're going to warn you, hey, I'm on my way over to kill you. Sometimes people react. And now, if you were there, he might have punched you in the face or hit you with a hammer. But he left you the voicemail, and he has not left you another voicemail?
No, but like I said, he's literally at sea.
Has he emailed you or contacted you in any way?
That was the only way he had to contact me was from her phone, and I switched all my numbers. But I'm a pretty public figure. I mean, I'm easy to find. He's not easy to find.
Okay. Well, then he could have found you and contacted you again. He didn't.
Right.
For him, it might be over. Or his anger might just be at the person it should be, which is her.
Okay.
I wouldn't obsess over it. I mean, I know it's easy for me to say here in New York, all safe with Sweet Erock in the studio. But I think most people... Well, I think the problem would be this. If you upped the ante by not respecting the fact that he's a dog and he barked at you really fucking loud, and if you still walk over there and try to fuck with him, then he's got to up the ante to make you really know that he means business, and that might be a very violent act. But I think if he barked, and he was right to bark, and you backed off, then he accomplished what he wanted to. Are you there? Oh, okay. If I hung up on you, it was an accident, man. I didn't mean to. Hopefully you heard the end of it. Oh, you hung up? Okay. Thank you, buddy, for, calling in. Let's see here. Garrett, Detroit, sleep apnea.
It was, I was reading the paper yesterday, and they seem to have found some cure, I guess, or treatment at least for central apnea, which is what you have, isn't it? I have complex apnea, which is a combination of obstructive and central. What is the central treatment, though? It's like a pacemaker that they put into your head.
Does it... Oh, okay. There was one that they said would stimulate a part of your throat, which stopped it from collapsing, but that may have been to deal with obstructive. And they said it could be dangerous to constantly stimulate this thing. They don't know what the after effects would be. Wow, I didn't know that. I will look into that because I have another sleep study coming up. It was supposed to be this Monday, but I'm going to be in L.A. I'm doing Leno Tuesday, so it'd have to be. I'm doing it in like 4 weeks now. I'm doing the central, like the ASV test. So thanks, man. I'll look into that. I appreciate it.
It's out of Ohio State University is where I saw it.
Okay, well, and plus it'll just keep getting better and better. They'll cure it eventually.
Exactly. Thanks for all you do, Jim.
Thank you, Garrett. That's great to hear. Let's see here. Something a little lighter. John in Port Jefferson, obsessed with large pussy. Erock, he's obviously a fan. No, I'm kidding. He's right here, just shaking his head like Jim. Fuck you. Yes, hi.
How you doing, Jim?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm 52 years old.
Yay.
Okay. I'm going out with this 32-year-old girl.
Yes.
She is absolutely beautiful, but she has the largest pussy I've ever seen in my life, and I'm obsessed with it.
Well, immediately have her contact me. We need to discuss this.
Jim, I've never seen anything like this in my life, but I got to tell you something else, too. She is a freak in bed. I mean, squirts.
Nice.
Everything goes with this girl, and she's just a good girl. Only problem is she's only 32 years old.
That's fine.
And I don't know, the age thing has got me. I don't know why.
Why should it? How old are you?
I'm 52.
That's
20
fine.
years older than her.
Big deal. I mean, that's the beauty of, that's lucky. You should be happy. First of all, I want to see her vagina badly. So if you have any photos, email them to me and I will be discreet and just jerk off on my laptop. However, do never question why a girl, it's not like she's 18 and you're 38. You know, you're 52, she's 32, she's old enough, she's paying taxes, she has a job, her and her giant pussy like you. And maybe one of the things she likes about you is that you appreciate her big pussy, because a lot of women are very self-conscious about that. So maybe the fact that you appreciate what she is a little self-conscious about makes her very happy with you.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm telling I don't know. It's just the age. I notice I have a son that's almost her age.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a vagina. Here's the thing. Never look a gift pussy in the mouth. You have a younger woman. She likes fucking you. She has a big giant vag, which you love. She squirts and she's dirty. And then there's something in your mind that has to find something wrong with the situation.
I'll work on it, I guess.
Enjoy it. Because you could just as easily be calling me going, this girl is my age, she has a tiny pussy, and she's a dud in bed. You know how many guys are in that situation? Be lucky and fucking enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Jim.
All right, buddy, I'm jealous.
I'm going to work hard at it.
Enjoy, my friend. And I'm going to get to Mike in Florida in just a second, because Mike wants to know, and just give me a second, how I deal with anxiety. It's a good question, Mike. And I would often say to myself, like when I get fucking anxious, like, you know, would I ever eat fake apples made from fillers and preservatives? Would I ever eat a meatball made that way? Like most people, I mean, I want to be able to pronounce every ingredient that goes into my food. That's anxiety causing. If you cook at home, you use real fresh ingredients. If you don't have time to cook from scratch, Mama Mancini's meatballs is the answer for you. Now, they were Erock sponsor. They're a tremendous product. And I'm not just saying that because I'm doing the read. They are fucking delicious. Mama Mancini starts with 100% USDA graded domestic beef for their meatballs and all natural ingredients like genuine pecorino romano cheese, onion, parsley, breadcrumbs, eggs, and a little salt and pepper. Real ingredients. That's it. No bullshit you can't pronounce. Mama Mancini's famous slow-cooked Italian sauce is made just as simply as their meatballs. They start with the whole Italian plum tomatoes, crush them, and then add natural seasoning. Mama Mancini's adds their meatballs to the simmering slow-cooked sauce for the perfect combination of flavors. Since 1921, Mama Mancini's has never veered from Grandma Mancini's original recipe. So they're not fancying it up. That's why it tastes good. Real ingredients just taste better. Mama Mancini's slow-cooked Italian sauce and meatballs, now available at your local supermarket. So that's one way of dealing with anxiety, Mike in Florida. Mike, how are you?
How you doing, Jimmy?
Hey, buddy.
I was just wondering, I remember a couple years ago, I don't remember the entire break, but I remember you talking to O&A pretty in-depthly about going for some serious heart testing, and you were nervous about, you know, it seemed, as I remember, you were nervous about, you know, things with your heart, and that's something I'm always very anxious about. I'm 33 years old. I'm in really good health, but I always freak out thinking that, like, there's some undetectable heart issue that I have.
Well, yeah, it's just a little hypochondria. I went and got it tested, and they said I was okay. One of my right vents, they said, opens a little slower. They said, yeah, just keep an eye on it every couple of years. But that's how I deal with the anxiety, is I get it checked. Like recently, I've been talking about these breathing issues for years. And I went to a pulmonary doctor. And I went 2 days ago. And he took an x-ray of the front of my chest and the back. 'Cause I've had this tension, like there's a lead weight on my chest. A lot of times I want to take a deep breath and I can't. And he goes, why do you want to take a deep breath? He goes, most people don't take deep breaths all the time. He goes, you look around in a restaurant. Everybody's sitting there going, he said, it's psychological. And he said, breathing is a very sensory thing. He said he'll tell people sometimes, now hold your nose shut, breathe through your mouth and walk across the room. Now, do you feel out of breath? And a lot of times they do. And he said it's psychological because you feel like you're not getting the same air because your sensory perception is different for the air going in. So you feel like you're out of breath. He said so much of it is in your head. But he did take the x-rays, and he did test me for asthma. And he showed me the x-rays. They were both perfectly normal, the front and the side. He goes, there's nothing wrong. Your lungs are fine. And I did the test, and he said they're very good. I mean, they're probably not what they would be at 20, but I smoked for 17 years. And he said that they're fine. And the asthma test medication that he gave me did nothing to help my improvement. So he goes, you don't have asthma. He said anything you're dealing with is psychological. So that made me relax a lot. So it's been better the last couple of days, and I keep catching myself, and I'm like, no, you don't need it. Relax. And it's been so much better these last couple of days.
So when you went and got all the heart testing and whatnot, right when they told you, everything was fine, that completely put you at ease?
I wouldn't say completely, because what happens is you get, old tapes are hard to turn off. So I had become so accustomed to thinking a certain way and to reacting a certain way, to not think about something, you're thinking about it. So it took a little bit of practice and a little while, but that was a very, very important thing because I had the expert tell me I was okay. So it made it really hard to convince myself that I was fucked up.
Right. Good
Okay?
deal. All right, well, I'm going to keep going. I go every couple of years. And
That's fine, dude. You're doing. That's all you got to do.
Good deal, man. I appreciate you, Yimmy.
Be good. Nolan in L.A. got an STD from fling with a girl at an airport. You fucked her in the airport, Nolan?
Not in the airport. Met this girl. We actually clicked. It was great. Had a great conversation. We were in a flight from New York to Boston. Ended up hanging out in Boston with the girl. I gave her a ride to her hotel from the airport. Just continued to have this really strong connection. Slept with her in Boston. I ended up taking a bus back down to come hang out with her again. And been Skyping with her every day, and then after a month, she told me she's got HPV.
Okay.
She reassured me it was not the kind that affects males, but is only the kind that can cause precancer cells in women. And I'm wondering if I should be worried about this at all. Can I pass this on to another girl in the future? I've heard it goes away after a little while.
I don't know. HPV, I think, can affect us. You can just get tested for it. I think there's a swipe they can do, but it's harder to I think she should have told you first.
Yeah, me too. And I bitched at her about it. She
Yeah.
felt really bad.
You know what? Just go to your doctor and ask him if they can swab. Dr. Steve would be great right here. Well, yeah, they can just dip a little fluid and swab it and just tell. But I don't. There is a test for it, I think. Just go to a doctor. That's something I'm a little less.
I did call my clinic, and they mentioned the only thing they can do is take a physical exam. They said there's no test for it,
Oh, there's not. Okay.
which I found hard to believe. But
Yeah, it doesn't show up on us as much.
I guess moving forward, I'm still talking to this girl, and I'm still falling in love with her. And she's in Florida right now until she moves out to LA in a couple of months. But I'm finding all these shitty habits about myself coming back to haunt me from previous relationships, like obsessing about what she's doing, where she is. And I've only known this girl for a few days physically.
Yeah, you might not want to start obsessing over a girl who had sex with you, didn't tell you she had HPV, and now she lives in Florida. You might want to give that one a little while. Get to know her.
Yeah, well, trying to get to know her over Skype, but it's like, when she moves out here, it's going to be sparks galore.
Okay. Well, good luck, my friend, and I hope you're healthy. Just go to the doctor.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
All right, buddy. Brian in Fargo, how do you get past the ritual of shooting up?
Hey, front row center, Kansas City. You made fun of me and my girl for a change.
Thank you for coming. Or if I appreciate it. Now, are you off heroin or whatever it was?
No, back in the day, I was cranked, stayed clean for 20 years, backslid for about 5 months last year.
Wow, okay.
Clean.
Okay.
The ritual shooting up just is killing me.
What do you mean the ritual? What was your ritual?
Just the shooting up part, getting the product ready, in the spoon and
Sure.
getting it in the vein.
And it's making it hard. Are you going to meetings?
No, I'm a driver, and I got to stay clean for my job.
But are you doing any type of 12-step work?
No, not at all.
Okay, so what you're doing is basically this undefeated thing, because it never loses to anybody, wrecked your life, and then you get off it for a long time. You step back in the ring with it again. It knocked your teeth out again, and you're still going at it alone. I mean, that's where they say the strength in meetings and some type of a help with a fellowship is that together we do what I can't do alone. It's an ego-deflating thing. And a lot of people don't believe in 12-step stuff. Hey, that's cool for them. But for me, I was not able to do it by myself. I tried. And they say that in some of the writings. You know, and again, this is not just about heroin. It's alcohol. It's all the same fucking thing, the drugs and the drinking. In single-handed combat, we did very poorly. We do very poorly because there's no one to bounce the sick thinking off of. So that ritual stuff you're talking about, do you know how many people in recovery have dealt with that? So all these times that you're driving your truck alone, you should be calling somebody who's in recovery and going, fuck, man, I'm feeling that itch, or I never shut up, or whatever it is that sets that off for you. You should be calling somebody who's gone through that and has gotten past it. They can go, oh, no, here's what I do when that happens. That's how you get through those things.
Well, I did it on my own for 20 years. You got past it. And, you know, I've been doing it since the first of the year this time.
Sure.
Got past it. But it's always in the back of the mind.
Right. So the obsession. So basically, you're just going to white knuckle it for the rest of your life. And the 20 years that you got past it, you obviously didn't get past it because there was something in a foundation there that you missed. Like who goes back to shooting dope after 20 years? Like, dude, that's crazy.
I know it is. I got hurt on the job, and you know, I suffer from depression, bipolar. Sure. You know, and it just kind of, the injury knocked me down, and I fell back and, you know, got back to work, and now I'm good again, at least, you know, in my mind. You know what I mean?
But there's something inside of you that is craving that, and it's tickling you. It's like a tickle or an itch, the idea, or when you want to smell something. It's just that idea, that ritual, that fucking hammering at you in the back of your mind. The way to get rid of that, or the way to manage that, my suggestion is go to a 12-step group, like I tell people whenever they bring this stuff up, and you talk to people who have been through it. And I wish I had a faster answer for you. Carrot juice and a finger in your ass. That's all you need. I wish there was a better, you know what I mean? But there's not. Unfortunately, there is an answer. There's two options here. I wish there was an easier one for you, but there's not. But there is something. It beats the option of there's nothing and you're going to feel this for the rest of your life. If I was still white-knuckling it, I never, ever would have gotten into stayed in recovery, ever.
Yeah.
And the little personality problems and the defects in your character and all this shit that caused you to relapse or caused you to be unmanageable, all that stuff is still going to be there unless you work on it.
Yeah, yeah. And for that guy with the younger chick,
yeah,
I'm 54 and married my girl. She just turned 32.
Oh, good luck, my friend. I'm happy to hear that. Good luck to the other guy. But, yeah, dude, really, do something about that because you don't want to fuck it up and relapse again. Because I think the time between relapses now is going to be shorter and shorter. And you're not guaranteed to get clean. You're not guaranteed to come back.
Yeah, that's what scares me, that time between.
Well, it should scare you. It absolutely should.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. You
All
make
right.
me laugh. You make her laugh, and appreciate it.
All right, good luck, man. Drew in West Virginia, trouble getting off with his girlfriend. Hi, Drew.
Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Big fan. Seen you a couple times. I love the show.
Thank you.
I've been seeing this chick now for a while. She's smoking hot and everything. I love hanging out with her. I love spending time with her. But it's like, I'm only 30, and I'm having trouble just getting a rod, like hanging out with her to the point where I'm like trying to avoid sex at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think it's me physically. Like I said, I'm only 30, and I'd like to say that it's all, you know, in pretty decent shape down there.
How long you with her? I'm sorry.
I've been seeing her throughout the summer and stuff, and, you know, we spend a good deal of time together.
Do you like her as a person?
I love her as a person. I love hanging out with her and spending time with her, and
Are you physically attracted to her?
that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. I am, because like I said, she's hot.
Doesn't
She's
matter.
really hot.
Doesn't matter. Hot. The looks do not matter. We know that on the outside. That's a thing that we understand and comprehend, but that does not mean you're going to be sexually attracted to somebody at all. So it could be a couple of things. You really like her and you're nervous And sometimes we put pressure on ourselves, or as men, when we don't feel sexual attraction for somebody, it's so drilled into us that we're supposed to, we feel like something's wrong with us. Sometimes I've looked at my dick, and my dick is, I quit many times. And there's been times I've been annoyed. It's because I've been nervous. And there was times where I realized my dick was right. I just wasn't as attracted to this person as my head was telling me. I didn't have that chemical thing with them. I would avoid sex. I would avoid, I didn't want it. I would try to go to sleep without having to fuck. And I felt like there was something wrong with me. There wasn't. I just wasn't as sexually attracted as I thought I should have been.
Yeah.
Now, you've been sexually attracted to other girls, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, she's not like my quote-unquote type, but like I said, she's definitely, attracted. She definitely, the thing with her, too, is she likes chicks as well.
Yeah.
So, I found that out a little later on, and she doesn't really want to have any kind of a serious relationship because she's more into chicks than she is dudes in that sense.
Sure.
But I think when she told me that, something like subliminally clicked in my head, too, that even further made it like, okay, like we're really going to have a long-term shot with it. So it kind of
maybe. But your phone? We're going to let you go because your phone is cutting off. But I appreciate the call, Drew. And I would say this: just be honest with yourself. Not that you're not being, but just kind of think about it and go, look: is my dick quitting because I'm panicking and uncomfortable, or do I just not have the feeling that as a man I'm taught I'm always supposed to have? Maybe you just don't have that feeling with this girl. And that happens sometimes. No matter what they look like, it doesn't matter. I've dated, a couple of really beautiful girls I just did not have sexual chemistry with. And I'm sure they were great fucks, but there was something about our chemistry that just didn't sync up. Neither of us was right. I mean, she was probably right, but that's the way it was. So don't, just because your dick is not working and you can't get off, maybe she's just not what you need in that area. Let's see here. Texas wants advice on quitting smoking. Hello?
Hey, Jim. How's it going, bud?
Hi.
I was calling to find out. I didn't realize that you used to be a smoker.
Yeah, for 17 years.
Yeah, you talk a lot about the drugs and alcohol and sex and stuff, but I was calling to find out, man, if you had any advice for how to quit. How'd you do it? I mean, what's your... I kicked drinking and drugs with no problem, but the
smoking's hard. Well, I'll tell you what worked for me. I had a moment of clarity, and I said I was going to quit. I think it was December 7th, 2001. So I went down to the Comedy Cellar that night, and they were still smoking in the club. Esty, the woman who runs the Comedy Cellar, who had quit smoking, physically grabbed my hand and marched me down the store to the pharmacy and got me the patch. Now, the patch, I think, was a 3-week program or 21, whatever the program length was. What I did was I wore the patch every day as prescribed. I didn't cut it off after a week. No, I'm good with this. I didn't chew Nicorette with it. I did what they suggested, and it worked. I drank a lot of water, and I wrote down, they had this little thing, you write down the 5 advantages to quitting smoking. And that helped me a lot. And Colin Quinn, I've credited Colin a lot for this. We were talking once, and he said something very simple. He said, you have to realize the urge to smoke is going to pass whether you smoke or not. And I never forgot that. So I would be jonesing for a cigarette and realize this will pass. And then I would drink some water because that fucking physical motion of hand to mouth. But it is possible to quit, and it's by far the best thing I've ever done. So you want to get tumors in your mouth. Look up photos of people who have mouth cancer. That was a motivator too. Look up those pictures of what somebody's gums look like when it's been fucking eaten away with mouth cancer. Now, you can't scare someone into quitting an addiction, but it does help to be practical. You don't want that to be your mouth.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And we recently had a baby and all that good stuff, so I'm looking forward to getting out from underneath it, man, but it hasn't been easy.
First thing you do, you quit, you get the patch or whatever it is that works, Nicorette, do it as prescribed, and then go to the dentist and get your teeth and gums cleaned.
Oh, yes, sir.
Immediately. This way your breath won't stink, and you'll feel cleaner in your mouth. You'll notice the difference, because they got to scrape all that fucking shit out from under your gums and that disgusting taste. Man, when they get under your gums, it's a little unpleasant. But, man, the feeling you have when you walk out of that dentist.
You should also get your nails done, too.
Get your nails done, yeah. And that yellow funk will come, you start washing down the house. But, dude, I would suggest it. It's the best thing I ever did.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate
Good luck.
it.
Excuse me for sniffling again. How much time we got?
You got about 3 minutes.
Okay, we got a couple minutes. Let's see here. Should I get a hair transplant or plugs or something? Anthony from Long Island. No, I'm kidding. Hello. Canada. Hi, Canada.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Look, I'm mid-30s. I started losing my hair like in my early 20s. I'm married. I got 2 kids. I have a beautiful wife. But I, for some reason, can't get over that hump where people are like, just let it go. It's all right. I cannot. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's a big thing for men.
I thought by now I'd be over it. I honestly did. I constantly lie to myself, like tell myself the cliche things you're supposed to say, like, look, I have a beautiful wife. I'm married. Who cares at this point? But I can't get over it. I considered myself a decent-looking guy, and every time I look in the mirror, that's all I see.
Sure, the flaw.
I know that they've gotten better now with, like, hair transplants and stuff. I know a lot of, like, celebrities have even come out and said that they've done it, like guys like Marc Jacobs, you know, who's like a designer/model, and Matthew McConaughey, and there's guys like that it's obvious they've done it, and it's been done well.
Right.
But I'm so paranoid that I'm going to look like a Kiwi, you know? I'm so scared that I'm going to go get it done. It's going to look ridiculous.
Well, Anthony had it done where they have the harvest area, and follicle replacement, whatever it is. It's a long process. Like, it's a long day, but it takes a couple of weeks. It's kind of expensive. But if you don't want to look like a Kiwi, I think they've gotten a lot better where, you know, it looked like they were just hammering in hair nails. I think it looks much better now. But just, again, do the research. Do your research and find a place that is reputable and has good reviews. I mean, it's like anything else. You got to do a little bit of the legwork. But if you really mean something to you and you're in your 30s, then do it. I mean, as long as you're not taking food out of your wife and your kid's mouth, or you're not shirking real responsibilities at home, I mean, why not?
No, I can afford it. The other thing that I'm paranoid. I know I come off like ego maniac here, but it's also getting it done and people that you know prior and post. It's not seen like a boob job anymore, you know, where people are like, oh, you got your boobs done, good for you, or whatever.
Yeah, and who cares? By the way, who cares what they think? Because they're not the ones who look back at you in the mirror. You are. So who cares what they think? Right, well, you have to be comfortable with you. So if you want to do it, go do it. Okay? You know, because fake hair is okay. I mean, personally, I would never eat a fake apple made from fillers and other preservatives. I mean, you might. I wouldn't. You know, would a meatball made that way? Absolutely not. Fake hair is okay. A fake meatball? Fuck you. Like most people, my friends, you want to be able to pronounce every ingredient that goes into your food. There's just something healthy and natural feeling about that. If you cook at home, you use real fresh ingredients. If you don't have time to cook from scratch, Mama Mancini's will save you time because their meatballs are the answer for you. Mama Mancini starts with 100% USDA-graded domestic beef for their meatballs and all-natural ingredients like genuine pecorino. I can never say that word. Pecorino. Erock said it wrong like I did. Romano cheese, onion, parsley, breadcrumbs, eggs, and a little salt and pepper. It's delicious. And we've eaten them, and they're fucking phenomenal. Real ingredients, that's it. Mama Mancini's famous slow-cooked Italian sauce is made just as simply as their meatballs. They start with the whole Italian plum tomatoes, crush them, and then add natural seasonings. Mama Mancini's adds their meatballs to the simmering, slow-cooked sauce for the perfect combination of flavors. Since 1921, Mama Mancini's has never veered from Grandma Mancini's original recipe. Real ingredients, they just taste better. That's it. You know that because everyone always eats out and they go, it doesn't taste like my mother's or my grandmother's. That's because the restaurants are using too much salt and shit ingredients. Mama Mancini's slow-cooked Italian sauce and meatballs, now available at your local supermarket, and they've brought them in here, and they're amazing. And they have turkey meatballs and all this great shit. So, I mean, I should probably say not great shit, but the food is excellent. I apologize to anybody who I did not get to. Are we out of time? We're totally out of time. I will see you guys. Don't forget, November 1st, I'm with Andrew Dice Clay at the Beacon Theater, and stick around for Fez and Ron, the new name of that show.